You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
Style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f*** needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic to the tree. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gat strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, "Are you a conservative, ma'am?" And like an old lady would be like, "Yeah, I'm a conservative," and I would fucking deck her, take her ballot, and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, "You're not allowed to vote this way in California." That's right, bitch.
What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. Sorry I just disappeared again. I had to deep clean the house for the lease renewal inspection, and it was like hella dirty, it turns out. You know, like when you just don't look at the ceiling for a long time, and then there's just like a ton of cobwebs everywhere. It was a lot. It was a lot of cleaning. And I was also going to the doctor and stuff. I finally went to the doctor. I got blood work. I got vaccinated. Stop singing out in the garage. Yeah, I did. Dentist? Yeah, well, I saw one. He can charge me $300 to do it without anesthesia in office, which sounds like torture. Or he referred me to an oral surgeon. I haven't called about the price on that yet, because I know it's gonna be like 10 grand or some shit. So we're looking at just going to Mexico. Yeah, to remove all of them. Because I don't want it to happen again, you know? It's all the same issue. My mouth is just too small, so food just gets stuck back there, and then it will get infected. So right now I'm just hoping it doesn't come back. It is better right now. And I've always been taking care of them, so I don't really know what else to do. I need to get a water pick and an automatic toothbrush. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to Mexico, but I don't really know, like, who can take me there. Like, I don't want to go alone, you know? I don't... That sounds not good. So... Fuck America, man. Everyone should be able to get fucking wisdom teeth removed. Like, that's just so dumb. So fucking dumb. Dental care should be just part of healthcare, but it's not. My state insurance just covers $1,000. And I think I have to do that like in the ER, because they there's like not any dentist that takes access. Like, it's goddamn America. Oh, hi Chase. Just ranting about how a dental care is impossible. Oh yeah, I was gonna change my sub goal to wisdom teeth surgery. Where? To end the goal, to start a new goal, to rename it. Which is so dumb sometimes, I swear. Anyway, I hope y'all are doing better than me. Everything hurts because I've been cleaning the whole house, like, top to bottom, and then I just, like, decided to get vaccinated right away, so my arms hurt, like, extra. I'm just sipping on my smoothie. That's why I'm early today. Because I know I'm gonna feel like shit later. Please. God, I hate it here. That's like a joke, by the way. Don't feel pressure, because I know I'm not gonna make enough subs to pay for wisdom teeth surgery. Like, it's fine. Anything from the Hasan new drop? No. I don't think so? I don't know. Guess he got something, but was that Teddy Fresh? I don't know. Did you get something? There's so much. I want to watch the whole Hasan Cenk debate, but it was brutal. So I'm gonna speed it up, just to get us through it a little faster. Because I want to get to everything else that I've missed. The Fear&, the leftovers. There might even be another leftovers. How long have I been gone? I can't keep track anymore. I need to like go back through my subs to make sure I haven't missed anything else, but that's where we're at for now. I think the Fear& is going to be really good. It's with Nick and Malena? Or is it all of Nmplol? I don't even know. I'm not familiar. Who are they? I thought Nmplol was Nick and Malena, but I don't know. But they seem perfectly nice. I just want to do my makeup while we get into this. Oh my god, it's such bullshit. Cenk was like truly insufferable. Like, he is not prepared to be running for goddamn president. Oh no. Oops. Pull the cord. They already inspect the house. Yeah, it was fine. It was great. She said everything looks really good and kept saying how beautiful the house is. W, thank you. Stunt, because his ratings are dying. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Everyone's mad at him still, and he, like, is very, very bitter about it. It's crazy.
Bad faith
Yes.
arguments to these people. You're like
Yes,
saying they're
I
cloud
definitely
operated.
do.
Okay, so one, that might not be the case. There might be genuine disagreements. That's number one. But at which point you think, well, you know better than them, right?
No, they can disagree.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
give a shit
okay.
about
But
their
listen.
disagreement.
But like, okay,
Sure.
But okay,
even
but
if they are
disagree
bad
with me, I'm
faith-
going to call them Nazis.
okay, even if they are bad faith, right? Even if they're bad faith, and
Oh, yeah, he did. He I think that was the first thing they talk about.
of course I'm going to ask you why.
Jaina, hi! Hi! Just in time, yeah. Yeah. This is infuriating, so I'm just gonna try to not get stun locked and do my makeup. That's what I'm doing.
Or even how, but that's it. That's those are some of the things that we're going to be talking about. Before we get into any of that, though, let's start off with the Democrats actually doing something that is unheard of, unimaginable, which is showing backbone and showing a spine and actually doing the right thing, even though they were like kind of forced into a corner to do the right thing on Kevin McCarthy's ouster as Speaker of the House. What do you think about it?
Yeah, look, I guess I love it. Not going to change anything. It's not going to make any difference. But I agree with you. I'm glad that the Democrats didn't gratuitously help him. So I talked to Representative Rokana on Friday in D.C., and we came up with a good idea together, which is the Democrats, for whoever
That
it is,
his
that
children should keep doing.
whatever it is you were going to say. No, that's not it.
Wait, you guys didn't have the good idea of making sure that his children were participating in the stock market and having excellent returns
No.
year over year? That's crazy.
So came up with the idea of, well, why don't we ask for something in return?
Wouldn't
So
be
like paid
surprised.
family leave. So if any Republican wants Democratic votes in the House for speakership, yeah, maybe we could do that. Give us a couple of concessions. You don't get it without concessions, right? So we give you give us concessions of a vote on paid family leave that polls at 84%, and maybe one other vote, right? And then okay, then we can have a deal. But if you just want a deal where we needlessly give you the speakership, why in the world would anybody do that?
I think the funniest part about that is that would never happen because Kevin McCarthy would have never done that. He would have probably lied, maybe. But what's even better about the situation is that, like I was alluding to, he didn't even like go to the conservative Democrats and offer them anything. Like literally nothing was given. And then there are still, of course, perverts, both sided perverts in liberal media that are trying to turn this massive
Classic.
fuck up within the Republican Party into somehow a issue that is the Democrats' responsibility, which is awesome. It's awesome. Some dude on the Daily Beast wrote an article talking about how, like, this is actually a bad thing that the Democrats did. Once again, here it is. Matt Lewis, who is a conservative himself, said, "You can't blame Dems for the blow that right-wing bomb throwers landed on Kevin McCarthy. But what you can say is that they failed to do the right thing on behalf of the American people, which was to make
Bomb throwers. Wait. Bomb throwers? That escalated. I mean, Democrats are never blameless, but, like, this is kind of like for once, like a Republican infighting issue. You know what I mean? I say let him fight it out. I don't know. I think it's fine. I try not to get too concerned about the GOP being hijacked by an even more insane cohort, but,
make sure that Kevin McCarthy remains the Speaker of the House."
Yeah. So look, I know Matt a little bit. We used to go on MSNBC together. I went on his podcast recently. He's a good guy. But generally speaking, he's from the old school of establishment, bipartisan, uniparty thought, which is the way that this would have gone in the old days is the Matt Gaetz character would have huffed and puffed, and McCarthy would have said, "Oh, no way," right? And then at some point, whether it was the Republicans inside their caucus or they go to the Democrats and they get a deal, the deal is what it was always going to be, which was cut spending for the average American, maybe throw in a tax cut for the rich or a deregulation or something. It's all theater. It's all fake. Now, here comes a twist. The twist in the story is that the crazy right-wing Republicans like Matt Gaetz are actually not doing theater. I mean, it looks like they're doing theater.
to be fair, they're all kind of crazy.
They're doing their own theater to raise money, etc. But they're not playing the same old game. This is like, and that's part of why the media and the establishment is so mad, because they're like, wait, you guys are supposed to pretend to object, but not actually object. And we're supposed to cut spending for the average guy. That's why guys like Matt go, I don't get it, man. The Democrats are part of this play, good cop, bad cop. And the good cops are supposed to come in at the end and screw over the American people while pretending to be good guys. And so since the Democrats didn't do it and Gates didn't do it, they didn't get a deal. And so I don't think it's so bad at all. Like, number one, they weren't doing anything anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And number two, actually somebody threw a curveball into this normal, sick theater.
I like to always say, what would the Republicans do if roles were reversed? And if anybody in here thinks that they would have dove on a grenade to save the Democratic Party or the institutions to make sure that Nancy Pelosi would have retained her speakership position, you're fucking out of your mind. So yeah, Democrats did exactly what the Republicans would have done in the situation, which is of course always good politics. Okay, it might not yield good policy, but it was certainly good politics. Now, of course, the other side of this is that there was no opportunity for good policy anyway. People are immediately rushing to conclusions that Kevin McCarthy would have been a more moderate speaker than whatever kind of demon they put forward, certainly. But functionally, Kevin McCarthy, as the Speaker of the House, was going to operate like the most reactionary person in the party. And he did. He did do that. It's not like he gave a bone to the Democrats in his chaotic order and under his control in the House. Like, they fucking lodged an impeachment inquiry with zero evidence that connected Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. Zero. Okay? Zero.
Yeah.
Zero. That's
Just
insane. That is that's so insane. And it's not like there was no investigation.
Dope sweater, ordered Marchetti fresh. Let's fucking go. Thank you.
Leading up to this, there was. They just did it behind closed doors because they knew they had no real evidence. And then they just kept going along with it. And now they just apply this rhetorical tactic, this little trick where they say the Biden family. Have you noticed that? Where they, instead of saying Hunter Biden, they always say the Biden family, we're doing crimes, as though because technically it's not wrong. Hunter Biden is a part of the Biden family.
Yeah, it reminds me of the trick that Dick Cheney did to get us into the Iraq War. When he was asked on Meet the Press, wait, did Iraq attack us on 9/11? He said, the fighters come from the...
I don't doubt that Biden has done crimes before. That's probably true. I just don't think it's related to Hunter. I don't know why, they're trying to do, a double whammy there. You can't... You can't really impeach Hunter, it seems like that's what they really wanted to do.
The same general region as Iraq. And that means no, they didn't attack us, and you're just making it up. You're saying, what difference does it make? They're all Arabs.
Yeah. So we talked about that. You think the Democrats have a little bit of spine? Not that it fucking matters in this situation anyway. So why do you think the progressives are going to win? What's going on in this book? You wrote a book, finally. You've been writing it for a while.
Yeah. So look, first I explain all the depressing stuff, so you're not going to be surprised by that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I explain why, even though progressives are 2/3 of the country, and there's no argument about that, we don't win. I explain exactly why. Money and media are the two giant factors. And I explain how we live under corporate rule and how we lost the Democratic Party, let alone the Republican Party. But then Kirkus Reviews and everybody else says it's a super hopeful book because in chapter 6 I explain how we're going to win. And the answer is actually really easy, Haas, which is young people are super progressive.
So easy.
Yeah. And
so
the polling is overwhelming. The Republican pollster Frank Luntz.
Okay, but young people have always been progressive. Are they more progressive? I haven't actually looked into that. I don't know.
His hair's or his toupee's on fire.
Friend of the show, Frank Luntz.
Yeah. Noam Chomsky agrees. You look at any of the data, under 45 in 2020 voted massively progressive. Now this time around, it'll be under 49. By the time you get to 2028, it's good night, Irene. It's under 54-year-olds and they're done.
I think this is I think this is wrong. I will say this is the classic trope that time and time again the next generation will save us trope. If with one exception,
that's just not true.
With one exception, okay. The material realities for the upcoming generation, my generation, is significantly more dire.
That's right.
And therefore, they will vote along the lines if they are still participating in the democratic process at that point. If they haven't fully checked out, they might end up having a much poorer country overall and having less economic prospects overall will yield understandable results and will yield the same voting patterns. I do not think that it's more so a generation being progressive, but instead a generation not having access to additional economic opportunities that prior generations had. Because you see it time and time again when people have more assets, when people have more capital, they start voting in predictable patterns. They start voting for deregulation because they understand that like this is intrinsically aligned with their interests. Oh my God, Kaya is so good at opening that door now. It's crazy. I had put her outside, and she literally opened the door immediately and ran in here. That's nuts.
Okay, let me break that down for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So number one, the trope is actually
I
not
got close. I got close. You keep going.
trope is not intergenerational. It's about demographics overall, right? So people say, oh, that's okay. The Democrats are going to win because they're going to get black voters, they're going to get Latino voters. And that's not at all guaranteed. So I never believed in that. And the identity politics generally doesn't work. But the idea that, hey, it's okay, the next generation never saves us isn't true. And everybody always says, oh, well, we are going to get more conservative as we get older. Well, I quote in the book meta studies that show that's not at all true. In fact, your political leanings get set between the ages of 14 and 24. Every study shows this. And is it true for everyone? No, but is it true generally? Definitely. And so one of the examples that I give, Haas, is that back in 2011, did a normal study.
Wait. The studies I've seen say that it used to be true that people got conservative as they got older. But it's not true anymore for millennials and younger. I think partially because what Hasan was saying.
And they found out that people above 65 years old were the most likely to vote Republican. And generally speaking, they grew up in the older generation, that kind of Gen X, et cetera, grew up in the Reagan times. And actually, they were just as conservative when they were younger. Okay. But above 85 was super liberal. And the reason for that is because they grew up with like FDR, LBJ, JFK, some range of that. Right. And those guys stayed progressive
there's
their
also
whole lives.
I know, but there's like also at that point, how many fucking 85-year-olds exist? You know what I mean? I feel like that.
No, that's not.
That yields
it's not
a lot
about,
of.
like right now, those guys are 97, right? That's not. The
There's
issue.
like 8 of them.
No. The issue is that it's totally bullshit that people become more conservative as they get older.
Wait, he's not really running for press? Wait, he is, I think. I think it's real. I think he just hasn't gotten it together yet. Yeah, they talk about that later. He's just gonna make a case for it, I guess. He's gonna be the first one. It's so easy.
At all true, and it's not backed up by the data. And this generation,
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the only thing that I would agree with on that data point is that it is totally, entirely pegged to their economic circumstances.
And the economic circumstances of the younger generations, very, very unfortunately, are fucked.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying like that is ostensibly the only.
Someone better would have done that already if it were possible, yeah, but you're forgetting about Cenk's ego. He will not give up. I believe he's going to go through with it. He doesn't even have a website yet, and someone bought the domain.
Reason that I think the younger generations, as they get older and are devoid of the same opportunities that prior older generations had, because like a lot of the current wealth that we have in this country is trapped in like baby boomers and Gen Xers. Like they are like the last remaining generation with access to any kind of assets, homes, things of that nature. You're coming to a situation where you have like permanent renters that will never be able to purchase a home. So part of the reason that changes their dynamic, that changes their political perspective.
And this is all going towards exactly my point, which is, look, part of the reason that the younger generations, are both millennials and Gen Z, are so progressive is cultural factors, right? But the other reason is economic factors that nobody ever talks about. They have no chance of buying a home for the great majority of those generations, right? Everything for them is much harder. Student debt is infinitely higher. They're much more tied to corporate rule and have become chattel in a lot of ways. And they're rebelling against that. Besides which, this isn't arguable. They would have to change the dynamic of those generations massively over the next 1 to 5 years for the Republicans to be able to win, right? So, because in the 2020 elections, even the states within the Democratic Party that Bernie lost, he would win under 45-year-olds with 40, 50-point margins. Even after the
God damn it. This channel, it keeps like flashing their mouse over to pop out the title and shit. It's so annoying. I don't know why. Please don't.
The race was largely over. So, like, the handwriting's on the wall. And by the way, what saved the Democrats in the 2022 midterms? Younger voters. What saved Joe Biden in 2020? 11% more younger voters showed up. That's the only reason he won. And so this is all trending not just towards Democrats,
not just younger people, I think,
but towards progressives.
I don't think it's just younger people. I think it's also it was white people in general. Like there are more white people now voting for Joe Biden than they did before with Hillary Clinton.
Look, there's a lot of different demographics.
That's a huge demographic shift.
I know, but those things shift. They go back and forth, and now all of a sudden Trump's
It was also Hillary Clinton.
up to 42% with Latinos. He's up to 20% with African Americans. So I'm not relying on that 1%. But I have not seen anything that challenges the numbers.
I don't think the 20% number is real, but you know.
Yeah, no, it might be an outlier. It might not be exactly right. But the bottom line is, I've never seen a compelling case for demographics saving the Democrats or progressives other than age. And age is the biggest demographic and the biggest difference maker. And so there's other factors too, changing media.
So how are you going to activate younger voters to go out and vote? Because out of the voter eligible population, younger voters are poorer on average, and poorer equals less likely to vote in general. Poorer equals less time off from work, a job that you're most likely trapped in the service sector. How are you going to get young people to go out and vote? This conundrum is the reason why a problem that even Bernie Sanders was unable to solve is the reason why he didn't win. In the primaries. That was a big part of the problem.
So I hear you. Those are generally problems, but it's not that Bernie Sanders didn't solve it. So first of all, Bernie Sanders won the first 3 states, as we all know, right? And what happened then is mainstream media activated the older voters to vote in droves against Bernie, right? So normally after you win the first state, let alone the first 3 states, you get a significant amount of positive coverage, and I have the numbers and the data in the book. But of course, Bernie got like 3 times the negative coverage.
Okay. We're saying the same thing. Right. You're just saying...
No, but my point is, at that point, even with mainstream media just blasting Bernie, talking about executions in Central Park and giving Biden enormous positive coverage, etc., Obama rallying everyone, Buttigieg, etc., still, if it was 4 years later, Biden would have lost to Bernie because of the age demographics. Just couldn't do it with 40 and under enough. Like if he had gone to, if it was like 49-year-olds and under, Bernie almost certainly would have won. So, and here we are 4 years later. So, look, is it written in stone? Of course not. But is it as dire as people think?
So we stop letting people vote after 60. Is that what you're saying?
Not even close. I think we're definitely the favorites, not the underdogs. And Haas, here's another giant factor. Media. So we all know mainstream media hates progressives and destroys us at every turn, right? And so they activate the older voters, etc. But now they're losing their power. But here's a really important fact that people don't absorb enough. Now, for most of the television networks, their costs are higher than their revenue. Are they really going to be able to last 5 more years of bleeding out? So at some point, this doesn't just wither away, it capsizes, right? Meanwhile, what's happened? TYT's happened, you've happened, tons of like new streamers progress, and almost all of them are progressive, right? So we've got some right-wingers trying their best, spreading sexism, bigotry, racism.
I think right-wing media is significantly more popular. I wouldn't say that like they're popular because they have more like genuine grassroots support, but they're popular in the same exact material reasons as to why CNN cuts corporate propaganda, MSNBC cuts corporate propaganda, and Fox News is the most popular news broadcast. They have moneyed interest backing them, whereas like real progressive content has to revolve around, or if they want to be sustainable, heavily rely on like subscriptions, and that is incredibly difficult. There's nothing as good as just like having unlimited wads of money from concentrated
Up now to help me get my wisdom teeth removed.
wealth that will give you a couple billion here, a couple billion there, and that is precisely the reason why Daily Wire is fucking, taking our lunch money all day, every fucking day. Think about it this way: the Steven Crowder $50 million conversation. I would say, not to toot my own horn here, but probably more popular a figure overall than Steven Crowder. There is no $50 million deal coming my way. That is unimaginable. That would never happen in a million years, because Steven Crowder doesn't have to generate $50 million in revenue. He just has to keep saying the right things, and billionaire-backed independent media that is basically cutting the same exact propaganda that Fox News cuts will keep funneling money to those places.
Yeah. So I understand our disadvantages very well because I'm in this business, right?
Classic.
But
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh no. I don't think I have a special.
Let's get it done.
A special alert for 20. There's 5 viewers. I guess certainly there will be more. Right? Thank you so much.
Let's go.
That's so nice.
Lick the world.
I was
Let's get it
kidding.
done.
I was kidding, but thank you. I need to do special alerts. Oh man,
Let's go late.
I forgot about that.
Let's get it done.
Now you just have Biden 20 times. I'll mute it for now.
Look, even with all of our disadvantages, TYT gets about 5 billion views a year. So Daily Wire can kiss my ass. All the right-wingers combined can kiss my ass.
Hi. Hi, Peanuts.
And so the good news is I'm not just a good host. We have a lot of great hosts on TYT. I'm a really good businessman. And so I have maintained us in business for 21 years in an impossible industry. We built a network of progressives, and we just keep on winning.
Fell back and it sent me the money back. Oh yeah, I had to update it because for whatever technical reason, I forget, but it should work now.
So they're not going to be able to get rid of us. We're going to win, and then when we get more resources, we're going to dominate even more. So the problem, the advantage that the right wing has is infinite money, and the left has almost no money at all, right? But the disadvantage that the right wing has is that they're not popular. We say things that are popular, and people like what we're saying because it's in favor of them, right? The right wing has garbage that says, oh, rich people are great. You should give all of your money to rich people. This show brought to you by rich people.
Yeah, but like, people vote against their own interest all the time.
That shit's never going to be ultimately that popular.
Us, centrists and Hasan aren't us. Yeah. Yeah, don't say goddamn us to me, Cenk. I do not identify with you.
And part of the reason why
but that's why they always move around and try to latch on to focus tested talking points on deeply and undesirably unpopular policy positions that they have. That's why nobody says we want to criminalize abortion and like lock women up that have a pregnancy and want to exercise their bodily autonomy. They say we're pro-life. Life begins at conception. And when there is an anti-Catholic, anti-Christian slant in the United States of America, which there is, then they change the conversation around from even someone like Ben Shapiro, who is very religious, like he doesn't hide that. They change the narrative around from, instead of talking about like how life begins at conception as a Christian.
Oh, thank you for gifting to Peanuts. Thank you. Oh my God, the emojis are still going off.
Talking point, and therefore you have to abide by it because America's a Christian nation. They move towards how this is actually a moral argument. This is the scientific argument. Like this kind of paradigm shift, this kind of like propagandizing and the mechanism that backs it is all too powerful because once again it goes back to concentration of wealth. So it doesn't really matter. Like Daily Wire is more successful than both of us combined. I'm sorry, that is just the reality.
No, not in terms of views. In terms of money,
I
have more money.
So. I think that they are.
I don't know.
You think they get more than?
Should I fact check that real quick? I don't. Probably both.
And 5 billion views a year?
I don't know. I don't know what metrics you're working with when you say 5 billion views a year. I don't know if you're just simply talking about YouTube.
Facebook,
yeah, you're talking about YouTube, Facebook,
Snap. You name it.
That's great. If Daily Wire is on all of those platforms, with the exception of Snap, I think probably. I would assume that they're not on Snapchat. And yes, they probably get significantly more. I don't have like access to their media deck, but their Facebook numbers blow everyone else's out of the water. Time and time again, every single Daily Wire content creator is absolutely at the top of the leaderboard in terms of impressions, in terms of readers, in terms of everything.
So Haas, let me give you my perspective and context on it. So since I'm like a generation older than you, I grew up completely on mainstream media where we didn't have any options at all, and I write about that a little bit in chapter 5, and that turned everybody Republican, and the reason for that was that they would tell.
Yeah, including you, it turns out.
Like Ronald Reagan is the Gipper, and he's a cowboy, and he's awesome, and America's a shining city on a hill. That's what Republicans stand for. And Democrats are weak losers like Michael Dukakis looking funny in a tank. And they all did it 24/7. There was no other option, just corporate media. And so I think conservative voters have some redeeming values. We can talk about that if you want. But all Republican politicians and all Republican media figures are liars, okay? They have to lie because they can't say, hey, I want you to take all your money and give it to the rich. That's their actual objective, and they can't ever say that. And then you can say it about 100 different things. They can't say, hey, I want you to smoke cigarettes and get cancer because they pay me. Hey, I want you to take guns and shoot yourselves because the gun manufacturers pay me. I want you to destroy the planet because ExxonMobil pays me.
Imagine. Yeah, they should just be honest and say that. Yeah, I wonder why they don't say that.
They're never going to say any of that. So it's one lie after another, and we call them talking points. But these days, even if you were right and Daily Wire is slightly larger than TYT or TYT slightly larger than Daily Wire, it doesn't matter. Because what matters is that they can't stop us, you, and 1,000 other streamers out there. And we're going to get the message out. And so like now some of their old talking points sound so dumb and asinine. And so when they try their things about like, oh, trickle down economics. When I was growing up, the media actually brainwashed people into thinking trickle down economics was real.
Yeah, the same. Okay.
And now we've destroyed that. Anyone who says trickle down economics
Yeah, it trickles down all right when the billionaire pisses into your mouth and you love it, right?
A total joke.
We didn't destroy that. I don't think that we destroyed that. I think like objective reality and the lack of that promise destroyed it significally more than
objective reality was always against it, Haas. It wasn't even close.
I know, but people started people after 30, 40 years of neoliberal austerity recognize now that like that is complete bullshit. Now it doesn't matter because people still do the same thing. They move as soon as the established narrative, the norms that people recognize are at odds with whatever the media is saying, or are at odds with what like right-wing moneyed interests are trying to pump, then ultimately they move on to the next thing. I am in agreement with what you're saying, but like ultimately, you know, the market collapse in 2008 probably did significantly more for people to understand that like trickle down economics was bullshit from the jump than anything else. Like that is.
I'm gonna refrain from answering that question. I got you. That played a major role in people losing confidence in like a lot of economists and what they were saying, which they should lose confidence in because these guys are they're spreading poison. But
here, let me give you one example of the power of an alternate voice. So, and this is a very ironic example. So, Iraq War was always bullshit. It was always obvious. Mainstream media didn't say it. They said, "Oh yeah, weapons of mass destruction," and they attacked from the general same region as Iraq, etc. Right? So, okay. 70% of Americans, when we attacked Iraq, thought that Saddam Hussein had personally attacked us on 9/11, right? So they mass lied, mass hypnosis, etc. So no matter how much we were right, we couldn't break through. And then that lasts for forever until Donald Trump goes, Iraq war was bullshit. And all of a sudden the dam breaks. And then the Republicans go, oh yeah.
No, I disagree with that as well.
No,
I think
before that, not a single Republican said the Iraq war was bullshit.
You and I,
until
it doesn't
Trump
matter
said
what Republicans say. You and I are at fundamental odds and will forever be at fundamental odds in the way that we analyze the world, because I am a believer that the material conditions and things withering away, like larger structural moves in either direction, are significantly more important in bludgeoning people with reality than the media moving in a specific direction. I'm also a believer that like under an inherently oppressive construct, yes, you can inevitably shift the attitude in the more reactionary on the more reactionary side of things, and unfortunately the only way to stop that is by waiting it out and just eating the pain. But I don't think that the media can get together. Like, let's say if tomorrow MSNBC, CNN, and mainstream media were no longer owned by the same corporate entities, and we're actually doing objective journalism across the board, and not whenever like it is like anti-Trump, which drives clicks or
Omegalol, good one.
Whatever, and it's permissible, right? I don't think that would
learned his first swear word.
would cause a genuine sea change in the way that I think you believe that.
Yeah, I think a progressive would be president the next day.
I think that they would play a very significant role in changing people's attitudes, but the reality is that could never happen in our current structure. Regardless, there would be need for a world where the material realities were different.
But the material realities are different. So we've got every single thing lining up for us. Younger voters, the destruction of mainstream media, rise of new media, but also objective reality. So, for example, why did FDR do incredibly progressive things? Why did LBJ, at least on social issues, do incredibly progressive things? Because
the economic realities, one, demanded it, and two, there was more.
I don't really know if mainstream media is being destroyed. Like, print media died, but like they're still doing stuff. Like, I don't really know.
More pushback from outside groups at the time. There was more militant labor, and people were recognizing the writing on the wall about America's dire economic circumstance.
It's exactly right. And what's the situation we're in now? Almost exactly the same thing. Now we need to build a labor movement. We need to build more direct action.
I agree. That's why I do what I do. I think a lot of people don't understand that. The only place that I have any sort of optimism for the future is in the labor movement, which is why I do what I do. I want to change people's minds about certain things and allow them to see for themselves the autonomy that they can have and change their immediate workplaces, somewhere that they spend 80% of their adult lives in.
Yeah, you like get the economic boot off their neck, and then we can talk about like more progressive ideals.
And therefore set up the groundwork for a mechanism of pushback against the Democratic Party and force the Democratic Party's hand to do the right thing when it's a necessity to do so.
And look, all smart progressives are going in the same exact direction, right?
Yeah.
So
I've been on that direction.
Yeah, so my co-host Anna's obsessed with the labor movement, totally believes that's the answer. Nina Turner, who's another host on our network, just announced today that she set up a new group with Chris Smalls to back the labor movement and to even get funding for the labor movement whenever they go on strike, etc. And so that's what pushed FDR. That's what's going to push the next generation. Because Haas, the economic situation isn't going to fix itself. Like, the old line of power never concedes without a demand, never has, never will. So we've got to demand it. And right now, since the economic situation is so bad for workers, they keep demanding it, right? So more demands.
It's not just that either. It's also, yes, it's also, there is actually a real tight labor market and not a tight labor market with...
Quaking because of Hasan. Wait, what just happened to chat? Cadrino just like reset. That was so weird. CIA, is that you?
Like, you're right though. The confidence is different because we've already had tight labor market periods where income has not increased in the way that it's supposed to. Real income, real wages have not increased in the way that it's supposed to. And even
Oh, you vanished.
Economists are baffled by this reality. Well, the reason for that was because labor had lost and capital had won that war. Whereas totally now, in a post-COVID world, I think with the unimaginable amount of profits that these corporations are raking in, labor has a decent
bonus hole. Oh my God, I just saw it.
bargaining position because they saw that, if people just simply didn't go back to work, that people were fucked.
Yeah. So look, they took and they took and they took and they took too much. And so this is how we get to balance. We push back. So we're in the middle of pushing back. And so everything is trending in our direction. The only thing is we can't, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And there's two icebergs ahead. And so I'm not Pollyannish. I see the icebergs probably better than anybody else does. And I'm really worried about it, okay? One is the progressive movement, honestly, and this is where you and I can begin to disagree, getting too radical and too away from what most Americans want. And the second iceberg...
What do you here we go. Yeah. Omega lol, shut the fuck up, boomer.
Yeah, so look, So saying things like all sports leagues, including professional ones, has to allow trans women, they don't have a choice, etc. That polls at like 2%. You say, hey, it's a moral issue. It's really important. Do you think sports leagues are like the most important thing in the whole wide world?
Do you think it's actually a significant issue? Do you think that is a significant issue or a driver of the conversation, or cynically weaponized by Republicans with like some liberals taking the bait and then having a conversation about it instead of being like, fuck off, nobody cares about this, stop talking about this immediately?
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what the right wing does. They weaponize every single issue. What I'm trying to get progressives to do is stop falling in the trap. So the minute they say it, our side comes out and goes, no, this is the most important issue. And anyone who disagrees is a Nazi. You just called 98% of the country Nazis.
Okay.
What are you doing? You're alienating voters like crazy.
Do you think that organizers on the ground, both trans and cis, that are or members of labor unions are even using this as a talking point in any meaningful capacity, or is it simply reactionary Republicans bringing this up because they tried and unsuccessfully failed to push the anti-trans button with bathroom bills?
Except for the fact that they pass all those bills, which I despise. I hate those bills.
Let me just clarify something here. In the lead up to the 2016 election, you had the North Carolina bathroom bill that was anti-trans, right? You have to have the gender assigned at birth be the bathroom that you go to.
Oh,
that totally failed.
Okay, that failed. That was so objectively a failure that Donald Trump came out and said, I don't give a fuck.
Need a radical emote? There's lefters.
Caitlyn Jenner,
I like that.
shits, as long as she's shitting in Trump Tower, right? Something along those lines.
But
I'm paraphrasing.
He tried to ban them from the military.
Hold on. Let me finish.
That was also unpopular. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay? Yeah, he tried to ban trans people from the military. That was also unpopular. So, what did Republican interest groups do? The family, moral family, Christianity fundamental.
You thought it was radical? Funny as fuck.
list groups. What do? They went back to the drawing board and they looked for a reasonable sidestep that would still be anti-trans, that would open the door to anti-trans conversations that they could push for that was more popular. What did they find? They found that Americans love the concept that is bullshit, meritocracy. What is the most meritocratic process in the entire country? Maybe in the world? Sports. Americans love sports, and Americans believe that meritocracy is real, and it's especially real in sports. So they changed the narrative away from trans people can't pee and poo in the fucking bathrooms to trans people want to destroy sports. It was simply just another way to attack trans people, which is precisely why I think a lot of people correctly looked at that and went, why the fuck are we talking about this? This is ultimately marginal. You just want to fucking eliminate trans people from public spaces. And I have never given an ounce of legitimacy to that argument, despite what public polling says, because the reality is no one gives a fuck about it. Let me tell you something that's more important than public polling, however, because you brought up.
So far, I don't even see where we disagree.
Okay, so you brought up legislatures, state legislatures, Republicans like passing incredibly, horrifyingly psychotic anti-trans bills.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're passing this, yet there is no viable single issue.
How do you not see where you disagree? Your whole thing is no trans sports, dude. Come the fuck off.
Voter out there that is like desiring these anti-trans bills. Although, if you ask, Americans directly about like, what do you think about a 14-year-old trans girl like participating in a swim meet? They might say 56% might say, fuck that, that's wrong, we shouldn't do that. But the reality is there isn't any real momentum on the ground for anti-trans shit. Okay, voters do not give a fuck about trans people overall. The overwhelming majority of voters actually have apathy for trans people. They just don't care about it because they think that there's no trans people in their lives whatsoever. Republicans, however, have kept on pushing the anti-trans button over and over again and made it their major fucking talking point.
That's right.
That has yielded horrifyingly bad results for them. And instead of like fucking assassinating Christopher Rufo, for example, who's one of the leading guys here at the Manhattan Institute that was like doing the CRT stuff, doing the anti-trans stuff, instead of going, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You ruined our midterm chances when Biden had a historically bad economy, when a red tsunami was supposed to happen. That was a major failure on their part, one that actually has led to Kevin McCarthy's ouster as the speaker right now, a domino effect of like the Republican Party imploding in and of itself, partially because the only thing that they have been looking for, the only thing that they have, the only tangible policy position is just increasing the dial of transphobia, but there's not enough people on the ground who are demanding it. And those who are demanding it are increasingly more psychopathic, which is pushing away normal fucking Republican voters who are just like, I just want tax cuts, man. Like, I'm racist, sure, but like, the fuck's going on? Like, I don't give a shit about this. Like, why are you talking about dismembering children's genitals all the fucking time? You sound like a psycho. They're getting outrage fatigue, and it has demonstrably been a failure. And that's part of the reason why you don't see Trump talking too much about wokeness or trans people. He like brings it up every now and then in his commentary, but it is far less than Ron DeSantis, wouldn't you say, who is an objectively less popular candidate.
Yeah. So with the exception of Trump and DeSantis thing, which we can get into, I actually agree with everything you said. So now let me give it to you from my perspective and why I'm concerned about it. So number one, Republicans bring this up because they're fishing and fishing. All their positions are deeply unpopular. So they're fishing for one position that they could finally get some sort of popularity, right? So they dig all the way down to trans sports at the high school level, and they get over 70% saying, okay, no, meritocracy, we shouldn't do that, right? So if at that point, you and I agree, like, we fight back when they propose a bill and we do the best we can and we aggressively make the case that you just made and that I make all the time on the air, right? And then we're okay with it. And everybody would agree. The country is in favor of trans rights, okay? So, but in the midst of these conversations, one of the things that happens is...
So what the fuck's your problem?
On air, I say, okay, you're asking, fine. I think at the high school level, trans girls should be able to participate with biological girls. Because
why do you talk about that at all beyond how?
Because it comes up. Because there's a bill. I'm fighting against the bill.
Okay, but why do you talk about it beyond it being a distraction, perfectly cooked up? Because you said you agree with me. Why do you talk about it beyond it?
Was that his position before? Was it only about pro sports that he cared before? I thought he cared about both. I thought he said some shit about like, oh, well, you can't have the trans girls with the young girls or some shit like that. I might be misremembering.
Being a fucking bill that is laughably unpopular, so unpopular that like
It's not so unpopular that it didn't pass in all the red states.
Wait, what?
The trans bills that passed,
none of
not about bathrooms, but about sports and all that horse crap.
But none of those bills were passed with popular support, Cenk.
I know they're passed by Republican legislators, and the Republican legislators are appeasing their base.
Okay,
and their base is maniacal, and their base wants it.
No, they're not. That you and I are entirely incorrect.
So they go fishing in that area.
Like a very small percent of the population that is like very transphobic and like obsessed with trans people in that way, but like I don't think that's like most people. Like, I don't know.
And in that conversation, I say, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I say, at some point, look, my real opinion is, at the professional level, yes, of course the leagues get to make their own decision. And sometimes, yes, trans women have an advantage, and the league is allowed to say, no, we're not going to allow it, okay? So what happens next? Every single person that I know in mainstream media saw that what they perceive as a progressive community then called me a Nazi. Then they go, okay, progressives are lunatics. I'm writing all of them off, right? Are you kidding me? Because somebody's had like this microscopic
Who said that?
difference of opinion with like the most radical end of the progressive base. They're right-wing pivot, Republican, Nazi. Well, okay, you guys sound
That's
nuts.
not radical.
Okay.
It's not radical to realize that a trans woman is not like fundamentally different from a cis woman. Like everyone gets their hormone levels checked. You're stupid.
Okay, and don't do that.
You think
Just say, hey, I disagree. So what?
Mainstream media literally called you a bestiality-loving horse fucker when you tried to run for office in California. You think they needed the fucking... you think they needed like 11 trans people with anime avatars on Twitter calling you a Nazi to be like...
on a platter.
That's crazy.
And
they
then
have
there
material
are real
interest.
issues that are much larger
they have
that also cost us, and it makes it look like we are extreme when in reality 2/3 of the country's on our side. Take the fucking win. Take the win. So here's another one. And this one, I don't know how you're going to light up on this one.
No, this is
Defund the
important.
police. It's a terrible slogan.
Okay.
A terrible idea.
We're moving away from other talking points. Let's get back to the one issue that we were talking about. My perspective is that they have
the gish galloping already, dude. Come on.
Every interest to fuck you every single time mainstream media does because of their underlying material interest in defending the corporate oligopoly structure that we have. This is who funds them. This is how people rise into positions of power in the media infrastructure. You've been a part of this already. Personally, you've seen it happen to you at MSNBC. So like, there is no reason why they're not looking at like magical trans people on Twitter and going, oh, that's it. Here's the reality. They're being crazy again. They're calling Cenk a Nazi.
Yes, they are. And they're looking for any excuse. I agree with that.
Who is they? What are you talking about?
But then stop giving them excuses, which is the point you started with.
Okay. there's a major disagreement here. We are at odds, and
we're not at odds. You say don't talk about it. I say don't talk about it. We say you say you're against the bill. I say I'm against the bill. You're for trans rights. I'm for trans rights. But my point is
but the difference is the same people that call you transphobic also called me transphobic all the fucking time. The difference is
it's a fucking sports ball. Like I get it. Like it's people's careers and everything, but like, why is the default exclusion? Why?
Don't change my perspective at the end of the day, or even offer it any fucking additional light, because who fucking cares? You just do what you think is right and you keep pushing. And I think that it's very dangerous and very scary when you get moved by your base of support that you have worked tirelessly for 20 years and like building and solidifying, turning on you and saying you're right wing now. I think that didn't
happen though. I agree with you. It's 11 people on Twitter, so our audience is just as
no. Your comments are flooded with shit. Like, come
gigantic as it's always been. So you can go ahead and cry about it if you're among those 11 people. So I'm not worried about that. I gave it as a small example, and defund the police is a much larger example.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Progressives are getting pigeonholed by mainstream media and Republicans as radicals, when in reality we are the overwhelming majority of the country. So we need to focus and get our messaging right.
And that's why.
Yeah, you're the overwhelming majority of the country, which is a liberal, which is right wing. Hello?
That's why looking at a couple random people and greatly emphasizing the impact that they have, and even attributing like the mainstream media's perspective shift on progressives, when you and I both know that they never fucking gave a shit, and they don't even need like a couple of random trans people to call you a transphobe to like justify their hatred for progressives. Okay,
let's go to a larger
There's no
issue.
reason to talk about that. Now, as far as as far as like, there was one other point that I wanted to make because we were talking about state legislatures. This is really important, please. I think that a broader Republican project, and I think you'll agree with me on this, has been that they want to dismantle the power of the legislative body and then utilize the state legislatures where they know they have control due to gerrymandering and ridiculous district maps, where they can, even if they don't have popular support, even if they lose the majority of the votes, still maintain a majority in the House and the Senate, right? State House and State Senate.
It's one of the most important things in the country.
Absolutely. And then there's a secondary side to this, though, because there is the judiciary. So they've also they've dismantled the legislative body. They have pushed their power in undemocratic ways through the state legislatures, and then also solidified that power and codified it by court packing, right? So they have this very open project within the Federalist Society all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States, where they have hyper-reactionary judges that they've placed in positions of power through appointments, right? So when you do that, there is no need for a democratic process, which is precisely the reason why saying that these Republicans are actually acting out the desires of their psychotic, bloodthirsty base when they're pushing for, trans bills that are getting passed in every single state legislature is objectively false. Why is it objectively false? Because one, Republicans have never cared about their base. Let's be fucking real. They just use the culture war issues as a way to like draw up support. But in reality, they don't really give a shit about what the base wants. If they did, then they would have never in a million years allowed the Roe v. Wade decision to be overturned, because that was a much better way to just keep dangling in front of the most active base of support they have, white evangelical Protestants, and never actually push to Roe v. Wade and completely criminalize abortion in red states. That's why they have a major fuck up right now, because they're suffering from their own success. So I don't think that pointing to state legislatures and bills that they've passed to say, no, there is actually a decent amount of support for anti-trans legislation from the Republican base of support is correct, especially when all signs point to the opposite. At the national party level, the Republican Party is currently going through a crisis, an identity crisis. They have capitulated to incredibly bloodthirsty, psychotic fucking culture warriors for so long that they end up leading like Ron DeSantis.
It's also like alienating a lot of their base. Like, if you repeatedly say that elections are stolen, then maybe they don't want to vote anymore. You know, like I don't know. Loses a little bit of its power.
Pushing for objectively unpopular bills, okay, by utilizing the state legislatures, and then suffering the consequences on the perception in the national party.
Yeah. So look, again, there's a lot I agree with, but let's break it down one by one. So it can be both, Hus. It can be that, yeah, they've done the gerrymandering. Gerrymandering has done most of the work for them, and it made their seats pretty much impenetrable. So if the Republican legislators do something, it doesn't necessarily mean that the voters of that state want it, for sure, right? But it can be that also the vicious end of the Republican base does want it, and the polling indicates that they do want it, right? And so, but the larger point here is...
I don't agree. I don't think
Hold on. Let me be clear, because it depends. If you say, do you hate trans people? The answer is no in the polling for American people. They are in favor of trans rights. They are in favor of treating trans people in the same exact way about employment, health care, etc., which is wonderful.
Everything but sports ball.
Wonderful. And again, 2/3 of the country is progressive. Okay. So when you go to ask them about bathrooms, no. When you ask them about the military, no. These people are willing to give their lives for this country, and you don't want them. What kind of a monster are you? So the American people are on our side on all those things. That's why they had to go digging for this stupid high school sports thing, right? And on that, I've seen the polling, and it's over 70% of Americans are on the side of banning them, right? Now I'm on the other side. I'm with the 30%.
Since when, though?
I leave the kids alone, right? It doesn't matter if your daughter was going to break a record or whatever. Just calm down. Stop checking the genitals of kids. You're sickos. Leave them alone, right? So, but having said that, what they're trying to do, Haas, and this is the oldest trick in the book, and they did this back in the 1980s, is they dig until they find something unpopular, and they make Democrats or the left wing attack them on it. So, for example, flag burning. So flag burning, everybody knows it's protected by the First Amendment. They know it's protected by the First Amendment, but they want to make it seem like we hate America and we hate the American flag and we all want to burn it. So they contrive
Well, some of us do.
this bullshit issue.
Shout out USA Hole.
No one's burning the American flag. It's happened like twice in the last 20 years. And then the Democrats can't help but say, well, it is a First Amendment issue. You can burn the flag. And they go, aha, you unpatriotic assholes, right? So so my point is the same point you're making, which is don't fall for that trap. So just say, hey, we disagree on this. Move on.
You're saying.
Wait, so I'm not allowed to burn the flag? Is that right? Wait. What was that analogy? Allowing trans kids to play sports. Or whatever. Trans adults. Like, that's the same as burning a flag and saying I hate the country? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Don't fall for that trap and don't even defend it or don't even. I'm saying
defend on the bills because when there's a bill, you have to defend.
Yeah.
But then point out super aggressively what the Republicans are doing wrong.
Too old for this game.
Chelsea Manning has a question for you. Q for Cenk. Is it possible that trans people are reacting the way we are because we hear people make these talking points and the next thing we know, people are saying, this is why I had to become a conservative time and time again. And that right-wing slant is true for the likes of Dave Rubin and many others, even including like former TYT people. I think that's where a lot of people are defensive when they hear you talk about this, or when they hear people fall into the trap of like jumping on every single non-issue that
Chelsea.
ultimately turns into discourse, like bonus holes or whatever the fuck, like some psychotic weirdo British person came up with at the fucking Daily Mail, right? If you are even pushing that discourse as though this is like real and applied and genuinely a threat to democracy because it's something that everyone is like forcing you at gunpoint to utilize, then all of a sudden you are a culture warrior, whether you admit it or not, because these issues are distractions and they're stupid as fuck, and that nobody should even talk about it, let alone amplify it.
Cenk isn't even listening. He's just like waiting to react.
I'll take it one step further, though. There is one other issue here, and that is the Democratic Party. What do reactionaries do? They have no agenda, right? They have no agenda. They react and they try to claw back civil liberties. That's their goal.
Yeah, Gina. Like, why bring it up at all? Like Hasan said, like, why are you engaging it at all? Oh, well, I'm against the bill. Okay, then just say you're against the bill. You don't have to go on this diatribe of, oh, well, trans adults in sports, I think that's bad. You could have left that part the fuck out.
And if the Democratic Party is not actually pushing, okay, if the Democratic Party is not actually pushing material realities to change in a positive way and giving something to the Republicans to react to, right, to fight against, then all of a sudden, that the reactionaries are leading the discourse.
Yeah.
And that is the problem, which is why whenever issues like this come up, because listen, I have a very dynamic stream. People come in here all the time. They say a million different things and they want me to address it or they want me to talk about it. I am very terse, very strict about like.
I can't stop thinking about how he said that he's fine with trans people in the military. So you're fine with trans people in the military going to literally put their lives on the line for imperialism. You think that's cool and fine. But God forbid they play basketball or some shit? Come on. Come on.
Whenever someone comes in and they're like, address what Anna said or address what Cenk said, I'm like, nah, fuck off. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. We're talking about real issues. Okay? So,
but by the way, that's almost exactly what we said, and everybody called us Nazis. So not everybody, those folks. So look, guys, first of all, let's just be clear on everything, okay? So number one, I fight for trans rights. I have for 21 years when no one else was. So if you don't like it and
do better,
you don't believe it, that's up to you. You can do whatever the hell you want, okay? So, and I just told you all my positions, which are actually 99% identical to the most extreme trans right activists, right? So
I will burn this country down. So absurd.
We have a microscopic difference. So somebody asked me about it. I say it once. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And then a giant pylon starts because people want clout. They're like, oh, no, he's not as good as me. He's not as pure as me. He's a right winger. He's a Nazi. Okay, so I'm like, I ignore it. And then they just keep going. And I don't give a shit. They could do whatever they want. Okay. But
yeah, you clearly don't give a shit. You're very clearly unbothered, very cool-headed, very calm, very collected, very put together. Yeah, that shows.
And don't pretend that I brought it up. No, you brought it up, and you made it a giant issue, and you're the one hurting the progressive cause and the trans rights.
Why are you throwing a tantrum right now, dude? You're throwing a goddamn tantrum. Not bothered, by the way.
Cause we win on every goddamn issue on trans rights. Why are you going and dying on the hill that no one agrees with you on? You're going to ruin trans rights.
You're the one that no one agrees with, bro.
Rights on other issues.
Okay.
We're going to lose because you're being so extreme. And then every ally you have, you're like, nope, I'm going to be more pure than them. So
it's not pure. It's called, like, just being a good leftist. You know?
I'm going to burn their bridge down. I don't want any allies. Okay, well then don't have any allies.
Okay, if both of our goals are aligned and we are interested in coalition building and actually fighting for justice, okay, there's two different things to do here. One is try to engage in purges and try to say this purity spiral is self-defeating, which I agree with you on.
100%.
Or the other thing is to just stay the course and just let people chirp into the void and never give
Yeah, purge the purity testers. Because that is not purity testing somehow.
them an ounce of pushback, because why? Every single if people are looking for class, if
come
people are
on,
looking
get
for,
out of
okay,
here.
no, that's not a get out of here
So
situation.
here, I'll tell you
this
exactly
is very
what
important
happens.
because
No, this is really important because you know why? So Haas, so every time we say any little thing, all the other streamers and stuff, these come in and go, oh, we're better than the Young Turks. We're better than the Young Turks. We agree with you 200%. They're such monsters. And they clutch their pearls and stuff, and etc. And then we go, okay, guys, hold on. We said a tiny thing. You guys had this nuclear reaction. Okay, say another tiny thing and defend our position.
It's not that tiny, bro. These are people's lives you're talking about. Of course they have feelings about their own lives and people in their community. Like, yeah, that is actually pretty normal. I think you should expect that. As someone who does commentary, you should expect there to be pushback sometimes. You know?
For like 3 minutes on air, right? And then another round of nukes, right? We're better than the Young Turks. We're the most pure. We're the most progressive. Radical, radical, radical. We have to be the most radical. And if you don't believe us, then you're a Nazi. Well, and then I made it an issue. I talked about it for about...
But now you're the most leftist. But, yeah. Sure. Sure. I, like, can't even understand, like, where he's coming from at this point. Like, he's just, like, digging his heels in for the sake of digging his heels in.
A total of maybe 3 minutes in all the Young Turks, okay? And then everyone else talked about it for 200 hours and pretended that it was
First day on the internet, dude?
us.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing that there's two different parts here. One, you've immediately ascribed to bad faith arguments to these people. You're like saying they're cloud operated.
Do.
Okay, so one, that might not be the case. There might be genuine disagreements. That's number one.
Hey, fuck you, Cenk. Hey, fuck you. I actually liked you. I wanted to like you. I did. I tried. Genuinely, I did. But how about you take your head out of your own asshole for once in your goddamn life and listen to your fucking nephew? If even Hasan is saying maybe it's in good faith, maybe you should fucking listen to him. I think he knows, generally, most of the time, when something has a basis or doesn't. You know?
But at which point do you think, well, you know better than them, right?
No, they can disagree.
Okay,
I don't give a shit
okay,
about
but listen.
They can disagree, but I do know better. Fuck yourself.
But like, okay.
But okay,
even
but
if they are bad
me,
faith,
I'm going to call them Nazis.
Okay, even if they are bad faith, right?
Okay.
Even if they're bad faith, then what the fuck are you doing giving them more clout?
I don't.
No,
I don't say anything. And then they do 200 shows about
it. Doesn't matter.
And then pretend I'm the one saying it.
It doesn't matter.
So hey, can we agree that all the other, like Lance or whatever the fuck their names are?
No.
Oh, no, they should all shut the fuck up.
Oh, whoever their names are? Yeah, you clearly know about Lance.
Then, okay, right? Because that's what you're saying.
Dude.
Why are you making a big
That's not what they're saying.
issue out of it?
Because
No, he's saying that you need to not get so fucking bothered, dude. You're about to have a heart attack.
I only said it for 1 minute. They said it for 200 minutes. Why don't they shut the fuck up?
Why don't you shut the fuck up? It can go both ways. Fine. A great coalition building. A W leftism.
oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I don't even understand what we're disagreeing about. So we agreed 99% on the issue, and we agreed
I think the major
99% that it's not a major issue, and people are making a big deal out of it.
I think the
If it's not a major issue, then why do you give so much of a fuck? If trans people in sports is not an issue, then why do you give a shit?
anger that people feel towards that sort of thing inevitably derives from offering any fucking light to that conversation, especially when you understand that it is just like bullshit talking points that have been focus tested and being brought up. The moment that you give it any validity, okay, and now I'm not even talking about like,
let's talk about a general thing.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about like, talking to other leftist people are like defending your positions or whatever. I'm talking about how deeply and undesirably unproductive it is to offer any amount of consideration to literally talking points that are cooked up in a fucking laboratory about fucking population.
As they do 200 shows back to back.
There are a million streamers. And,
are you telling them?
There are
No, bro. Deal with it, bro. Yeah, people are gonna talk about you. Is this news to you? Why is he acting like he's being like harassed or something? People just replied to him on Twitter.
million streamers that have not only said things about you, but have said things about me as well. There's a difference between you and I, though, because no matter what happens, when people do write those things or people do say those things about me, I've learned the hard way not to give it any credence whatsoever and stay the fucking course. And ultimately, if people have made up their minds that I am a transphobic person, then that's, yeah, GG's. There's nothing I can do about that. If people think that I'm bad on racial issues or if I'm a misogynistic person, then there's nothing that I can change about their perspective. They are entirely too malleable, which is why I have assumed positions on so many things that the American population...
Yeah, it's called consistency. You may look into it.
...considers radical, whether it be foreign policy and what I believe in, or whether it be trans issues, even if it's something that Americans across the board consider to be like unpopular. The reason why I can stay the course in spite of that pushback is because I fucking ignore it, because I know that it is unproductive. That's it. Yeah. And the second thing I will say, and this is something that I try to talk to my audience about quite frequently, is that being a progressive is not about having black people or trans people hype you up all the fucking time. There are going to be plenty of moments where you are going to be at odds with activists. There's going to be plenty of moments where you have disagreements with the marginalized communities that you claim to speak on behalf of, okay? And ultimately, it's not even about a logical conclusion to those problems. It's about being empathetic, right? That's at the heart of the matter.
So let's
being
let's
empathetic.
do a super important distinction, okay? Because, and I don't think I made a good enough case for this distinction, and I want to be way clear. There's a difference between randos in the world that care about this issue, whether they agree with me or disagree with me, or they heard the wrong thing about me,
By the way,
or they have.
Okay, but like the people who agree with you are on Fox News, the Daily Wire, on Rumble. Like, don't you want to think about that?
Heard the right thing, and they still think this guy's a Republican and I hate him. No problem, okay? And media figures, streamers, etc. Those guys are largely scorpions. And it's because the incentives and disincentives create scorpions. Because when you attack someone else, you get into the algorithm loop on YouTube.
Scorpions? Wait, what?
Mainly YouTube, but in some other places as well. And you try to get attention. So they don't even know, I hope they don't know, a lot of them, that they're doing it on purpose. I hope they're not doing it on purpose, but probably some of them are, right? But they think like, no, this is really important. I have to correct the record by attacking the Young Turks. Oh, look at that, my views went up. What a wonderful coincidence. I'm going to do it again and again and again. And this is not just about radical left. Are you crazy? No way. The right wing.
There's 10 million better ways to get views than talking about the Young Turks. Believe me, I've done it. Half of the shit like doesn't even get views. Like, I don't even know. Like, personally, that's not true.
Started this. Why did Steven Crowder dress up as me?
Yeah,
right?
I was about to say, listen, but you're...
So why did Jimmy Dore attack me like a nut job? Why did Sargon of Akkad go back to like 15 years?
Partially
why
because...
did Sam Harris? Why did all of them attack us?
Partially because you respond.
We're the largest.
Partially because you respond. It's called getting farmed. Trust me, I know from personal experience what that's like. For a very long time, I got farmed like a motherfucker, okay? Because, just like you, perhaps because I am... also as stubborn as you are, I couldn't shut the fuck up anytime there was like any error, okay? Whenever someone said, this is what Hasan believes or whatever the fuck, I immediately rushed to correct the record, thinking that there was good faith discussion to be had. Now, out of the people that are actually criticizing you, there are people who I do like, who I do appreciate. I'm not going to get into that part of the conversation because I feel like that's going to blow a lid in this. It's going to make you blow a gasket. But the reality is that ultimately, if you want to have a productive, if you want to have a productive and successful coalition, you just can't stress that shit out. Okay, you can't.
No, I'm good with
even
it.
Even if
Look,
they say,
I was super clear. You like what we're saying, you come to the Young Turks. If you don't like it and you want super radical weirdos, there's like a million shows for you.
That's what you're doing. Like you're already
super radical weirdos. You're not radical for just supporting trans people, dude. God, why does he fucking try to, like, obfuscate, like, what his position is? Like, you can call yourself a leftist all day, dude, but, like, you're not sticking by leftist values. You're not being empathetic. You don't give a fuck about other people, it seems, at all, really. You just want to call other people Nazis because they called you a Nazi? Like, that's just reactionary, dude. Trying to make point for incremental progress instead of all or nothing. Doing a very bad job. The bigots now for future gains. But people don't want to concede to bigots now for future gains, even if it may result in large support in the immediacy. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'll agree he's very bad at making his point. That point, I agree with.
Already, you're casting everyone else in a bad light. Don't even talk about it. Don't even bring it up. That's it.
Okay, so I know I've been punched in the face 200 times, and I'm not allowed to punch back.
Exactly, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Yes, you get it.
Yeah.
That is what I'm saying. That's what being fucking progressive is, okay? If someone on your side is punching you, you ultimately turn around and say, I don't give a fuck. It's fine, because the real motherfucker whose face I have to punch is out there that actually holds on to all levers of
the real Nazis.
Power. Because while we're fucking arguing about the minutia of your perspective on trans issues, or whenever like you choose to
a status quo exemption like Nordic countries, still imperialism, etc. Wait, so is he a Sokten? Oh my god. So anyone socialist is a radical, I guess. Oh, Cenk.
To engage in like any kind of reactionary framing of an issue, there are actual fucking people out there who are making everyone's lives actively worse.
If trans people give up sports, they would make a lot more support. That's not true. Fence-sitters and mod rights that don't really care about them much. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, I think you're ascribing so much more logic than he's even put into this. You know? I think what he's really saying is, like, don't fall into the trap of, like, a niche issue. Like, a niche culture war issue. Which, ironically, he is doing himself, but from the other side.
So why the fuck would I ever care about what some dumbass fucking YouTuber has to say when Ben Shapiro is, again, stealing our fucking lunch money and doing whatever the fuck is necessary to keep propagandizing every fucking awful position that makes people's lives worse. Right. That's why I fucking cover Ben Shapiro every day, by the way, you dumb...
Mouse was over Hasan? Oh, I don't think that was on purpose. Cenk has horrible positions on police, homeless people. He hasn't convinced a single friend in any sort of socialism. Got you. Wait. No, I think I'm confused.
Cocksuckers in here who fucking think like, oh, why does Hasan talk about Ben Shapiro all the time? That's why. Because he's the fucking bad guy. You will never see me fucking agree with Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder or any of those fucking bullshit charlatans out there, because those are the fucking bad guys. I don't give a fuck if people call me transphobic or racist or whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna stray away from my point of view, but more importantly, and I don't think you do either, but there's this one issue that you and I have. There's one disagreement. There's one difference that you and I have. You spend entirely too much time thinking about all the people on your side who fucking hate you, okay? Who say you're bad and wrong, even if it's a misunderstanding. Don't even fucking clear it up. It doesn't matter. People will see where you are genuinely coming from when you keep saying the same shit that you're saying that you've said for 20 fucking years. That's it, okay? A lot of people yelled at me during the fucking Hogwarts drama. There were every Every trans content creator on Twitter yelled at me, okay, and said, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're transphobic. Oh, what? You can't play one fucking game that's transphobic? It was an idiotic fucking take from the jump. I said it a month in advance that this is entirely too popular of an IP. The best thing to do is not like try to do boycott. Is try to boycott this fucking IP that's completely devoid of the transphobic person that is making money off of it, and instead use it to fundraise or push the issue further. Everybody yelled at me, said that was incredibly transphobic. What the fuck did I do? I shut the fuck up. I said, you guys are wrong, but it doesn't matter. History will absolve me. It did. Who gives a shit? The game fucking sucked. Right-wingers like Ben Shapiro made commentary on it, saying that Hasan is terrified of trans people in his own audience, and that's why he also has to capitulate to the trans people in his own audience, when if I wanted to capitulate, I would have never said anything about Hogwarts whatsoever, and I would have just stayed the course and never played it and said, yes, it's a transphobic fucking game. But I didn't do that because I'm a stubborn piece of shit. I yelled at the people, and I moved on. Many of those people who thought I was transphobic in that fucking fervor have come to the realization.
Fucking wizard game. Don't revive this, Hasan.
That they were maybe wrong. A lot of people don't want to admit that they're wrong, especially when tensions are fucking high. It doesn't matter. They finally, quietly come to that conclusion that you were on, if they truly do believe that you are genuinely on their side. That's it. So just make your work speak for itself. You don't have to constantly fucking yell about random trans people online. And yes, that's what being the bigger progressive media person it revolves around. You have to do that. That's it.
Yeah.
All right, look, I'm going to take your advice. Let's move on because it's a microscope.
I mean, you don't get to the size of TYT and have nobody talking about you. If no one was talking about you, that would be even worse. You would have been completely fallen off, and you would also be mad and sad. Deal with it, dude. Deal with it. If you don't want to listen to the criticisms, fine. Your brain is old and soft and smooth. Fine. Fine. But, like, people are going to keep criticizing you. I hope you know that. Like...
issue.
There you go. So, let's talk about defund the police now.
Okay, so the overall issue that
and before we do that,
there's two
I got to run the 3-minute ad break real quick, and I'm going to peep.
Yeah, people are mostly just apathetic and, like, poorly informed, I think.
But you can keep going. Oh, shit.
No, if you're going to run an ad break, run an ad break.
No, I did already, but people can still watch because there's 56,000 subscribers in here.
But, like...
1,000 strong.
Cenk singing, like, oh no, they have a point about adult trans people in sports. Like, that's just fueling the fire. Like, that's, like, validating the talking point as a whole for the right wing. You know? And, like, I don't think the majority of people feel that way. Like, especially if they, like, understood that most trans women have less testosterone than cis women. Like, things like that. The way that estrogen affects your muscle mass, your fat percentage. Like, these are things that, like, we could just teach in school if it wasn't, like, fucking haram.
So most people are not seeing the ads. All right, go ahead.
No, we're just, what I'm going to say, guys, is that there's two icebergs that we need to talk about in terms of why, what could prevent progressive victory. Started with the iceberg to catch you guys up, if you later, of progressives going far and then getting painted as radical.
Man, he keeps cutting out. I don't know if it's just like the mic.
When in reality, we're 2/3 of the country. I'm going to pick that conversation back up in a second. But you know what? I'll use this time to do plugs. One is not for myself. It's actually, and especially if you're subscribers to Haas, and you guys might be perfect for this. This is to help you guys out. I got no dog in this fight. I like the guy who's doing it, Larry Lessig. He's the godfather of campaign finance reform to get money out of politics. But
okay, I'll be back in a second while he does plugs.
If you go to cancelsuperpacs.com, you can win $50,000 especially if you're a good editor. Not going to be that many people that enter, okay? So $50,000, cancelsuperpacs.com. All they're doing is they're asking you to make like a super like interesting, understandable, relatable video about getting money out of politics. But they have all the instructions at cancelsuperpacs.com, okay? So I hope one of you guys wins the $50,000. That'd be awesome. I'm done with it. And then we've been talking about my book, Justice is Coming. You can buy that at tyt.com/justice, tyt.com/justice. Okay.
Dude, this man is doing an ad within an ad break, dude.
That's what I did.
Hell yeah.
Because you went to the bathroom. What am I going to do? Talk to like an empty chair? I'm not Clint Eastwood.
You can talk to the chat, but anyway, listen.
I just did. I just made them somebody in there $50,000.
Okay. What were we gonna talk? Oh, defund the police. Okay, issue with messaging overall. Another great issue because you and I have duked it out on our famous Thanksgiving specials that we do, where you come here and we argue about issues that we have disagreements on, genuine disagreements on. One of them is crime, right? Not to say that like I like crime and I think crime is awesome. I jokingly do say that from time to time, but ultimately nobody fucking wants crime. We might have a disagreement on how to solve that problem, right? Now, you brought up defund the police. So I would like to hear your position on that, and before I get into my monologue.
Okay, so first of all, it's the world's worst framing, and framing matters because it gets into people's heads and leaves the impression of who you are as a movement. And whenever I talk to people who are in favor of defunding the police, the very first thing they usually say is, "No, I don't really mean defund the police." Then why did you call it that?
So what
would you message it as?
So, look, it depends on what you're trying to do. So, for example, and I believe in, as I think you, but we do have real substantive disagreements too, but I believe in criminal justice reform. I believe the cops' training is completely wrong. They're taught only protect yourselves, don't worry about the citizens, etc. Are there racial issues? Of course there are. Are there class issues? Of course they are. So I would want massive reform, and I would want the messaging to be around reform, which the great majority of Americans actually agree with. Again, 2/3 of the country is progressive. They agree with us. Don't drive
them away with bad messaging, okay? When people hear defund the police, they hear there's not going to be any cops, and they panic. And it's not just white folks that panic. It's not just right-wingers that panic. Ilhan Omar almost lost her seat in a primary because 78% of African Americans in her district did not want to defund the police.
So how about this? Here's my reframing. When this works with a lot of like liberals that I talk to, at least rich and poor. Hey, police, do your fucking job. Is that good?
That's actually
really
really good, and I talk about that all the time.
Okay, listen. Here's the issue, though. Right, with defund the police. As far as messaging goes, and as far as optics goes, you yourself have basically created an argument that you are not using in this situation. You said the media is all too powerful in manipulating public consciousness, and they can change people's attitudes for the better, even if it's entirely at odds with the material realities and the oppressive constructs built on top of those material realities. If that is the case, then optics issues are simply an issue caused by the media not pushing the message enough. Is that what you're saying? So if in a future where MSNBC is truly progressive, that they could just be like, no, defund the police is actually fucking super sweet. Let's go forward. Do you think people would be on board with it?
No, because it's mixed. So yes, media pushes the message, but the message itself is also important. So if you had the message of kill all people, that would not work well, even if MSNBC pushed it to ad nauseum, right? And defund the police is such a fundamentally wrong framing.
You think defund the police is a message as aggressive and as wrong as like kill all people? No.
I gave an extreme example, so
Okay.
not all examples are the same, but I think defund the police is almost as bad a message as you could possibly find, because it leaves the impression that there will be no police, no safety, no security, and it freaks people the fuck out. That's a fact, and it's shown in every poll.
Okay. Defund the police means what? Reallocate some of these ballooning police budgets to social safety nets and social programs, because that's where crime starts, and that's the best mechanism to combat certain types of crime, at the very least. Okay.
So that's where we get into substance.
So you don't agree with the policy, not just the optics. Let's just clarify that.
Yeah, so now the optics, I 100% disagree. When it comes to policy, it's much more nuanced. And by the way, if people don't like nuance, then you're not going to like me at all. Because you're, oh no, I want a black and white world. I want everything to be extreme. No, I'm not that guy. So where does the nuance come in? So if you say to me, should we reform the police, reform the training? Obviously, as I said earlier, I say yes, right? Say, let's reallocate some of the funding to social services. We keep the same amount of money, but move some of it from cops.
I don't think
to
they should keep
social
the same
services.
amount of money.
Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Some of it to social services because they can handle X better. I'm open to that. I'm totally open to that. Okay.
So it's a semantics difference. You're saying like keep the same amount of money, but don't defund it.
Okay. First of all, semantic difference is a giant difference, as we just discussed. Optics, framing, et cetera, makes a huge difference. But when you get into the substance,
it doesn't matter.
There are some things I disagree with.
But you don't.
So
But
if
you don't
for
agree with the
example,
policy.
Yeah, the same amount of money, my guy. That's not defund. That's that's just funding other stuff. Oh my god, he's so dumb. Oh god. Oh, I'm molding. Oops, I muted it. How'd I do that?
Our ballooning police budgets year over year have not actually genuinely improved the lives or genuinely fucking put a dent in like in fixing some of the pervasive problems. You don't agree with that?
No. So look. So here's what happened. So if you'd asked me that a couple of years ago, I probably would have agreed with that. And then we did in some places reallocate some of the money or cut some of the money. And so it's a little bit misleading in places like Washington, D.C., because they took from one budget.
No, we didn't, dude. I don't know. No fucking police departments got defunded. The funding always goes up. The line always goes up. Year after year. Every year.
And moved it to another budget, etc. But the bottom line is they did lose a number of cops in a bunch of cities. Okay, they lost
because they wouldn't get vaccinated.
Raw number of cops.
Yeah, they died to COVID.
Yeah. Well, look, there was a lot of factors, okay, including cops not doing their job.
No, that is the factor.
Which I'll get to in a second. But having said that, less cops, but that's not the main problem. But that was one of the contributing problems that led to more crime. Now, other things that I agreed with now have created issues. So, for example, no cash bail. Okay, I was totally in favor of no cash bail because I totally get the argument. I was the one putting forward that argument of, hey, a rich guy and a poor guy does the same crime. Rich guy gets out on bail. Poor guy can't get out on bail. That's totally unfair, right? But what wound up happening is recidivism is a massive part of crime. And so when we did no cash bail, yes, there are a number of guys who are down on their luck, high, whatever. There's a fat number of factors. And when we did no cash bail for them, they just went out and did more crime, and it became a real significant problem. And so
Cenk thinks the only people who what's the present tense for recidivism? Reoffend? The only people who reoffend are the ones who couldn't afford cash bail before? Is that his argument? Because, recidivism is an issue because our criminal justice system doesn't really address the underlying issues that lead people to commit crime. So, I mean, yeah, if we did more of a rehabilitation effect in combination with eliminating cash bail, that could be good, maybe. What do you think?
When I look
at a certain point, I gotta cut you off because you've made a couple points that I definitely disagree with.
Right. So, but let me just button it up this way.
Okay.
And there's other factors. But my point is, let's be open to how do we get to the right reform so we have justice and they don't beat up black guys for no reason. They don't beat up homeless people for no reason. They don't shoot people for no reason. But at the same time, have a reason.
That's been their whole job. That's what they have been built and trained to do.
Simple policy where we protect the citizens.
Okay. Great. So I've said this before. I'm not an abolitionist in the sense that I don't believe that there is no necessity for a group of people, whether it's democratically organized or not, that will maintain the presence of law and order, but also solve crimes and do what police are theoretically supposed to do: protect and serve the community, protect and serve the people. In the United States of America, throughout the history of the United States of America, I do not believe that the police force or whatever it was originally in its original inceptions, whether in the North they were the guys who were supposed to protect commerce in shipyards or slave catchers in the South, have ever done that. They've always been protecting and serving the interests of capital. So that's definitely an issue that I have. Having said that, however, you brought up a couple different points that I disagree with in terms of defund the police. And also about how less police have caused more crime, and crime has exploded in cities and whatnot.
A contributing factor.
I do not believe that in the slightest. I do believe that what is known as the blue flu has created a lot of issues that police are supposed to theoretically solve, which they never really have done a good job with. If you look at their clearance rates, you will realize that. Okay, but beyond that, it's gotten even worse than it was before, because these are the most selfish, the most lazy, the most entitled, gigantically, insanely violent, uneducated paramilitary group that you could have ever fucking put together, and all of their ineptitude and criminal negligence is constitutionally protected. They have no right to they have no duty to actually have to protect you. They can shoot you if they perceive you to be a threat when you're running away. All of these things have been protected by the Supreme Court. The real reason is because police are supposed to be a violent brigade that will defend and protect the interests of capital when push comes to shove. That is the reason why they are the way that they are. Okay? The idea...
Yeah, they are the state's arm. The monopoly on violence is held by the state, but it is executed by the police.
That, their funding is fine, and that their numbers are diminishing, and that's what actually is a real gigantic problem for crime, is, in my opinion, a historical and completely incorrect they have gotten more money year over year, including in the defund the police years, where not a single fucking precinct, with I believe one exception, it might have been Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken, okay? Not a single fucking precinct actually had diminished resources or diminished funds. As a matter of fact, they got more money, and they got the most amount of money in comparison to all of the other amenities that the local governments are supposed to offer. The
by far.
Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Police Department gets costs taxpayers $8 million a day to operate, okay? And what is that operation? Fucking not doing shit when a robbery is happening in front of them, okay? Now, if you ask them, they'll say, it's because you don't want me to be violent. You made me this way. You don't want me to stop the crime, so I'm not doing it. They're like petulant little fucking children, okay, who refuse to do the fucking job that they are supposed to do. They have the best fucking workplace protections. They basically live in like a social democracy. They're the only individuals in society that have like fat pension programs and permanent job security. And then on top of that, what is their job? Is to be able to fucking shoot people if they want to and get away with it. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, and they're protected by unions and fucking brotherhoods. Like, is that not a gang? Is that not a state-sanctioned gang? Because it looks like one to me.
Insane. Okay? So it's nuts. The entire structure is fundamentally broken. Okay? And and that is by design. They are supposed to be that way. They are supposed to operate that way because when push comes to shove, when people are rioting in the streets or whatever, okay? When the inherent contradictions become ever present and people start to react to that in either direction, okay? Whether it's like reactionary.
God damn it. Fucking HasanAbi Capital, get your shit together. What is this fucking window sound?
Activity, 3%ers and the like, or whether it's like people fucking throwing Molotov cocktails or whatever because they're losing their minds at the reality that they have no economic prospects and it feels like their lives are getting progressively shittier, okay? They will sit there and they will...
Wait, HasanAbi Capital wasn't the channel that was claiming everyone, was he? Was that the guy? Oh, fuck.
Put their fucking police force in rich neighborhoods and protect those people and ensure that storefronts are not damaged.
So there's actually a lot I agree with you on. The main difference is that I think all those factors contribute, whereas you think the biggest factor is the cops basically not doing their job.
That's the one? It is? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck. I don't think anyone posted the whole thing yet. Hang on. We're at 122. HasanAbi Corporate? Is that affiliated? I think that might be the only other one. Well, fuck. I hope they don't claim me. Is that why they put the window sound? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought it sounded familiar. Fuck.
Problem for crime is, in my opinion, a historical and completely incorrect. They have gotten more money year over year, including in the defund the police years, where not a single fucking precinct, with I believe one exception, it might have been Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken, okay? Not a single fucking precinct actually had diminished resources or diminished funds. As a matter of fact, they got more money, and they got the most amount of money in comparison.
Oh, I did have it sped up. Maybe that will help. Should be fine. I'm gonna speed this up more, though, because I think HasanAbi Capital had already sped it up.
Comparison to all of the other amenities that the local governments are supposed to offer. The Los Angeles Police Department gets costs taxpayers $8 million a day to operate, okay? And what is that operation? Fucking not doing shit when a robbery is happening in front of them, okay?
Yeah,
now, if you ask them, they'll say...
Half the time I'll have to go back to Google and search YouTube and then the title. Like, it's so dumb.
It's because you don't want me to be violent. You made me this way. You don't want me to stop the crime, so I'm not doing it. They're like petulant little fucking children, okay, who refuse to do the fucking job that they are supposed to do. They have the best fucking workplace protections. They basically live in like a social democracy. They're the only individuals in society that have like fat pension programs and permanent job security. And then on top of that, what is their job? Is to be able to fucking shoot people if they want to and get away with it. It's fucking insane, okay? So it's nuts. The entire structure is fundamentally broken. Okay, and that is by design. They are supposed to be that way. They are supposed to operate that way because when push comes to shove, when people are rioting in the streets or whatever, okay, when the inherent contradictions become ever present, and people start to react to that in either direction, okay? Whether it's like reactionary activity, 3%ers and the like, or whether it's like people fucking throwing Molotov cocktails or whatever because they're losing their minds at the reality that they have no economic prospects and it feels like their lives are getting progressively shittier, okay? They will sit there and they will put their fucking police force in rich neighborhoods and protect those people and ensure that storefronts are not damaged.
So there's actually a lot I agree with you on. The main difference is that I think all those factors contribute, whereas you think the biggest factor is the cops basically not doing their job / their job was always misdirected in the first place, right? So I don't disagree with you on that at all.
Yeah, it was built on a foundation of racism. Literal slave catching is how we got modern police in America. Like, it's not good. Did I take crack? No, it's just sped up. You're good. I activated the sequence. I'm part of the deep state. I hate to inform you, but this is the activation sequence, and you will be a communist after. So
I just think that that's a big part of the equation, but not the whole equation. So, and I'll give you a couple of examples from LA to give you a sense of what I think are the issues. So in terms of the funding or the number of cops, I think that is a factor. You don't think it's a factor, but I actually think it's a relatively small factor.
If that was the case, then policing would have gotten better year over year as their funds grew, right?
And so, by the way, though, hold on, don't make that argument, Huss, because crime statistics got way better throughout the years as police budgets did get larger, right? So that doesn't really help your argument. Now, but I don't.
Yeah, because the lead pipes, like, that's as good an explanation as funding the cops more, because crime also went down in areas where the cops weren't funded more. Explain that.
I don't think it's that simple either. I don't think it was just the police budgets. No, there was a lot of different things that happened with crime that made crime go lower, including, by the way, lead in the walls and the paints and the cars. So a very complicated issue, right?
Yeah,
but
I'm glad that you at least brought up the lead point, because crime has globally gone down.
Yeah,
in areas where police budget.
So why are you giving police credit for the lead problem? Huh?
In areas where police budgets have not gone up as high as the United States of America.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that it doesn't help your cause to say that the budgets have gone up and crime has gone down. That did happen. I don't think that that's a great correlation either. Don't get me wrong. Okay, now I think
why'd you say
the bigger problem, the cops not doing their job, is in a story that I'm going to tell you. But it's also because of some of the laws that we passed. And so now some very violent crimes are misdemeanors, and they should not be misdemeanors because misdemeanors get pled down to nothing. Felonies get pled down to misdemeanors. Misdemeanors get pled down to nothing. Okay,
that is not always true. That's not true at all. It depends entirely on the case, on the judge, whether you have priors, all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. That's not always true.
So no one's talking about that.
What crimes, part of the problem. What crimes are you talking
sexual
about?
assaults are misdemeanors. Okay, that's insane. It's totally insane. So a guy in New York subway took a dump and smeared it on a woman's face, and that was a misdemeanor. How is that a misdemeanor? Are you insane?
Okay,
so
it's not.
Look, and maybe some mistakes were made there, and they should have made some of those things.
No, that's definitely felony assault. Like, I kind of already pre-watched, so I know that this one fact checks this, and it was in fact a felony. But like, obviously that's felony assault. Of course it is. Hello?
Things misdemeanors, and that's exactly my point. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you don't have to go to extremes and say we should only focus on one or the other, right? But now I'll give you an anecdote that is an example of the type of thing that happens. So I have a neighbor who's
by the way, we're not operating under the principle that like the New York Police Department or the New York court structure or New York in general, currently led by a cop mayor, is in any way, shape, or form like engaging in police abolition, right? Or defunding the police.
No, but
because it is more expensive to run the NYPD than like multiple countries' military.
Yeah, I don't think the budget is the issue in New York. So, okay. So let me give you that.
But you used the poop example to,
No, that example was not about budgeting at all. That example was if that's a misdemeanor, it gets pled down to nothing. So we have to make sure the serious crimes are felonies.
Okay. By the way,
just making shit up.
So you and I do agree on NYPD not being underfunded, but if you ask the NYPD, they are the most underfunded.
Oh, of course, they're always going to say that.
Okay.
Look, are you kidding me?
So they're lying. Okay.
So here, I'm gonna get to that in a second. Of course they're lying. Of course they are. So it's not, what am I trust? Do I just trust cops? No way. So let me explain.
The sped up is comforting. I know what you mean.
So I have a neighbor. We wound up having some deranged person.
Also, that guy was charged with felonies. Apparently, the poop man.
Okay. So good. I'm happy that he was, but there's
so the question in that situation though is like,
but originally he was let go. So we have to so that's an example. There are many examples, but let's if you want to dive into that one and see what went wrong.
What if he was let go? He probably wasn't guilty. What are you talking about?
It's
So
your
why
anecdote.
he was let go. So that's great. Let's find out why he was let go, because he definitely should not have been let go.
Okay, so you brought up an anecdote.
So that
but,
was
like,
about cash bail.
So you're
he got
happy
out
with
because there's no
justice being
cash bail,
served.
right?
Okay, got it.
So,
cash
okay.
bail was important to talk about as well, which is really, really, really important, especially with the conditions in Rikers as the way that they are. One
Yeah,
reason
I'll get
why.
to that. Hold on. Can I just tell the story because it informs
Okay, but
the
I
rest
have
of the
to-
conversation?
I didn't think that I had to fact check you on something, but like, of course, we're gonna have to cut through for a second. You know what I mean?
Okay, so why was he let go? Was it cash bail or a felony misdemeanor issue? Because it was definitely one of them.
I don't know why he was let go.
Okay,
You're the
that
one who
guy
brought
was
it
let
up.
go
I did
like
not
11
know.
times. If I misremembered and it was 12 or 9, okay, correct it. No big deal. Happy to.
You're the one that
whatever it was,
brought it
correct
up.
There's a million examples of like
Okay, can I-
just like that.
The reason why cash bail and all of these kinds of, I guess, supposedly progressive implementations are happening is not because people have George Soros-backed district attorneys that want to undermine the American criminal justice system. It is out of necessity because of how draconian the American criminal justice system is, that we simply do not have enough space in our carceral state that currently houses, chains 25% of the entire population.
Yeah, especially like in New York. Obviously there's limited space. And yeah, Rikers has been like the thing for so many years. I think it's been like 100 years or some shit. And it's always been known for its atrocious condition. And yeah, like people are just regularly dying there. It's not fucking good. Like you can't just house people with rats and pack them in like sardines. Like that's not. Hello? What are we doing?
Incarcerated population, despite America being only 4% of the world's entire population. We have an overpopulation and overcrowding problem in our prison system, and that problem didn't happen overnight. It did not materialize out of nowhere. It happened with centuries of having the most draconian outlook on crime and punishment and refusing to analyze the structural issues that cause crime. The poverty cycle, the cycle of poverty and violence. That is why we are now at a situation where our prison population, our prisons are filled to the fucking brim. And the alternative is what? Like building more prisons, I guess, instead of trying to push for a different way of trying to solve the underlying reasons as to why crime and mental disorder manifest in the public. That is my argument.
Yeah. No. So listen, if you say we imprison way too many people, I 100% agree. So now, but then you've got to break it down. So why did we imprison too many people, 80s, 90s, 2000s, etc.? Because we had insane drug laws. That marijuana possession was a very serious crime, right? And we filled the jails with people
There's one
over
other reason.
marijuana.
There's one other reason.
What's that?
There's a material reason for it. Slavery.
Okay, so Cenk is saying at once that we're letting everyone go and no cash bail is bad. But also, at the same time, we incarcerate too many people. Which the fuck is it?
Yeah, I got you. So, and we build private prisons. The private prisons fund the politicians. All
No,
that
no,
is
private
true.
prisons are a minor, even though they are like objectively one of the most cruel and inhumane things that you could do. That like Europeans look to and go, "What the fuck? You guys have that? Like you guys capitalize and profit off of the existence of fucking prisons? Like that's nuts." That's a small part of the puzzle, a small part of the conversation.
So
the state prison structure also relies on slavery as a form of punishment. And
But Haas, okay. First of all, I think that the prisons were far too many, and we were imprisoning too many people, and mainly on drug charges. And yes, there are nefarious other reasons that you point out. I point out private prisons. You point out slavery. And yes, slavery is real. They make them work for $1 or less per day, which is ridiculous. I know and fight against all of that.
Cenk said, "Get your money up, not your funny up." You said, "Get your money up to the fucking to the prison system. You know, pay these motherfuckers."
Cenk's face right there was so priceless. He was like, "I'm sorry, what?" I said, "What?" He was so confused. Such a boomer moment.
Not your funny up. You said, "Get your money up to the fucking to the prison system. You know, pay these motherfuckers more."
So, okay. But look, but at the end of the day, what is it that we're putting people in prison for? If you say just generically, okay, let's have less people in prison, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, should we let out murderers, rapists? Of course not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, what should people go to prison for? So we all agree they should not go to prison for marijuana possession. That's insane, right? But we all agree that they should go to prison for murder and rape and the horrible crimes. So now we might disagree around the edges, but those are important edges, right? And so now when say the prisons are awful, I totally agree. I don't know why we allow for the prisons to be disgusting, right? And how they treat people, the solitary confinement.
I mean, the average existence of a
because it's private prisons. Cenk, you know why. You know why. I don't play dumb. When I was locked up, work detail was the best part because I got out of the cell and out of the housing unit. Fuck. Would be nice to be paid more. But I would definitely not say get rid of work altogether. Well, no. I think it should be optional, though. You can't do compulsory labor and, pay people shit on top of that. And, like, yeah, your cell shouldn't be so unlivable that you'll do anything to get out of it. That's pretty fucked up, man. And also, like, if you are going to offer work opportunities, great, fine. But we have to legislate that people with work experience from prisons can then go get those jobs on the outside. Like, if you work in the kitchen, then maybe you can go work in a kitchen outside. But, like, otherwise, like, it's not like you can work in manufacturing doing license plates and then, like, go get a manufacturing job when you're out. That's fucked.
Poor person in America is disgusting. Why the fuck would they care about prisoners on top of that?
No,
Nobody
but
cares.
what we do.
Medical exemptions and age exemptions? Oh, that's good. If you're on the behavior contract for doing something wrong, you can't work either. It's a privilege. There was one right there. It's not mandatory. Oh, yeah, no, it's state by state. I think it's like 23 states have mandatory labor.
In the prisons is beyond inhumane. And so, there's all the jokes like, aha, you're going to go to prison, you're going to get raped. Why is that funny? Why is that a thing that we think is normal? No, rape is not normal. People going to prison and getting raped is not normal. That's insane, right? So do we need massive reform of the prisons? Yes. Do we actually need...
Oh, I was wrong. At least 30 states. According to the ACLU. Oh, wait. No, that's exploitation of incarcerated workers. 16 states allow for forced labor as punishment for a crime. 20 states have constitutions that permit slavery and involuntary servitude.
Need to spend more money to make those prisons bearable. And I don't mean just give it to the guards. I don't mean just give it to the warden. I mean actually make the prisons bearable. And we know that creates less crime. Look at Norway. Recidivism is much lower in Norway, and they have much more humane prisons. So reasonable people agree, progressives agree, the great majority of the country agrees, but yet our goddamn politicians won't do it. So those are great places to start. When you get to the issue of cash bail, Haas, I was in favor of it, but now it clearly shows that there's a problem with recidivism. So can we agree, hey, you get no cash bail on the first one.
Can I say something?
But on the second one, if you do another crime, then you need cash.
Cenk, can I interest you in restorative justice?
Get out of sorry, then you need bail because you are incorrigible. You're committing more and more crimes, and I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you brutalize the citizens because it's not fair. It's not just. We have to talk about the things that are real, that are in the middle.
Hold on. This is important because let's walk through some stuff here because
centers.
Last time you were here, you brought up some talking points that were just I was fundamentally at odds with, and this is another issue of disagreement, a point of contention. Okay, so as far as cash bail goes, okay, the walk me through what you think happens in that structure. Like, do you think that someone goes up and in front of a judge and they're like a habitual reoffender and the judge just goes, oh, there's no cash bail, so you're released? Do you think that's what happens?
Unfortunately, a great amount of times that is what happens. Yes.
Okay. No, it's not a great amount of times when that happens. It does certainly happen, though. I'm not going to say that it doesn't, but this is, in many respects, the classic Michael Dukakis moment where crime is a hot button issue and it invokes a lot of passion out of people. So anecdotes work really well in comparison to actual empirical evidence. The problem with cash bail is not that like people just keep stealing cars. You can give me 1,000 examples overall of being like, this guy's a carjacker and he got released immediately and he jacked another car, right? Ultimately, the data does not show that these people are becoming repeat offenders. And what you are describing is an issue within the criminal justice.
Cenk's face when his own source is just vibes and his own source is data. Like, come on. Man.
With a singular judge, or maybe some judges that fuck up every now and then. Because ultimately, if someone is a habitual reoffender, the job of the judge that you are bringing up is to say, no, dog, you're a poop guy. You're the guy. I'm sorry. You've smeared too much poop. Like, this is your second time doing this. I'm not offering you bail, because cash bail does not mean that judges have no power to offer. Judges have no power to stop you from, entering a carceral facility at any given moment.
If you commit a murder, you're not going to get bail anyway.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that is.
But Haas, then do you agree with me that if you do it a second time, that you need to pay bail?
I don't think that legislating that is the smart decision, because
go ahead.
Well, then
why don't you think it's smart?
I don't think bail is the solution. I don't think having to pay whatever fine to get out is going to stop the person from smearing the poop. That person needs mental health care. Hello?
strikes law would be a smart idea.
Okay, no, 3 strikes is you lose your entire life.
Yeah.
You lose,
Yeah.
et cetera. And so, no, there's a difference. Like, there was a guy in
the
Louisiana that was serving a life sentence for stealing a pair of hedge clippers, right?
Okay,
so
but
that's a different issue
the principle
than,
behind
hey,
it-
I'm letting you out to do another crime and another crime and another crime.
The principle-
I'm asking you, like, so would you, is there, if it's not 2, is it 3, is it 4?
What you're describing is literally, no, codifying that in that way is quite literally running into the same exact problem that
No, it's
feeds into
bail.
the carceral state. Whereas, no, the problem there is judges should have discretion, okay? And they should apply that discretion appropriately rather than saying they are no longer able to apply discretion whatsoever because the law does not permit you. Because
I'm perfectly comfortable saying if someone does, especially if you go to 3 crimes, they got let out with no bail. No, sorry,
that's
brother.
quite literally the principle.
The
You're
law.
describing the
Such a lib.
principle behind the 3 strikes law.
Except for the fact that one is about bail, and you're going to get an actual court date where you will receive justice and you will receive a trial,
Which, of course-
et cetera.
which,
the
of course-
other one is we take your liberty away for the rest of your life.
Which of course
It's
brings
a
us
giant
back.
difference.
Which of course brings us back to the major reason as to why people are just kind of letting people go, and that is that Rikers is an insane place to even fucking exist. And no, a lot of those people are not getting their fucking day in court immediately because the courts are fucking backed up because we have an incredibly draconian criminal justice system.
That's
with
why you shouldn't
no
commit 3 crimes in a row, because you don't want to go to Rikers.
Okay, that's awesome that you said that, because you think that higher sentences or more aggressive ways of punishing crime is an adequate deterrent strategy when there is not a
They haven't been charged yet. Like,
single piece of paper
No, it's
that
not
you
about
could point
deterrence,
to throughout. You just gave that as a reason for deterrence.
No, Mike,
it doesn't work.
No, brother,
it doesn't work. It has never
no,
worked.
Hold on. So when a guy commits 3 crimes in a row, I'm not worried about deterrence. I'm worried about getting him the fuck off the street so he stops punching defenseless women in the face while they're trying to get to work. Okay, so I'm going to take his ass off the street. You've committed enough goddamn crimes, when we're going to put you away. And if
I'm
you want to
shocked-
cry about it, well, sad day for you.
I'm shocked
You shouldn't
that-
have punched a poor lady in the subway 3 freaking different times.
I'm shocked that you do not see. On the one hand, you have sympathy for the other guy who was swept away under the same draconian rules when he like.
Because that guy can't get out of prison for life. The other guy just has to go to trial and prove he didn't do it.
Okay, so the guy that was suspected, because you don't have to actually do a crime to like get thrown in Rikers, right? The guy that was suspected,
yes,
in a
and
situation,
that does happen.
in a situation
but
where
much more common occurrence is guys doing crimes over and over and over and over and over.
Okay, no, that's not.
Recidivism is like the #1 problem.
Recidivism-
a tiny amount of criminals
recidivism-
create a giant number
Wait,
of crimes.
wait. I know that. Recidivism doesn't happen specifically on the bail side, though. Recidivism is the sum total of all people who were incarcerated that get out of prison after serving their sentence, Cenk. There's a much larger number of people that are serving prison sentences and getting out and then engaging in crime again, rather than like being apprehended for a moment, being detained, and then fucking going out and doing the crime again. That's not recidivism.
So you're just talking past reality. You guys are going into hold on. You guys are going into stores. Guys are harassing people on the streets, etc. And they're walking, brother. They're walking. And that's why they're coming back and doing it again and again and again. If you say that's not happening, you're arguing against reality. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. You're losing people. You're losing people who are on your side because they go, that's not reality. That's not the reality that I live in. They're locking up all the stuff in the CVS because guys keep coming in and taking it.
That's another really good. See, again, all matter of.
You think that it just everybody's making it up? CVS is making it up?
Well, they're not. As a matter of fact, if you look at the actual data coming from the National Retailers Association, they literally talk about shrink, which is not necessarily simply people stealing. 36% of that, the $112 billion number that they point to in terms of total shrink, actually is external theft in the form of organized retail theft, which, by the way, isn't the overwhelming majority of external theft that's happening. It's just a fucking media fantasy. Okay, 26.
No, it's not. We see with our own eyes, Haas.
Dude, do you want me to describe to you what the reality is by giving you empirical evidence, or are we going to talk like you're a reactionary conservative by just talking about your fifis? Like, this is not
Fifis. You're crazy, man.
No. You're literally. Oh my God, you're doing Ben Shapiro.
No, brother, come on.
Fact
You tell me
check-
that Philadelphia didn't happen? Are you telling me they didn't go into that
No,
goddamn
of
store?
course it happened. Do you think that $112 billion of shrink is happening? 36%
always happens.
Okay, exactly.
But now it's worse because they've added this extra layer.
Is it worse? That's really interesting because according to the National Retailers Association, that fucking same number that you hear in local media, that actual study shows that shrink has not increased in comparison to former years, and it's actually trailing along at 1%
So all
increase
those shops in San
alongside.
Francisco closed because they don't want to make money? Because they wanted to make some political point?
Do you think organized retail theft is capable of stealing $112 billion? Or do you
It's
think
not
that
the whole shrink, Haas.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally internal theft in the same way that
Has always existed.
employees is stealing 26%, which, by the way, totally on board with that. Keep doing that.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Not only that, but also there's inventory mismanagement, things that are damaged in the process. That's a part of shrink as well.
Always.
Shrink across the board has not increased in a dramatic way, according to the national.
Why are they closing down the stores?
Because
they close
real
down
estate.
stores because you can't make money.
That's insane. They can't make money because of real estate, Cenk. They can't make money because brick and mortar has no basis anymore. There's no way to make money with a fucking Walgreens. No, that's a much larger factor. It's insane to say that like 3 fucking teenagers or 100 teenagers even are a gang of roving teenagers are able to literally take down the entire retailers in neighborhoods. That's crazy. You know why shrink is actually increased? Self-checkout. That's why shrink is actually increased, because you know what contributes to shrink? That $112 billion number. You know what actually increases that? You and everyone else that goes into a fucking Wawa and like steals the Skittles. What do you think is happening more frequently? Roving gangs of people that are able to steal billions of dollars of merchandise, or a sum total of every fucking American doing the same goddamn thing without even thinking about it when they just go into a Wawa and yoink a Skittles at 2 a.m. when they're high as fuck? That's what is actually the shrink.
But Haas, I'm not denying any of the factors that you mentioned. Those are all real factors. But you're denying the one factor that everyone can see with their eyes. So are you saying, so what should we do with those guys who break into those places?
Okay.
Shouldn't we put them in prison right away and make sure?
Do I think that police should stop robberies? Yes, I do.
Thank you.
That is insane. No, that's not a few moment, because the reality that you are dealing with is not like what is actually happening, and it saddens me to see you go along with mainstream media narratives that are inherently reactionary.
It's not, Haas, you're not living in reality.
Brother, how am I not living? I just gave you empirical evidence. You gave me look around. That is the reality. How is that any different than what Ben Shapiro does?
First of all, we all see that they walk into the stores, they take the stuff. We all see that the stuff gets locked up. We all see the stores closing down. Not only that, we all experience it. So finally, can I just get to the anecdote that I was talking about? Because it's instructive, not because it improves definitively anything, but it's instructive for the point I'm trying to make, okay? Which is partly agrees with some of the things that you have said, okay? So
Look around. You can just see it with your eyes. Vibes.
We got a guy in the neighborhood. He's carrying around this metal pipe, and he's sharpened the edge, and it looks
freaking spear. By the way, there was another lady with a machete, and these are real stories. You can catch feelings over, but they're absolutely real. And by the way, the lady with the machete, nobody did anything about her because the cops say, oh no, we don't see the machete, and that's the cops not doing their job, right?
I agree. Yeah.
But at the same time, they go, we take her in, she comes right back out. Okay, so at some point, she finally grabbed a mom and a kid. So finally, they took her away. She comes back 48 hours later. Okay, fine. But now the guy with the spear is yelling the N-word 24/7 on the corner of the block. So I have a biracial neighbor. She comes out and he sees her and he starts calling her the N-word, and he's got a goddamn weapon, right? And then cops come out eventually, begrudgingly, right? And the cops say, no, we're not going to do it. He puts away the spear. The other lady takes it away. And the cops go, no, we're not going to do anything about it. And they say, why? My neighbor asks, why? 2 reasons. One, we bring them in and they get released. You want me to bring them in? He's going to be back out here in a couple of hours. Okay?
Earlier you said you don't believe cops, and now you're saying you believe cops.
Let me finish the story. And then as they're leaving, they then say, no, if you care about this, you should care about how you vote. So that's the cop saying, I'm not going to do my goddamn job unless you vote Republican, unless you can let me kick people's ass for a living. I don't like solving crime. I like kicking ass and when I have an overwhelming advantage, right? So is that real? Yes, it's real. But it is also real, Haas, that when they bring them in, they let them out. And so what happened with the lady with the machete? She's back out in 48 hours.
Thank you for bringing this up because it made me more angry at the cops.
That's my point. Both things are true, Haas.
Okay,
cops aren't doing their jobs. And if I was in New York City police, if I was Bill de Blasio back in the day, I don't know if you remember, the cops turned their backs on him in some press conference when he was doing like a mild critique of cops or something.
Yeah, I remember. They run the show over there, the Sergeant Benevolent Association. Yeah, they dox his child.
Yeah, you know what I would have done? I would be like, you're fired and you're fired. Go ahead and sue me, okay? And police chief, you're fucking fired. If you don't do your goddamn job, you're all going to get fired.
Okay.
Go ahead and sue me. Okay?
Can we before
so both are factors.
Okay, can we get back to the major difference of agreement that we had, because like you were doing the anecdote thing while I was trying to show you something that is objectively true. Walgreens.
Can we look at my actual evidence now?
When they closed down their shops in certain areas, they said it was crime. Crime was the reason, right? I at the time said that's fucking bullshit. And it didn't matter because everyone was doing the same thing that you're doing. Look around. Crime is happening everywhere, right? Except Walgreens now openly states a year after the fact, oh yeah, I guess the CFO came out and said, the chief financial officer said that maybe we cried too much last year over theft. So the question at this point is, why did they do that? I know why they did that. Do you have an idea why they said crime was the reason why they were closing their shops?
So look, you're taking Walgreens as one example, and there's a lot of different companies that
react
in different ways, and there are a number of factors. So if Walgreens admits that they overstated the crime, there was a real reason why they closed their shops. I agree. So in that case, one of the other factors is probably larger, right?
Yeah. So what is the reason?
The point you make about
what do you think it was?
The point you make about real estate is actually a perfectly good point.
So you think it was Amazon?
Also one of the factors.
Okay, so you think it was like same-day delivery, Amazon, e-commerce dominating?
That's complicated too, because that's a contributing factor. But COVID made a giant difference because people were not actually physically going into the stores.
True. So that's good. So you recognize all of that. Okay. So if even one of these executives that was leading the fucking charge openly admits that they were lying a year prior, and the National Retailers Association that puts out those numbers on shrink is openly admitting that the increase in shrink is like actually perfectly in line with the increase in retail shopping and it's totally normal, then you as a smart person values empirical evidence over personal anecdotes should, in that situation, do what?
So, Haas, look, if you want, next time I'll come with a book of statistics for you. But are you saying that in Portland, that the good progressives in Portland were full of shit and they panicked and they got rid of their progressive legislators and got tougher on crime because it was just all a mirage and they bought into the mirage? No, Haas, you see the crime, you see the numbers going up, it selects cities, you see it sometimes affecting some retailers but not other retailers, and so it is a conflict.
What cities? You haven't mentioned one city.
Lots of factors, but if you think that actual crime is not one of the factors, go ask the good people of Portland, go ask the good people of Seattle, who are all overwhelmingly progressive, and they're saying we've had enough of this shit. Will you, for God's sake, when someone commits a crime, put them in goddamn jail?
Okay. I don't know what to tell you because Like, you can come back with more statistics, which I think if you are a media person with a profound amount of influence, 5 billion views a month, like you said.
No, a year.
Or 5 billion views a year, okay? You should probably have those statistics because those statistics should have been guiding your
So you think the
point
people
of
of Portland
view.
and Seattle just totally got played? There was no crime. The
I'm not saying
situation wasn't out of control.
I'm not saying that there's no crime. I've never said that there's no
Okay,
crime.
but that it was overhyped.
Crime
and
is
they threw out their progressive legislators.
Crime is
because they were wrong.
That's really interesting that you mentioned that because in San Francisco, Chesapeake was recalled, right?
Right.
Because he's like woke George Soros back DA, and yet it's not like they got a handle on crime after that.
Because it's about the laws. It's not about one individual. So that's why I'm focusing on too many misdemeanors that should be felonies, and we got to put a cap on no cash bail. I'm giving you very specific, reasonable.
Like what? Which misdemeanors specifically? Like, yeah, I agree. SA, definitely, sure, make it a felony. Women's rights advocates have been trying to do that for decades. You know,
Amendments of what we need to do to have a fair prison system and a fair criminal justice system that does not over-imprison people and that does not under-imprison people, so that you protect everyone. And
there's
have
no,
justice for all.
come on, you can't say that there's a problem with under-imprisoning people in America, right?
Well, these days, unfortunately, in some cities there are because of these laws that we
in
passed.
some cities, what cities? Point to a single city where there's an under imprisonment issue.
For the last 3 to 5 years,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Portland, Seattle, San Francisco.
Okay. San Francisco or in the California in its entirety, okay? Because San Francisco is like, what do you point to with San Francisco's under-policing? Like the classic grand larceny restrictions have been limited, right? So why did it happen in the last year or so when that's been in place as a law for, what, 10 fucking years almost?
That's because they started watching the local news and going, oh, we can do this and there's no consequences. Let's just all go steal shit because nobody's getting arrested.
Okay, got it. But we already established that retail theft has not actually increased according to the Retail Association. So where is that happening? That is outside of the bounds of reason.
So look, you're coming at, so, all right, Hus, you win. And next time I will come with credible stats about crime because you're obsessed with proving that our eyes are lying to us and that the stats are perfectly lovely. There's no extra crime. There's no extra retail
this is really
theft.
important. This is really important.
We're all making it up.
This is the same conversation. Cenk, this is the same conversation that I had.
okay, if you don't want to get called out for making shit up, then hey, maybe come with stats. Come with the actual fucking talking points.
In some respects with Andrew Tate, right? No, I'm serious. Anecdotes have a tendency to misguide us because, of course, when you see something happening right in front of your eyes, you have a tendency to think this is happening infinitely more frequently, which is why we rely on empirical evidence, right? That is,
they're letting people go. That's a fact. That's a
okay,
fact.
but one part of that,
the lady has a machete. She's back on the corner in 48 hours.
I understand.
You're denying people's reality and you're driving them crazy. And you're
No.
making them go, I'm not going to vote for that
No.
person or anyone associated with that guy under penalty of law. I am not going to let my kids get kidnapped by a machete lady because Haas has some stats about Walgreens.
No, you're mixing and matching two different things when we're talking about it. You're saying crime across the board, specifically in retail stores, is happening, and it's happening at levels that previously were unheard of or unseen.
You're obsessed
I'm
with
showing
the retail
you.
stores. I'm telling you the
No,
broad
that's one
picture.
aspect of it. As far as the criminal mishandling of the personal situation that you're talking about, I'm right there with you. It is unimaginably cruel that police have this fucking stranglehold on the neck of Americans where they just go, sorry, I'm not going to do my fucking job. That requires swift justice in the sense that these cops that misbehave in this way, that get paid $300,000 a year with overtime pay that they fucking did, all to just sit around in a fucking parking lot and jerk off all day and look at their fucking laptops and drive around and drive over fucking red lights with their lights off every goddamn day for no fucking particular reason. Those pieces of shit need to learn to do their goddamn jobs.
If you
One
think
of that
that's
is
the only
being
factor. You're wrong.
How is that not the most
Haas, are they
significant
letting
factor?
them go or are they not letting them go?
They're letting them go and then telling you they're letting them go because, sorry, there's nothing we can do because
They're not
these
letting
woke
them go.
DAs are going
letting them go, Haas. The prosecutors are letting them go, and then the cops are not doing their job. It's a double whammy. Okay, so are you saying the prosecutors haven't changed anything about cash bail?
Do you think-
haven't changed anything about misdemeanors versus felonies?
Do you think-
and that it's just magically?
Do you think prosecutors are just like, we love that fucking? Do you think that in the United States of America, under this criminal justice system, okay, do you think that prosecutors are going, we love crime, let's fucking let these people go? So what is it about then?
So when the law changes and a prosecutor says, hey brother, this used to be a felony, but now it's a misdemeanor. Now I got nowhere to plead, so I plead him out to nothing. And he's talking because I can't try all these cases. I can only try about 2% of these cases.
Okay.
So I have to do pleas. So when you call something a misdemeanor, I'm gonna let that dude walk 9 out of 10 times. Okay. So all I'm saying, Haas, is a slight change where we go, those crimes should not be misdemeanors. They should be felonies. And we go one by one, and I bet you we get overwhelming agreement, right? And the other slight change is, hey, somebody commits a crime once, don't make them do a cash bail. That's not fair to poor people, middle class people, etc. But somebody does, in my opinion, 2, you can say 8, whatever the number is, and we could argue over the number. But if they do 2 crimes back to back, no, then you've got to stay in jail and you've got to pay bail. That's it.
Okay. I don't agree with.
He's like completely glossing over like the core of the issue there, which is that you can't possibly try all of these people in court, which is, you know, supposed to be your right, you know, the right to a fair trial. So why don't we maybe not make more things felonies when we already can't bring everyone to court? Like, having a felony is a huge fucking deal. I don't know, like, just willy-nilly deciding who should be a felon based on Cenk's vibes. Like, that seems like a bad idea.
With your solutions, because the issue, the problem here is that, and the reason why I went back to retail theft is because it's the one that like everyone fucking constantly talks about, is that when you're talking about like violently threatening someone with a fucking weapon, okay, that's not a misdemeanor. Like,
in a lot of places it is.
No, it's not.
All right.
Where?
Okay, in Los Angeles, is it a okay?
Literally where? Where?
Threatening assault with a deadly weapon is a misdemeanor in Los Angeles?
No, first of all, let's look it up.
It's a felony. It's a felony.
No, dude, you just took the most extreme example.
What do you mean?
Like attempted murder. Is that a misdemeanor?
Wait, no, I did not use attempted
It's the same thing he was talking
murder.
about.
I used the anecdote that you brought up. You said making criminal threats or
Literally, you said it.
Threatening to assault someone with a deadly weapon is lowered to a misdemeanor. It's your example. I didn't bring that up. You brought it up, and I'm fact-checking it.
I don't know why that machete lady was let out. Okay, so I wasn't there in her court trial. But in terms of tons of sexual assault here, petty. I just looked up like common misdemeanors, right? And we can get it. Like we should do a real analysis of it. But some forms of assault and DUIs, on and on and on.
So there are also forms of assault that are felonies. Curious.
No, I love that. We will get into that in a second. This is very important, and it deserves self-examination.
Don't yell at your elder, who paid you absolute shit.
This is an issue that happened in the real world in your life. This is something that you have used in your commentary. Should you, in your opinion, at least do the due diligence and have checked to see if it was a misdemeanor or a felony when it's an example that you've used before last time you were here? Since between last time you were here and now, do you think that you should have
2 weeks ago?
Oh, okay. Then you were talking about
I'm going to read you
issue.
misdemeanors in California: assault, battery, indecent exposure, shoplifting, domestic battery, trespassing, receiving stolen property.
Trespassing.
Okay. You laugh at trespassing. Here's another anecdote. I know you don't like anecdotes, but this is real people's lives. My neighbor comes over, talks to me, says, I got a deranged person in my front yard, and I say, I'm going to call the cops, and he starts to sexually pleasure himself in front of her window. And he says, go ahead, call the cops. They won't show up, which is partly your point, Haas. But when they do show up, they go, what do you want me to do? I can't. They're going to let him go. I'm going to bring him in, and he's going to come right back here. He's like, haha. And so you know what the guy does? He goes into their backyard and just starts hanging out and pleasuring himself and doing whatever the hell. And so
Okay. Fucking anecdotes, dude. You're fucking anecdotes. I swear to God. Like, yeah, we should have robust mental health care then, huh? That's a pretty crazy thing. I mean, like maybe like therapy that's like widely available, and you know, public services and stuff like that instead of more cops.
Wait.
You laugh at trespassing. Haha, it's so funny.
I am laughing at that.
No, I'm going to put that son bitch away. Okay,
listen. First, didn't Holmes person masturbate in front of me? Yes, they have. Yes. I had a serial masturbator here as well. So
yeah, they're all over LA because we don't put them away. But they actually, by the way, those guys should be institutionalized. They shouldn't go to prison. They should go to a mental health facility that is properly funded, that takes care of them.
Okay,
But
good.
what we
I'm glad we at least agree on that.
What we shouldn't do is go, whatever, it's not a problem. Just jerk off all over LA. Now kids will see it. Maybe you'll get it on grandparents too. Who cares?
Who says that?
You kind of do, Haas.
That's the
so
most.
What do you want to do with them? Go.
What? When did Hasan say jerk off all over LA? Wait, did I miss something?
Go ahead. What do you want to do with them?
You already said what I want to do with them. I agree that
Okay, so now we don't have that current system in place. You and I agree on what the ideal is.
Okay, wait.
What do you think we should do today?
Why do you think that I think that you should be able to masturbate in public?
Because Haas, you're constantly saying these are imaginary issues. It's
I never
not
said
a big deal. So
No,
okay, so what do you think we should do with that guy?
I don't
Then I
think
don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't think that these are imaginary issues. I've never said that these are imaginary issues. I'm simply
God.
stating that
He's such a child.
some of these issues are demonstrably and nefariously weaponized and propagandized by mainstream media, specifically local news outlets, when the reality is very different and empirical evidence shows that the reality is very different. As a matter of fact, in many instances, the very same authorities that we're getting these numbers from openly admit that these are not as severe as the media presents.
By the way, no, the crime problem is way worse because the cops aren't even bringing them in.
But
there's all this crime that's not even being reported.
Okay, please, hold on. You asked me what my perspective is, and I'm telling you what my perspective is. You and I have already, going through this conversation, you've already admitted one
Cenk really won't let him talk.
of the major problems is that the police aren't doing their fucking jobs. right? You already recognize that. You also recognize that they lie all the time. Do you think that the 86% of police which voted for Donald Trump, right? Do you think that those guys have a genuine reason in pushing more reactionary politicians into office?
I do like that one. This is a good one. I like this whole set. The line or whatever. It's good.
Specifically because they agree with them. And one aspect of that is to simply refuse to do your job beyond what blue flu is supposed to be in an effort to get people to feel exactly in the same way that you do, because it's so easy to get people very upset in this circumstance when the media is also aligning with their interests as well and constantly pumping people full of misinformation, as I've shown you, that all ends up moving Americans, which already have a reactionary slant to begin with when it comes to crime and punishment, in that direction that we need more enforcement and not any of the solutions that will solve some of the underlying problems in which crime manifests.
So, Haas, I didn't admit that. I came in saying that. I've always said that cops are a huge part of the problem. I've said that super clearly 800 times. So what I'm saying is that is a giant factor.
So why are you saying more cops then? He's just full of contradictions.
And another significant factor is the issues of the laws that I have talked about. So now I'm asking you in return, what would you do? And I don't know if you're saying no, the other stuff is not, it sounds like you're saying the other stuff's not even a factor.
Oh, by the
Only
way,
the cops.
Crime has decreased in Los Angeles. That's the other.
You see, the problem with that stat is that nobody's getting arrested. So yeah, it looks like that you might have a stat go down. That's because the cops aren't A, doing their job as you're pointing out, and B, we're letting everyone go.
So
what do you do?
Wait. If we're letting everyone go, that's not crime decreasing, because that's still if someone is being detained and arrested, even if
that would still be, it would still be on record as an arrest, even if they aren't incarcerated. You can still convict them of crime.
They let them go. That's still factoring into crime increasing.
No, tons of times, like the spear guy, they go, no, the machete lady, she actually took a person. They just kept saying, no, I'm not going to arrest her. I'm not going to arrest him. I'm not going to arrest her.
Crime is not calculated on clearance rates. Crime is calculated on arrest numbers.
That's what I'm saying. They're not even arresting them.
Okay. Then the problem isn't the woke pervert DAs that are backed by George Soros. The problem is, and I think you and I agree on this, the police not doing their jobs.
No, but Hans, first of all, I never said pervert Soros.
I don't know if that's the problem. I think the cops are tasked with a job which they are not trained to do. What was that stat from Leisha Miller? I think she said they get an average of 14 hours or some shit of mental health training. It's abysmally low. So, yeah. Social services would handle that problem so much better. Mental health care would solve your public masturbation problem. Hello.
That's a Republican.
I know. Well, well, you do align a lot with Republicans.
No, that's ridiculous. Look, I just explained it. I don't know how I could be any clearer. If you think it's a Republican to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't let guys commit 2,000 crimes in a row, well, then you're ceding ground of sanity to Republicans.
I don't think a single person says that. Does anyone?
So Haas,
I've never met a
person
that says that.
What do you want to do with the guy masturbating in the street right now? We haven't built the great facilities that you and
I
want to build.
I already told you.
What do you do with him?
The guy masturbating on the streets needs to have both social workers and police officers, which currently exist, come to the scene, okay, and then take the necessary steps to bring them immediate mental health treatment and some form of apprehension in that moment. I agree. That is not something that I disagree with you on at all. I am not if
we already have involuntary psych holds. Granted, the facilities are subpar, to say the fucking least. But there are mechanisms for dealing with this. I don't know.
If crime is happening, we shouldn't stop it from happening. That is the entire point of why there is a fucking police force. No one says that shouldn't happen. There is not a single, I've never met, I know abolitionists, okay? I love them. Some of them I disagree with. I think that we are ultimately unified in the short term on similar goals overall, okay? They're leading the charge of criminal justice reform. Overall, I've never met someone who goes, if someone is jerking off in your vicinity, you have to let them go. I've never met. Maybe they exist.
Good. So
maybe they exist, but they are far from politically important.
Then let's make it broader. Okay, cash bail. You say infinite, no cash bail, or is there a moment where you would say they've committed too many crimes, they're gonna have to get bail?
No, I think
paying doesn't solve the crime. It doesn't fix anything. Unless it's restitution for property damage, it's not fixing anything, and it's not preventing the recidivism that he's so concerned about.
I think that this literally has to be a discretion issue within the courts. That if someone is a routine offender, then of course judges are going to put them in a facility. Like
They haven't yet, but okay.
No, that's not true. They are actually doing that. They are actually doing that, but the problem is the media makes it seem like they're not doing that. If they weren't doing that, then our prisons would not be fucking overflowing in Los Angeles, in specifically in California. California is an incredible carceral state. We have a massive problem with prison population.
We're letting people out of prison left and right.
You and I have this
serious.
They're letting them out because they're overflowing. They're filled to the brim and cannot incarcerate more people.
Serious convicts,
bro.
Out of
That
prison because Gavin Newsom wants to move the budget around and save money.
Love what you just said there. No, we aren't. The 75,000 prisoners are being released is a abject lie. These are not people who are violent criminal offenders. You are wrong on that. They are going through the same exact process. They're not being released, Cenk. They're not being released tomorrow after doing a pedophilia fuck crime. Okay, these are people who are not
fuck crime. A fuck crime. Oh my god. A pedophilia fuck crime. Cenk's face. This whole interaction. I love this. I loved every part of it.
They're not being released tomorrow after doing a pedophilia fuck crime, okay? These are people who are not violent criminals. These are people who have already served more than half of their sentences.
None of them are
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the gift to the beacons. Face. I appreciate you.
Violent criminals.
That are still
There's no way that's true and you know it.
Oh my god. I'm gonna lose
None
my
of them
mind.
are violent criminals. There's no Haas, they're all just angels that just walk into a prison.
That's not wait,
okay.
Wait,
and
what are we
God,
talking about?
you know, we just released 75,000 of them.
No, we haven't yet.
Well, that's the plan.
No, the plan is not to immediately release 75,000 prisoners like fucking
Don't
Russia.
Put the word immediate. It is to release 75,000 prisoners. It's not tomorrow.
Dude, that's like. See, this is why people think, hey, get out of there. Hey, Kaya, get out of there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. Yeah, they're releasing it so they could fucking join Wagner. You know what I mean? That's not what's going on. Here's what's actually happening. Do you want to know what is actually happening, or do you want to keep?
Okay, keep going.
Okay. What's going on in the state of California with the 75,000 prisoner release situation is that they are still, of course, going through the exact same processes where they go and sit in front of a panel of people that analyze whether or not they have actually reformed. Okay, so that same panel, which I don't think you think that panel is like actually, pussies or woke DAs, right? Like those are the same exact people that stop most people from leaving prison.
Change something. If it was the same exact procedure, it would be the same exact procedure.
Okay. Yes, the procedure is accelerating the process that most people go through, right? Normally, you commit a crime and you're in prison, let's say, for 15 years. Now, with this new structure, 76,000 inmates that are allowed to leave prison, some of which does include violent felonies as well, as long as they have served out half of their sentence or more than half of their sentence, and they have demonstrated good behavior throughout the entire process. This is not. Do you feel?
What changed?
Do you feel like
what changed?
What do you mean, what changed?
So what is the thing where we're going to let 76,000 people...
I just explained it to you.
No, but you're saying it's the same exact process. Well, that can't be true.
No.
They passed a law that's going to make it different. What changed?
Yes, the process is accelerating people who have already done half of their prison sentence.
And I would say to you...
That they should be in prison for double the time?
No, I would say to you that I use judgment. I don't just go, let them out, or keep them all in.
Wait,
right? I go, what's the crime? What's the crime? It's a minor crime. You did it 20 years ago. You served a long time. Where to go? Oh, it's a major crime. No, I don't agree. No way. Okay, go back into prison.
At no point...
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Did I say that any part of the panel of judges that allow you to cut your sentence in half as long as you've demonstrated good behavior has changed something fundamentally that allows them to turn the other cheek on violent criminals?
They don't want to spend the money. Why do you think there's a new situation?
The reason,
they're not saying, oh, you know what? Let's just do everything the same.
The
except
reason
for this giant
why
law that we passed where the governor is telling you, let 76,000 people
the reason why they are able to do such a thing is because California has a horrific carceral state that is over-policed and over-criminalized for far too long. That's why our prison population is overflowing. There are plenty of people that you and I both agree are in prison that don't need to be in prison any longer. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. That's great. This program is...
There are also people who are in prison and should have never been there in the first place. And the state pays for that, you know? Like, they're paying out of the pocket for the people that they wrongly convict. And Cenk is over here wanting to charge them with a felony when they're already doing false convictions. Oh. My way of judging vegans to show up. Pushing. Just a little encouragement.
Supposed to find those people and allow them to be released early. That's it. It's not fucking, oh, you did a rape, and then now, tomorrow, you can get, you can be free.
That's not how that works. Anything like that. I'm not a Republican. I don't make extreme claims like that. No. I'm trying to find a reasonable place where we have balance and justice for both people who are wrongly in prison and general society. And Haas, started this conversation with there are two potential icebergs
So-
for
so
progressives
wait.
in not winning elections. And one of them, I said, was progressives going too extreme. And I think that you've accidentally proven my point. Because if a normal California voter watched this debate, there's no way in the world they're going to vote for you. And
That's really
in reality,
No one's voting for you, Cenk. Ain't nobody voting for you. Oh, I bet you Hasan could get more votes. Let's be honest.
90%.
That's interesting because
hold on. When in reality, 90% of your positions that are progressive are incredibly popular, right? But the minute you say to them, "Oh no, you're all imagining it. There's no extra crime. It's all the shop's fault, and it's all the cops' fault, and there's no crime, and we shouldn't fix anything.
I never
There's
said
no
that.
problem. There's no
I
problem."
never said that.
That's what they're hearing, Haas, and they will never vote for you if you say that.
Okay.
You think that if they watch this debate, now I don't know your audience, and maybe your audience thinks, "Oh, Haas is 1,000,000% right. Oh my God, yeah, that stat about Walgreens. Yeah, he's got him. But if you think a general voter watches this and thinks that they would vote for you, you're totally detached from reality. The minute they hear you talking about this stuff, they're like, "Give me anyone else. I don't care if they're a lunatic Republican. I'm going to vote for them."
Listen, the reason why crime was such a compelling argument that Rick Caruso is now the mayor and we did concentration camps for homeless people, you are correct. That's precisely what happened.
Rick Caruso almost won when he's basically a Republican.
Exactly. And
Wait. Oh my God. Hasan said 75,000 inmates were released. It is 3,500. So 3,500 inmates. And that was because of COVID. Come on, man.
he didn't. So there you go. So that's number one. Number
That's
two,
not a great
the
example.
crime rate.
I mean, normally a Democrat wins by like 30, 40 points in LA.
It's
and
really
Caruso
funny.
almost won.
It's really funny that you say that because he did have to run as a Democrat. So clearly
know.
that matters. Okay, got it. So number one, that is also incorrect. The crime panic narrative did not work. And of course, the only people who own the crime panic narrative are always going to be Republicans regardless. So all you do in that situation is concede the field to Republicans instead of walking them step by step through the realities on the fucking ground. I know that it is difficult to fight anecdotes with empirical evidence, but this is not something I'm going to do specifically because I think I can win more people over to my side, especially when the crime panic narrative has not been successful. It has not.
You didn't see the progressive legislators get their ass thrown out in Portland and Seattle? You didn't see Jason Boudin get his ass thrown out of office? So you don't see any of this.
No,
you
I
don't
do.
See that,
I do see that.
You didn't see Ilhan Omar almost lose a primary in like the bluest district in the country?
It's almost like moneyed interests are always, just like you say, all the time, going to have a specific narrative that they latch onto, that they hammer over and over again, and then actually implement
I talk
recall.
about the money narrative all the time, the money issue and the media issue. So those are things that are true. But if you ignore every problem and go, no, it's imaginary, it's the money, it's the media, well, you're going to lose people. And we're losing people. We're losing people because you're pretending crime doesn't exist. But it absolutely exists.
I
and
never said
everyday
crime.
People are
I
saying
never said
2,000 times over, there's crime, and they get right back out on the street.
I never said crime doesn't exist, Cenk.
No, I hear you. That's
I don't know why. I'm
But
trying to
you're
be.
saying that
I'm
crime
trying to be.
didn't go up.
I'm trying to
Crime's
be.
not a bigger-
God, Cenk is just like full on being so reactionary. Like, he's just like really on that grift, huh? Like, what? Where? Maybe it's very different in California. You know, I'm not in LA. I don't know. But it seems extreme. Like, this is some shit I expect from Tucker Carlson. Like, it's just disappointing.
Bigger problem than it was before. You are saying that.
Because crime hasn't gone up.
They're not arresting them, Haas. They're not arresting them. So there's a rampant crime, and they won't arrest them, which is partly because the cops won't do their job, and partly because they arrest them,
it's
they
entirely.
tell them to right the fuck out.
God.
It's entire. If they were arresting them and then they were getting the fuck out immediately, then crime would literally be higher overall in
They're
unimaginable.
not arresting them.
Okay, then fucking deal with the police. Then it's not the woke DAs.
No, because in the beginning when they did arrest them, they did get okay. Look, guy, you know what, Haas?
What
So
you're
this has
saying-
swallowed up the entire conversation, but. Next time, I will come with book and verse with like incredibly specific stats and non-stats
That'd be
and
great.
everything else in the world.
It would have been
to show
yes.
the goddamn reality that everyone else on Earth sees.
No.
That no one
Please
agrees
do.
with
No,
you in the polling.
that would be.
No one agrees with you.
It doesn't. No. You can't use polling
Oh, I can't.
or people.
I want to win elections. You don't want to win elections. You want to go
No,
to the 2%
no.
instead of 98%?
If we're having a conversation, a back and forth about what is objectively the reality of what is happening, then you can't use anecdotes and then leap over to the other side and go, well, this doesn't poll well, as a matter of fact. So obviously we should secede
But you
on
were
this
saying
narrative.
There is no extra crime. You're saying I saw the stats. We're on the appeal, and I love the appeal, but okay.
Crime?
And like I saw like 2.5 articles about it, so I'm going to pretend that there's no extra crime.
That's what do you mean 2.5?
So
First
you're
of
not
all,
pretending. To be fair to you, you're saying there is no extra crime.
I'm saying that crime increases and decreases, and right now we are still at a historic low in comparison
To the 1970s,
to
Haas.
no, not
Don't go back to the 1970s. Crime is higher in 2020, higher in 21, higher now.
No.
So
2015, 2018.
Yeah, I've got stats, but I didn't know we were going to get into a giant crime debate. I would have brought my goddamn stats.
I'm not saying in comparison. I'm not simply saying.
Gone up.
I'm not saying specifically in comparison to the 1970s. Okay. However,
crime has gone up since 2020.
Since COVID, yes. Why has crime gone up since COVID? Not only economic turmoil, but also because no one was fucking outside during COVID. So of course, if you compare it to
it went down during COVID
versus post-COVID, it's going to go up.
Pre-COVID to post-COVID, crime has gone up.
Crime in certain areas, certain kinds of crime, like specifically murder, for example, in Los Angeles, has gone up. Every other type of crime has either remained stable or lowered.
Murder? I thought it was property crime.
No.
What do you mean no?
So the crime has gone up generally, and specific kinds of crime have gone
up. The only kind of crime that has gone up in Los Angeles, California, is murder. That's it.
So you're cherry picking one city and one crime. Overall crime stats
it's the city
have
gone
up since 2020, and you acknowledge that. Have overall crime stats gone
you want me
up
to
or
expand?
down since
You want me to expand on the data? I'm giving you the expansion of the data, and then you say, well, that data doesn't favor my position, so I don't believe in it. You're just fucking cherry picking one data point. No, every other type of crime has gone down in comparison to murder.
In LA, you're saying?
In Los Angeles,
only
yes.
in LA. Okay.
So well, that's what we're talking about. We live in LA.
Wait a minute. So has crime gone up or down nationwide since 2020? I'm asking you a simple question.
Depends on what kind of crime you're talking about and where you're talking about. Of course.
Yes, it's gone up. Yes.
Certain areas, crime has gone up. Has it gone up to unimaginable degree that you're talking about? No.
I didn't say unimaginable. I said crime has gone up. People are super worried about it. And I am trying to find, in a rational way,
okay, can I ask you a question?
The crime to go up.
We talk about San Francisco.
Without going extreme.
Okay, we talk about San Francisco. We talk about Seattle. We talk about all these like blue states, right? Do you think crime has gone up in red states? And if crime has gone up in red states, do you think that red states engaged in defund the police narratives? Do you think red states also had a similar structural problem with like woke DAs and whatnot?
I constantly think that there are always a number of factors and that there are different prioritization of those factors. For example,
so why has crime gone up in South Carolina?
When you talk about crime increasing since 2020, I just wanted an acknowledgement, first of all. I don't know if you gave me half an acknowledgement there. So then when you get into why, there are a number of factors. The things that we've been talking about, the cops not their jobs, but it's still, even then, those are actual arrests, and even those numbers have gone up.
Okay.
And then there's the issues, but then there's also the issue of COVID, and the isolation that COVID created has also contributed to crime. Right?
Absolutely. Good.
And so, and that is why some of them have gone up in red states as well as blue states. But then you have to look at, and we can get into, if we're going to do like a 2-hour debate on crime, yes, then we can get parse, hey, which crime went up in Portland, which crime went down in Portland, which crime went up in Alabama, which crime went down in Alabama, right? But overall, there is a trend that crime has gone up, and there's also a trend that they're doing less arrests, and hence the crime stats are actually not nearly like they're not showing the depth of the problem that everyone is actually feeling in their lives.
Would you say that when we talk about crime, would you say that like as far as macro trends goes, do you think that like 2017 till now is like a reasonable assessment, or do you think that that's too far back in time?
The numbers that I've seen, and I don't have the exact like 21.7% off the top of my head, but
21 point.
21 point. Come on.
No. I just gave that as a random number. We're from 2020 on. Crime has gone up from 2020.
So yes, crime has gone up since 2020. I would never argue with that, especially because, as you and I both agree, crime was an all-time low in 2020 due to other factors. The most important one being COVID. It wasn't like woke.
No, let me rephrase. It's gone up since 2019.
Okay, you are correct. Crime has gone up nationally. If you look at macro trends since 2019, what do you think? How this includes all kinds of crime, by the way. So like when you have obviously murder, for example, like I admitted and conceded, or rather not even conceded, it's something is just the truth. That factors into overall crime as well. So. What percentage do you think crime has gone up by since 2020?
Brother, we did the story.
Okay, well, it's 3%. If I were to tell you that crime has gone down since 2017, what would you say to that? Would you say that?
I wouldn't be overly surprised. Crime has gone way down over the years 1970s, 1990s.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm talking 2017 is not the 70s.
So I got you.
If I were to tell you that crime has gone down since crime is still down since 2017, what would you say to that?
So I wish I had a bigger reporting. What I want to do is I want to dive into.
But why don't you answer my question?
Hold on. I want to.
Okay, so we're both right. So property crime is also up in LA, but annual homicides are also up compared to 2018 here. But I don't know if that's I don't know why. Like, to just say that because because we're just letting everyone out, like that's obviously false. I'm curious how many of these are actually closed. Police are terrible at closing murder cases, but it's probably just counting both. I'm sure. Last year, 30% of all robberies involved a firearm. Jeez. That's pretty crazy. Burglary is down. Stolen vehicles up. Assaults. It's up by like 1,000.
Dive into what changed and when did it change. So were the laws changed in 2017? Were they changed in 2020? What laws were changed? How did that affect this? And Haas, maybe we'll look into it and you find out, no, not a lot of laws were changed. You know, it looked like there was a lot of felonies that were brought down to misdemeanors, but that's a little bit misleading, etc. So I'm with whatever reporting abilities we have, I will try to dive into it and get you specific answers. These are not black and white issues. There are contributing factors like COVID, like cops not doing their jobs, but yes, also changing some of the laws so that it got too permissive.
Okay. So the reason, I think you and I both agree, the reason why I said 2017 is because crime has still down since 2017 by 4%. If you look at crime being up since 2019, it's 1%. Do you feel like that that corresponds to, one, the information that you brought up? Actually, wait, hold on. Here it is. It's a 1% increase from 2018 and a 28% increase from 2019, right? 28% increase is the number that you used. 2019, okay? So
that seems devastating.
And yet that still is, a decline, a 6% decline since 2017. So
crime went down massively between 2017 and 2019.
Yes.
Then after 2019, when I think we might have changed some of the laws, crime went up, and
we didn't.
28.
What laws?
0.78%, which is a
what one?
massive increase.
Okay. So Aya, no. Oh shit, she's just like fucking ripping. Aya, no. Have toys right here. Stop eating the cords, you fucking asshole. Christ.
Sabotaging the stream. Like, guys, stop yelling.
Since in that entire process. Oh, sorry. In this entire process, I said something wrong here. U.S. crime statistics for 2018 was a 6-point decline from 2017. It was dropping, and it has increased from 2021 to 2020. Or 2021, there was a 6-point increase from 2020. The 28% is an increase between 2019 to 2020.
Yep.
Okay. That sharp increase is due to COVID.
So COVID is
an insane. Yes, of course.
But it
COVID
might also be those things that I mentioned.
What?
So the tweaking of some of the laws around misdemeanors and cash bail. So look.
What ones? Literally, what laws? Please cite one law.
Us, we go on forever about this. I think people are super clear about our positions, but we are not absolutely clear on exactly what caused crime to go up since 2019. And what I'm telling you is, I will literally put someone on investigating it more, so we can get even greater clarity on what laws were tweaked and what weren't, and what worked and what didn't. And I hope that we come back to that discussion.
Skyrocketing.
Hey, listen, we were trying to do the right thing, but maybe there was a misstep or two in there, and maybe we can tweak things so that people are protected, but at the same time, we have justice for people who are unjustly accused. We don't want over-imprisonment, etc. That we get to a reasonable middle ground where people go, oh my God, progressives are wonderful. They get to a reasonable middle ground, and they get to figuring out what the real problem is, and then they solve the problem.
I need to clarify something here, though, once again, okay? Crime per capita population has increased since 2018 when it was at 4.93 to 6.8. Okay, that's a dip. I mean, that's an increase certainly, but it's not the increase that you're claiming it is. That's number one. And number two, this massive jump that you're talking about from 2019 happened due to COVID.
So you just both said it was minor and massive. So yes, in 2019 it was massive.
Because the types of crimes that are increasing, is not the types of crimes that you're using on television, the types of crimes that you see on TV. And a major part of the issue in terms of crime increasing in the United States of America is, or rather, the major issue that you have is police not enforcing in moments where they're supposed to. They're not doing their fucking jobs.
Okay,
this is my major argument.
Clear on it. You're saying that there are factors like COVID and police not doing their jobs, and I'm agreeing with those factors, and I'm adding one other factor that you're not agreeing with. Okay, we're clear on it. Okay?
It's not, but that is a very significant factor, because ultimately this increase doesn't simply happen due to under-policing or due to
I'm not saying it only
due to like police budget. No, that's a big part of the problem. You're looking at the situation and saying it's happening due to police not getting enough funds or police fucking leaving in droves or whatever the fuck.
Those are some of the issues that some municipalities deal with.
If that was the case,
then I'm not saying it's
if that was the case, then South Carolina. If that was the case, then Texas, South Carolina, all of these red states, Oklahoma, they would not be experiencing similar problems. It almost feels like there's.
Haas, we've been over this 1,000 times now. You're saying that there are a couple of factors, like two, basically COVID and the cops not doing their jobs, and I'm saying there's three factors. That's I'm not saying that your factors aren't correct. I stipulated that right in the beginning because I don't stipulate it. I agree with you. I agree the cops need to do their jobs, and I agree that COVID drove up crime as well. But if we wanna win, we should figure out what is the reasonable answer.
What's the issue with
what
that?
Should be
What's the issue with that message?
What should be felonies, and to what degree should we do no cash bail?
What is
I can't be any more reasonable than that.
Okay. Here's the problem. You talk about certain crimes being flipped to misdemeanors, okay, and then being plea bar.
It's a fun little interactive. I like good data. Data's fun. Data's beautiful. So this is the budget change from the previous year for LAPD, and then let's see, this is the homicide change from the previous year. I'm not seeing the correlation, Jack. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not really mathing. It's not coming together. Going up 7%, yet homicide still went up 37%. That's curious. Oh, what about 2018? The budget went up 6.2%. Property crime, down 0.2%. Wow. Like 3.3%. Yet property crime still went up 2.7%. Like there is no correlation there. Fuck the police.
Bargained away. This also would still absolutely correspond to arrest records in whatever specific crime you're talking about, okay? It should bear itself out in the data. The problem is that it doesn't, okay? Murders have increased, and yet murders in and of itself have not been flipped in any capacity. They're just still increasing. It's not, the deterrence has not changed, and yet murders have increased.
So, Hans, for example,
if that was the case, then murders would be flipped to like misdemeanors or some shit.
Factor. So each of these is interesting and complicated on its own right. So I think murder is a good example of, no, it's not just a deterrence. It's not just some of the laws that we tweak, but I never said it was. But murder has a second factor involved, which is guns. The number of guns in this country is insane, and it has exploded, and it is leading to a lot more murders. And so that is a giant factor as well. Now, the right wing would never acknowledge that, but that's definitely a fact, and that's definitely.
I'm glad, especially consider.
In that same article, they were talking about how background checks for guns went up, which is like the best measure we have of gun purchases. So surely that's correlated to the increased homicide rate, you know?
Considering that when we look at violent crimes per capita, California and New York and even other states with much better, even Illinois, other states with notoriously better gun laws, as a matter of fact, have significantly less gun violence in general, but also violent crimes in general are lower in those states in comparison to.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, so you do understand that like the other factors in consideration are significantly more important than like.
No, I've now said like 2,000 times that there are other factors and they're important. And so, and Hans, you mentioned in LA.
So why is it just more cops? Why is that all you care about?
Homicide has gone up, but other crimes have not. We just talked about it on the national level, and you acknowledge that there was a significant increase 2019 on. So, I mean, don't cherry pick LA in that regard. We're talking about national average. Crime has gone up, and for the billionth time, number of contributing factors, the ones you're pointing out are perfectly.
Well, if you're talking about what you're seeing with your eyes, then yeah, we are talking about LA. Wait, what?
Legitimate. And the one I'm pointing out, I believe, is also perfectly legitimate for all the reasons that I have stated. I don't agree, that's okay, but let's move on, right? So, okay, so that's one of the issues when now moving to a second, we just discussed the policy. Now, when you move on to the politics, which is different, right?
Well, I know the reason why we can't move on from it is because like Los Angeles is a major hub of crime that everyone always uses as an example.
But if you notice, I said San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm using it is because one, I live here, and it's the same exact fucking falsified crime narrative in general that exists here as well, and I see it in my own fucking backyard, which is why this is something that I've looked into quite a bit and tried to understand. The reason why I'm using Los Angeles is for that reason. It's where I have all the data, and it's where I see a shit ton of counterfactual information in the media over. I think you and I both agree that people say that crime is a major problem in Los Angeles too. You've used personal anecdotes from crime happening in Los Angeles, and one of the reasons why you say because the data doesn't correspond to your anecdotes is, well, they're just not reporting it, or.
Well, yeah, and if you want to talk about just giving it to Republicans, do you really want to just feed into the narrative that LA is just like crime-ridden? Like, it is still lower crime rates than most Republican states. So, like, they're still calling you like a woke Democrat. Like, I don't know if it helps you.
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, police are just not even arresting or apprehending criminals that are doing violent fucking crimes.
Yeah, I do believe that.
And that is, well, that's ridiculous. That's
Plus,
a
it's not
major,
ridiculous. Remember when the
no,
guy
that's a
broke into my
major
house?
problem.
Remember like 10, 12 years ago when somebody broke into my house?
Yeah.
At that time, did I flip out? Did I go, oh my God, it's a personal anecdote? And it was my house, right? Oh my God, crime's out of control. I didn't.
No,
right? Because at that point, it wasn't like this at all, okay? So now, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about almost every person in LA has a story. So I go to a Supercuts. They go, look, the glass is shattered. The icy store next door, the glass is shattered. So what happens? Well, she says, number one, they started shattering the glass, throwing bricks through it. Called the cops. The cops, A, wouldn't come out for a long time. B, when they finally came out, they wouldn't arrest people. C, when they finally arrested people, it didn't make any difference anyway. And so we finally stopped calling the cops because the crime is so out of control. And the cops won't do their jobs. The prosecutors won't do their jobs. This is a random hairdresser lady. She didn't talk about prosecutors. But she talked about how there's no point in calling anyone anymore. Crime is so out of control. We've just accepted it. So that doesn't go in the stats.
Yeah, it seems to me like the real issue is
It's probably a poor neighborhood, right? Is that Supercuts in West Hollywood? I doubt it.
policing and cops not doing their fucking jobs, despite, as you and I both agree, I think, consistently getting funded more and more year over year for the past, every decade.
It depends on the jurisdiction.
What jurisdiction have cops experienced severe or any kind of defunding, as a matter of fact?
In Washington, D.C., they moved money around, but it did affect the police budget and a number of cops in Washington. Crime did go up.
So you're saying
it's a 100% correlation.
So you're
I'm saying that is
what jurisdiction? Just Washington State?
Washington, D.C.
In Washington, D.C.
So that's a story that I remember that we covered recently.
Okay, so you're saying in Washington, D.C., they actually defunded the police by moving their budgets around.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated because it depends on how you do the accounting. It decreased in
what
a raw number, but if you look at it based on how they moved it around, it didn't necessarily decrease. I don't remember all the details
here's the reactionary framing
that did go down.
Here's the reactionary. No, I don't care about the number of police decreasing. Once again, we're talking about funding first. Okay, we'll get to the decrease in police numbers in a second because you, I think, also openly admitted that there are a multitude of different factors at play when the.
Oh no! It went down by 1.7%. Oh no! What will they do?
Number of police decrease. Okay, as far as budgets goes, I can't speak for DC in particular, but I know for a fact that they said this exact same thing about LAPD, for example. The way that people try to justify defunding the police has happened, right? In the
Gross. Okay. So they shifted 23 million from the contract they had with schools, and they just gave it to the schools directly. So instead of contracting police to police the schools, they just gave that money to the schools to do their own policing. Great.
Reactionary news framing is by looking at budget allocations, where let's say the LAPD gets what, $3 billion. Their operational budget is something around like $3 billion. Every year, their discretionary spendings, not dissimilar to the military, increases. If they were supposed to get a 10% increase in their budget, if they got an 8% increase in their budget, even if the libraries were supposed to get a 5% increase in their budget and they got no increase in their budget, they looked at that situation without adjusting it to like all of the other factors, all of the other departments not getting an increase in their budgets, and they say they defunded the police. They were supposed to get 10% and they got 8% additional funds instead. That is not defunding the police. That is still funding the police more than all of the other instruments of local government.
I agree with that.
So that in and of itself is a lie. Okay. As far as DC, I know. I'm just saying I don't know about specifically DC, but as far as I understand it, it could be something along those lines. Here is WUSA saying that the DC police budget did not actually.
Yeah, it all went to third-party security providers. It's still going to police.
Go up, but DC's budget went to a final vote in front of the full DC Council, and the Council ended up shifting management of 23 million school security contract from DC Police to DC Public Schools. That shift did, in fact, leave the MPT's final approved budget number less than the year before at $545 million. So do you think that $23 million of funding, changing from a school security contract and taking away money from school resource officers that were supposed to be funded and going into the DC Public Schools instead, specifically because this...
It's not going into the school. It's going into security for the school. Oh, Hasan, please don't fuck this up.
Was allocated for the school resources, right? So the DC public schooling system decided, instead of giving more fucking cops or putting $23 additional million in the hands of cops in the DC schools, we should put that money into the DC schools instead. Do you think that actually
into funding cops they're still funding cops in the schools, Hasan. Please read the rest of the article. I pulled up the same thing right now.
corresponds to the narrative that you were talking about, or is there something I'm missing here?
Yeah, there are things you're missing. So that is one of the issues that happened in DC, but a couple of other ones happen as well.
Issues.
But the bottom line is,
Oh, okay. So even if it did go to the school, that's still an issue for Cenk. Just a little funding for the schools? Fuck that. Wow. I hate this man.
that there's less police officers in DC. And now the mayor, the Democratic mayor, and then even a city council member who's very progressive, has flipped on it and said, we didn't do it right. We've got to make sure that there are more cops. You know, you can argue about which part of the budget the money went to, et cetera, but the bottom line was there was less cops. And I'm not the one saying it. Very progressive.
It's still going. It's still going to cops. Please, Hasan, please read this article.
Council members and the mayor are saying,
I know, but this is not even about cops. This is about school cops, which are still getting paid, but instead the school security contract is being paid out from the DC public
Okay, thank you. Thank you. God.
schools rather than the DC police instead.
So I remember covering that part of the story, and my recollection is that I said on air, that one, for example, is not that big a deal because it's still the same money. They're just transferring it from one set of cops to a different set of cops, right? But there were other issues. But the bottom line, Hans, is do you think that, look...
Yeah, except these ones are private police, which I also hate. I think I hate them more than public police officers. Like, they're both very bad, but as it goes, like, private security forces don't have a great history. Like,
I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be like, haha. But like Oakland NAACP put out a statement saying, for God's sake, we need more cops.
Okay, we can't move away.
Hold on.
You brought up DC.
Hold on. Why NAACP going to Oakland NAACP and saying, we totally agree. The Washington City Council, the Washington Mayor are all said the same thing. So all these different people, have they bought into Republican framing, or are they maybe seeing something that you're not seeing that's affecting their local communities?
Cenk, every time I dive into the personal examples that you're bringing up, whether it's anecdotes or news stories that you've covered, the truth is very different than the way you have presented it. And immediately,
I'm telling you, there's less cops in DC. That's what the city council is saying. That's what the mayors are saying.
Okay, but the police budget is still the same.
It's a skill issue. Get better at finding cops. I don't... Do better.
The reason why cops are leaving could be a number of different issues, but the police budget is still the same. They're still funding.
I'm not making the argument that, oh my God, we need to massively increase police budgets in America. No. I'm just saying that there's a couple of issues here where we have to be careful. We still need policing. We still need at least a bare minimum amount of policing, and we need them to do their jobs.
Okay.
And those communities are crying out to us.
So you and I,
but
you said they defunded
They're
DC.
not saying reduce police budgets. They're not saying...
But, like, the police funding, like I just showed you, is not tied to the crime rate. It's not. They're not stopping crime. Especially not with more money. Like,
reduce the number of police. They're saying the exact opposite. Those are African Americans in those cities saying, please get us help. We think the help is in the form of the police. Now, I think that it's even a little bit more complicated than what they're saying, right? And I think part of it is the cops are driving people crazy by not doing their jobs. But if you think that all those folks are wrong, that crime is not going up in DC and crime is not going up in Oakland, and they're just those communities are imagining it, I think you're wrong.
That's not what's happening. I'm literally letting you lead the conversation. You bring up examples, we address them piece by piece. We find out that is not exactly what's happening. You move the needle away from police budgets too, because you said DC defunded its police. We found out that that's not the case. Then you turn around and say,
you go back and roll the tape. I say they move the money around, and it's complicated because sometimes it was just transferring from one department to another. I literally said that at the very beginning.
But then you dovetail that into police are leaving in droves as though these are.
I said there's less police.
Okay, there's less police because they all fucking refused to get vaccinated and quit, or fucking died of COVID. Okay, that's
those
it.
Are factors.
Yeah, no, those are the major factors. That's the actual only factor. You understand that, right? They were
then
dying.
You want more police in DC,
these fucking fat sacks of shit were dying.
I mean, there's been action against the police, like protests against the police for a very long time. A very long time. But suddenly, like, we just killed their morale by, like, saying defund them. And now they're just like, well, wah. Okay? But, like, why was police recruitment fine before when there were BLM protests already happening? And it's still fine. Like, my brain is melting. It's so obviously COVID. That was, like, when the numbers started going down. Why do you think that was when that happened?
Dying so much that the departments were like, dog, you gotta get vaccinated. And then they turned around and were like, fuck no, I'm not getting vaccinated. I was slated to retire anyway, so I'm gonna fucking retire now, but without getting fucking vaccinated, and I'm gonna make a TikTok video about it because I'm a giant fucking pussy. That's what the fuck happened, okay?
That's not the only thing
that is the major component. What are the other reasons why they're leaving? Because, like, they can't fucking kill black people? Like, is that why they're leaving?
Hold on. I think that there should now be more cops in DC, as the community is asking for. and now as progressive legislators in DC.
And let's not forget about the cops who got COVID and didn't die, but are now just like long-term disabled. Like,
They are asking for, or do you say no? We shouldn't give them more cops.
I don't know what the fucking people in DC are asking for, but given your track record so far, if I were to look at the actual fucking thing that people are asking for in DC, I'm sure that there's a difference in opinion with what you're stating and what the reality is there as well.
Okay.
At this point, it's like I can't help but feel like you are a little bit more motivated by your own personal opinion on the matter, and you're just looking for things that correspond to your personal biases on the issue due to your own personal experience with crime running rampant in Los Angeles with police not doing anything, and instead of addressing it, and then saying it's all over the country over and over again. And of course, the media machine, which you have fought for 20 fucking years of your entire life for the past 20 years, or fought against, sorry. The media machine has now completely captured you. And instead of like, look.
oh, that.
The headline.
That fucking got me. Holy shit. Media machine you've been fighting for. Against. Oh yeah, against, sorry.
And of course, the media machine, which you have fought for 20 fucking years of your entire life for the past 20 years, or fought against, sorry. The media machine has now completely captured you. And instead of like, instead of like looking into it in the way that we just did on like 3 of the 4 points that you've brought up so far and addressing the realities and how different it is from the way that you have covered it thus far, like, I feel like this is a moment.
Oh my God, I'm sweating.
All those local communities.
This is a moment for self-examination, I think. It's a good opportunity.
I'm with the voters of Ilhan Omar's district. I'm with the voters in Oakland.
Ilhan Omar still won, so clearly there was still a majority of people that agreed with her in that situation. So again, you keep saying like, oh, well, she almost lost. Oh, well, she almost lost. Yeah, the Democratic Party launched a fucking primary opponent against Ilhan Omar and funded and facilitated her. She's not the.
It didn't work.
She's not the reason.
In the case of Ilhan Omar, she specifically was in favor of a defund the police bill that affected that area. That's why it affected Ilhan more than it affected Rashida or AOC or Ayanna Pressley.
So are you talking about the Republican that she comes through, or are you talking about her primary opposition?
The primary.
Okay, regardless of what you are stating, if there was such a reactionary attitude on the ground in terms of how much, because nobody fucking participates in the primaries, as you know, better than anybody else. That's why Bernie Sanders lost, and they are way more motivated by local media and the Democratic Party's apparatus to go out and vote, because these are like the fucking, these are the types of voters that are Democratic Party first voters. If that reactionary sentiment was all that important in Ilhan Omar's specific district, she wouldn't have fucking literally cumstered and dumpstered Cicely Davis. This would be a much closer race. But it turns out people actually weren't motivated by defund the police as much as you claim they were motivated by defund the police.
It's one of the bluest districts that a Republican has 0% chance of winning that race.
Well, there you go. And it's shown in the data.
But a conservative Democrat has no business winning and almost beat her. And you can look at the polling, 78% of African Americans were against defund the police bill that specifically affected them. Do you think that that's inconvenient for you?
Wait, what? I feel like he's just saying shit.
Shown in the data.
But a conservative Democrat has no business winning and almost beat her. And you can look at the polling, 78% of African Americans were against defund the police bill that specifically affected them. Do you think that that's inconvenient for you? Because you think, no, they should be in favor of defund the police. But they're not. They're not. So
NBC Washington says the department has had fewer than 3,400 members since December, 430 fewer officers than now.
Wait, is he saying in Minnesota or in America?
It's inconvenient for you because you think, no, they should be in favor of this bill that's winning and almost beat her. And you can look at the polling, 78% of African Americans were against defund the police bill that specifically affected them. Do you think that
African Americans?
That's inconvenient for you because you think, no, they should be in favor of defund the police. But they're not. They're not. So
NBC Washington says the department has had fewer than 3,400 members since December, 430 fewer officers than we did in 2013. If everything has gone to shit due to the loss of 430 officers, clearly there's a bigger issue, says Axel DM.
431 cops in a particular area.
Wait, no, there is a lot of. You said it wasn't COVID, right?
No, I said it's definitely partly COVID.
Let's look at Washington police. What is the fatality numbers? I want to see how much of that 430 is actually COVID resignations and COVID related deaths.
Okay. Been so long, right? I know. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, I think it depends largely on how you phrase it. Like, if you say defund the police, then yeah, you will see like 23% of Black Americans support it. I think that's what he's citing here from Pew Research. But if you ask Black Americans if they support reducing police budget and redirecting the money to social programs, then it's half. And that was in 2022. I saw 63% from 2021. You know, like if you talk about what defund the police actually means in the poll, then I think it is more likely to be supported. I think that's just like an awareness issue, maybe a branding issue, but like, I think it gets the fucking point across. People are much more aware of their police budgets now than they were before.
Right?
I think that's a big factor.
Washington line of duty desk, officer down, memorial page, officer down. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh no, this is Washington State, I think. Oops. Washington, D.C. police fatality numbers. Now, I don't know the exact numbers, but I do know trends. I do look at numbers quite frequently, and I do know trends. And if I know anything about trends, a major amount of the police that are no longer with us in service are most likely as a consequence of both COVID retirements and COVID-related line of duty deaths. So, let's see. Washington VA is doing great. Let's see if I can find it right here. I'm looking for it. I mean, I don't know why they don't have an officer down page here on the
Metropolitan Police Department. Because if you're trying to prove, if you're trying to prove that there's a great number of factors as to why there's less police in DC, I agree. So there's nothing left to prove. I'm asking you, do you think we should have more cops in DC? And I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think we should. The community's asking for it.
I know that overall this is chat. I know that this is like the leading cause of deaths. I know that. That's why I'm specifically looking for Washington D.C. I want to know what the numbers look like for Washington D.C. in particular. Look at my messages is right there.
And by the way, a lot of the cops leave because they're whining that they don't get to beat up people anymore. I know that too.
Yeah,
That's definitely one of the factors as well.
So if a chunk of cops are leaving because they can't, do hate crimes willy nilly, and another much larger chunk of cops are actually dying to COVID, and another also sizable number of chunk of cops are leaving due to retirement as a consequence of COVID and refusing to take the vaccine, okay? And all these resignations are occurring. Do you feel like this is a problem born out of defunding the police or any of the narratives that the media presents, any of the narratives that you've brought up, or do you think it's more so cops being giant fucking pussies and refusing to do their fucking jobs, which on both the resignation side is the case and also on the enforcement side is the case?
I think that both are factors, as I've now said. I don't know how many times I can repeat it. And I think that,
Centers, everything's a factor.
In those communities think that less cops is an issue for them. I wish that weren't the case, but that is the case, and I think that they might be right. Now, I don't think cops are going to magically solve all the problems, but at the same time, I think we have to make people feel safe, and I think that we overstepped on some of the laws, as I've described before.
I don't think... Okay. Just because most Black Americans don't say that they want to defund the police, that does not mean that they feel safer with more police. I think it's actually quite the opposite, and over-policing Black neighborhoods is already an issue. What Black people are you talking to that are like, yeah, I wish there was more cops here? What person, period, is saying that, honestly? Like, hello?
We should reel that back in, but only reasonably.
In the District of Columbia, 90% of line of duty deaths were COVID-related.
I never disagreed, Haas.
I know, but you can't... Okay, if you jump to the conclusion, okay, and you let the implications do the work, and then we go back into the...
Yeah, they shouldn't have to feel safe. True. Real.
Data, and we piece by piece examine it and find out that, like, these are the reasons, then you have to understand that your argument falls apart.
No, it doesn't. So, okay, go ahead. Haas, look up Washington City Council. We're going to spend hours looking things up.
It's important.
Washington City Council, progressive, change of mind. I don't know how you want to Google, but... Council progressive.
What?
Change stance. I don't change.
Oh yeah. By the way, I do know this as well. For the record, the major reason why people are resigning is because the crisis is due to their feelings, according to the National Fraternal Order of Police. Their feelings.
That's a big. It is.
Morale.
How do we fix that? How do we fix that? Their feelings?
No, we don't fix their feelings. If you
Riposo.
So if a cop says, "Hey, I'm going to quit because I can't beat up."
Oh my god, I love Nori. The whole time
according to the National Fraternal Order of Police.
I saw Nori.
That's a big.
Spamming.
How do we?
Lippers. Cenk 2024.
Fix that. How do we fix that? Their feelings?
No, we don't fix their feelings.
Oh, I missed it. It was Kexpin something. Oh, it's always a Kexpin something.
Their feelings.
That's a big.
Where did it go?
How do we fix that? How do we fix that? Their feelings?
No, we don't fix their
Story citing. ACAB. ACAB keck spin.
feelings. If you want,
What do we do?
So if a cop says, "Hey, I'm going to quit because I can't beat up people anymore," I say, "Oh, thank you so much. Give me your badge and gun right away and get the fuck out." Okay. So, but I do need to hire a cop to replace him, Haas.
Yeah, and
Okay.
a major chunk of the funds are actually going to recruitment now, and
Good.
even then,
Good.
but even then, it is so people are being recruited. They're just not recruited
They're
at
not
levels.
recruited fast enough.
Do
Yeah,
you
so
think
I love chat. Jupiter, we have to fix material conditions. Jupiter.
it's an issue.
Do you think we should apologize to cops?
No.
Do you think that we should say when I see a cop, I hug and kiss him.
Oh,
I
I
say,
forgot I had
"Sir,
makeup.
please give me your
Fuck.
service weapon. I want to polish it." That's what I say. I say, "Sir, I love you." I get on my hands and knees and I lick their boots, and I'm doing my part. You know what I mean? That's my job. I'm doing that specifically because like I just don't want them to stop working on the force.
Haas, we agree on this.
Right? Okay. So if we agree that they're fucking giant pussies, okay, then
Those
why are we
particular
even?
cops.
Then why are we fucking talking about the defund the police optics? Why the fuck are we talking about woke DAs? Why the fuck are we talking
I
about
never
anything?
said woke DAs.
So
Okay.
so it seems like we are in agreement that there is an issue with enforcement and police doing their fucking jobs and not being giant pussies, right? I think we agree on that.
That is one of the contributing factors.
But you
It's
see-
not
you
all
keep saying-
police, but it is a lot of police, unfortunately.
So why are they-
And the good
why are
news
they
is a lot
quitting?
of them quit.
Why
A
are
lot of them quit because they were babies. The ones who quit, by definition, were babies. Okay, so I'm thrilled that they quit, but I need to replace them because people don't feel safe.
So
do you agree with that?
Do you think that? Sure. Do you think
Okay,
that?
good.
No, hold on,
And
hold
we
on.
almost completely agree.
Where are the hurdles in
Okay.
that recruitment process?
Do it.
Like, do you think woke activists are like stopping the recruitment?
I do think some of the millions that go into the police budget should probably go into paying police. Yeah, sure. Fine. Oh shit, it's so good. It's how I got one friend to watch him, cracking up at chat, saying shit, yeah. That is funny as fuck. I wish I could read all of it, honestly. I can't read that fast.
Recruitment process from happening? Is that what's going on?
No, but in DC, they realized that they needed to unfortunately appropriate more money for the recruitment.
Uh-huh.
So that's what they had to do. So that
Well,
was,
they
that's part of an issue.
They had
for sure.
they had a lot of budgets that opened up for them when some of them died. So they didn't have to spend money on all of the improper use of violence charges that they have to pay out, things of that nature. So they were using those funds on recruitment because we just talked about, no defunding has occurred. So if there is a recruitment crisis in the country with respect to the police force, how do we solve it?
So first of all, if you're looking at overall ways to fix the system, the place that I would start with is police training, and I would explain to them that this rule that they have, that they all refer to, better to be judged by 12 than carried out by 6, is the world's worst rule. No, yes, the nature of this job is to take certain risks, and yes, sometimes with your health, safety, and maybe even your life, because your job is to protect the citizens. So no, do not shoot the citizens as your first option.
Is that a phrase that police say? I've heard that in a rap song. Never heard police say that.
should be your last option. De-escalation should be much better taught.
Can't stop scrolling. He's always scrolling.
I can go on with the way the cops should be retrained. Once you've retrained the cops and you have appropriated money to mental health services that belong in mental health services and not going to cops, then at that point, I would want to pay the cops well. I would want that job to be a really valuable job.
Wait, do you think that they're not paying them well right now?
No, right now they pay them excellent, and so the fact that they
it
can't
hasn't
get cops to sign up, I'm actually flabbergasted by.
Uh-huh.
So you tell me what your answer is for getting more cops to sign up in DC, North Carolina, and other places.
Do you think
where
people
they're having
hate
a problem?
Do you think people hate cops and don't want to join the police force because like the media keeps saying that they're bad, or do you think that they are actually bad and people understandably don't feel safe around them because
both.
the presence of police need to be? Wait, both? What do you mean?
Yeah. So I think that
Do you think the media is contributing to the cops are bad narrative?
I think that when you say media, that then expands into include us that are online and all the videos that have been done that show the cops. Yeah,
Let me tell you, I've participated in that every goddamn day of my life, brother. I'm always talking about how bad cops are. Do you think that I've been able to move the needle in comparison to
Cop
the
watch.
multi-billion-dollar mainstream media?
Yeah, we should do more cop watch. I just get scared of TOS. And also, it feels bad to do, like, I don't know. What's it called? Tragedy porn or something?
Operation that absolutely does not show that cops are bad. If anything, sometimes covers the horrific crimes that cops engage with.
So
Am I out here doing it?
All my life, mainstream media has covered for cops and told us that they're angels and saints and they'll never lie, etc. But since 2020, actually even earlier than that, started with Trayvon Martin. And by the way, it started in a lot of ways with the Young Turks. And we were righteous in our anger, and we were right. And Benjamin Crump has been wonderful in giving us credit that we up the Trayvon Martin story, made it a national story. Justice for African Americans in this country, justice for people who are being abused by police. Now, have we collectively in online media moved the needle by showing video after video after video? Yes, we have moved the needle. Should we have moved the needle? Yes. We exposed the corruption that was within the police departments, the abuse that was happening, that needs to be addressed and began to be addressed. Now, did that affect people's view of police overall? Yes, I think it did affect people's views. Is that a bad thing? No, not necessarily. Cops should get their act straight and should stop abusing the shit out of people, right? And shooting people in the back when they're running away from you, the South Carolina case, and on and on and on that we exposed, right? So what we needed to do was to fix the problem. We began to fix the problem. Now, did that create some other issues that need to be addressed? Yes. So is it that cops, people don't want to sign up to be cops partly because they have seen cops do bad things in their lives, so they don't want to be part of the bad guys? Yes. Another factor that they've seen the videos, and, well, it looks like cops are the bad guys, and I don't want to join the bad guys. Yes. Is the answer to that, well, okay, then you should do propaganda videos like mainstream media where we tell you the cops are awesome and the greatest thing ever? No, it doesn't mean that. It means the cops should fix their act, okay? And mayors and local districts should insist that police do community policing, serve the
Flippers, reform.
community, not only serve the rich, and not only get their jollies by beating people up, etc., not abuse the system. And yes, we compensate you really well, so you take risks and you serve the community. If you don't do that, we're going to fire you, but we're going to keep recruiting because we need cops, but we need them to act right. And that is a balanced approach, a correct approach.
Can I ask you something?
And by the way, if we said that, the whole country would agree with us, and the whole country would elect progressives nonstop.
So, we were talking about
There are progressives that say that.
DC before, and they have a recruitment problem, right? The one I showed you that the Fraternal Order Police said, like, nobody wants to be a cop anymore. Nobody wants to work anymore, right? One other thing that it says here, at least according to W Top News, is that DC's police chief says recruiting officers is harder due to new laws. One of those laws is that discipline taken against officers in DC is made public, which is actually hurting their image.
No, don't care. No,
So
of course it should be made public.
So it seems like you understand the fundamental problems with policing in the country. It seems like you understand that cops are being giant pussies. It seems like you understand all of that, but then you still say that, like, there's a mismatch of just like there's an issue here that I do not understand, because if we're in agreement, the cops.
How much of it is like people saying ACAB, saying FTP, saying defund the police, and how much is it like it's now much harder for these criminal fucking thug police officers to get away with crime? It's like so much harder, and it's not seen as like a valorous thing to do. Like, no one respects you because you're not brave for being a murderer. Like, I don't know. You are a public servant. Like, I'm sorry. Like, serve, bitch.
Cops are being pussies, and a major part of the reason why they can't recruit people is because everybody fucking hates them because they've done a horrifyingly bad job so far. Then the overall problem is in the hands of the police, and they should fucking have legislators fix their image by fixing the structure in and of itself. This would require legislative reform. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
so why are
I
you?
don't think it's the sole factor, but I agree with that.
So you don't think that, like, defunding the police is an issue then?
No, I'm saying that there are. How many times can I say? There's
but
there's a bunch of factors, and in some places, unfortunately, in DC, they need more money to hire more cops.
That's not what they're saying. They're not saying that.
Us, they need more money to hire more cops. People are saying, "God damn it, get us more cops."
They don't need more money.
Okay. So
no, people are saying get us more cops, and the DC police chief is saying we can't get more cops.
They have plenty of money.
Because we give them more money, we're spending more money on recruitment, and they don't want to join because they fucking hate the police. So it's a crisis of identity, not one born out of the supposed made-up problem of defunding the police. We've demonstrated here in the past hour.
Defunding the police? Do you want to do? So you're saying we didn't really do it?
We did not do it.
I showed you a couple of instances where it happened.
No, you
okay?
No, you did not.
But you tried for a law in Minnesota.
Literally did not.
Okay, we're now moving to Minnesota.
In DC. Okay, but forget it.
No, this
so
is
my question to you is, do you want to defund the police? Do you say, okay, fuck it, less police. I don't give a goddamn what the people of Washington want. I don't give a goddamn what the people of Oakland want. Less police, because I have this agenda, and I'm going to have less police, and I don't care if they're unsafe. Besides which, there's no crime problem anyway. So you want to, like now you're forcing me into exaggerations, right? Because you won't let it go. So do you...
Okay, police funding, yet again, is not tied to the crime rate. That's not why.
The only thing I haven't let go is basically looking at the information that you've provided as a way to solidify your argument. And you're getting mad at me.
Do you want to defund the police? No, I'm asking you a super simple question. Do you want to defund the police?
I think police budgets are massively inflated. I think that, yes, we absolutely could use a little bit of that PricewaterhouseCoopers style elimination of redundancy in American policing, okay? And get those fucking bad actors out of there, which some of them have already self-selected, it seems, okay? And put in even more restrictions to ensure that they can't fucking go balls to the wall, gung-ho. I got my gun to my side. I'm going to fucking use it whenever the fuck I can. And we should train them on de-escalation, not escalation. And the funds that we take away from the police, which in almost every single fucking city is more than 50% of the local budget going directly to the police department, we should spend on public education, after-school programs, and issues that actually solve the reasons why crime happens to begin with. There are places, like in the Midwest, where car theft is a massive problem. You got the Kia boys, right? These are like 12-year-olds, okay?
Refund police. Like 2024.
And they're boosting Kias left and fucking right. These kids are fucking brilliant, okay? They're smart as shit. They know how to fucking boost a car. Instead of fucking joyriding, they could be using their ingenuity in some kind of, in some other direction that is infinitely more positive, and yet there is no funding on measures like that because our entire criminal justice system is focused on enforcement regardless of the results. There is no other system in any other country where something is so consistently fucking bad, and yet we just keep throwing more money at the problem, hoping that it will like magically perish, when history has shown time and time again that we are not solving these issues whatsoever. Now, you also utilize the NAACP as an example, which I think is quite funny considering who you are and how progressive you are, when you know that the NAACP is an insanely conservative institution within the Democratic Party, but you wanted to make an argument for funding the police more, so you utilize the NAACP as a talking point, like, oh, black people want more police in these areas. The NAACP,
but they do. The polling indicates they do.
Yeah, the NAACP in and of itself.
I don't think that's true.
Also said Bernie Sanders hates black people, and the NAACP even promoted Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. To utilize the NAACP in any situation whatsoever is perhaps an argument that I would have only expected from the likes of Ben Shapiro, not from someone who has duked it out with other like incredibly rigid
How about the polling,
institutionalists.
You reject every argument. How about the polling showing that black people don't want to defund the police?
Okay.
So you're forcing it down their throats, saying,
I'm
no,
not.
black people, you don't understand the situation at all. You're imagining stuff.
That's
There
not
is
what
no
I'm saying.
actual crime.
That's not
I
what
want to cut police in your area. Even though you want more police, I'm going to give you less police.
I'll be honest, I have never heard a black person say, I wish I had more police in my area. Literally never. Like, no, I don't. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
Because I'm a progressive here to help you?
I did not.
That ruins the progressive brand.
I did not say that at all.
So, Haas, listen, man, if you say give general extra money to cops, I say no. But if you say, hey, these areas are saying they need to hire more police officers and their community is demanding it, I'm going to give them the money to hire those.
Yeah, every poll I'm seeing, like, pull up is like, shit like 73% agreed that holding police responsible for misconduct would improve police community relations. Like, nothing about more police. Just nothing.
Those specific police officers. But I want massive reform of the police. I want massive reform of our prison system. And so we can do both of those.
Oh, I found one single article from The Nation. Reputable leftist rag. You know, The Nation. Black residents of Minneapolis say they need more cops, not fewer. Is that right? Source? Mod check? Gonna skim this real quick. More officers. News organizations. Is this the poll? Favorable or unfavorable opinion of the police department. Favorable, 33%. Unfavorable, 53%. 58% unfavorable in black people. Curious that... Do you think Minneapolis should or should not reduce the size of its police force? Should not. 75%. Interesting. $800. and 537 of those people were white. So, yeah, 157 were black. I don't know if that's a good sample size, my guy. What the fuck? Okay.
Those things, they're not mutually exclusive. But if you go around taking away cops from the streets and crime rises, they're never going to elect progressives, and they don't feel safe. And it's not just a matter of politics, it's also a matter of policy. But if you turn to politics, it is awful politics. Awful to go to say to communities, you're wrong, we don't believe you, we just take the crime and deal with it, you're imagining it, and we're going to take away more cops from you.
I'll be real, that was the only article I found, and 100 people is not a good sample size. It's just not.
If you feel unsafe, you will lose every goddamn election.
Okay. So, as far as
we'll see. Good luck, Cenk.
as speaking for black people in underfunded neighborhoods, I never, said any of those things, and I feel like it's not a great way to have a charitable discussion with your nephew.
I hear you, brother, but now I quote the Oakland NAACP because they're actually concerned, and you say any quoting the NAACP is a conservative position that agrees with Ben Shapiro. So we're both doing it.
I know. Saying that black people want more police presence in their neighborhoods is an infinitely more nuanced conversation than simply stating it as such as a talking point in this situation. Yes, black people want police to actually work in their neighborhoods. That's why simultaneously there's two different schools of thought that actually align on the same agenda. Okay, on the one hand, black people say police keep fucking killing them, and their presence is seen as not helpful, but instead terrifying. But black people also say we want 911 to have faster response times in black neighborhoods. These two factors still align with what I'm saying. I'm not saying we don't need any police whatsoever. I'm saying we need legislative enforcement to ensure that policing has a level of accountability in this country, so they are, by design, doing what they're supposed to do, not be an occupying force in black neighborhoods, but instead a force that actually
and they should actually fucking live where they police.
Shows that there is some law and order in their immediate vicinity. Police, as it stands currently, is a presence of lawlessness and disorder in black neighborhoods. Okay? It's about looking at a situation, analyzing the intricacies, and finding out what the root cause or what the actual problem is. Looking at it with black, you said nuance. I'm giving you nuance.
No. That what you just said right there, I agree with like 98% of it.
Okay,
so
great.
Can we end on agreement? Because we've done it for over 2 hours now.
But the problem is, you made this argument with like 11 different talking points that we had to go through piece by piece and examine and find out is not necessarily the way that you have presented.
Can we agree on something? No. Omega lol. No. What do we agree on?
It. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and I think it's important, is specifically because this is dangerous thinking. Because once you are this impassioned about a particular subject, you start seeing information, especially in a mainstream media that is motivated by corporate goals, that correspond to your biases, and sometimes you don't examine them deeply. And that is a problem, and it's an infinitely larger problem when you are a 30-year progressive political commentator. That is an issue that I do have. I don't think, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think you're looking at this stuff objectively because you see crime or you see manifestations of crime, and I think that is causing you to grab on to whatever right-wing framing that...
It's not right-wing framing. I mean, how much more nuance could I have been? 2 hours and 15 minutes of fucking nuance, and you call it right-wing framing.
Because when we look at the nuance...
All right, then I'll do likewise. Okay, you think crime's no big fucking deal. Hey, go, people of LA, fuck off and deal with it on your own. I'm not going to give you any cops. I'm not going to give you anything. And I'm going to say, well, progressives are always right. Just decriminalize
Such a petulant child. Why is he so dramatic?
everything and crime for everyone. Okay, we can both do exaggerations if you like. Okay, we can both do it.
I don't think that I...
So, like, you're saying it's all anecdotal. We've gone through how many stats? How many times have I shown national crime numbers have gone up and you've agreed? Okay, so we've gone over it and over it and over it. Huss, you're saying to the people of these communities that they're imagining it. They are not fucking imagining it. They're not imagining it.
We're going back to the same issue that we had in the beginning of the conversation when we were talking about two ways of looking at the same data point. You can look at overall shrink without knowing what contributes to that, okay? Like the National Retail Association reveals shrink numbers year over year. Local media will look at that and go, $112 billion worth of merchandise has been stolen, and they will interlace that into footage.
I'm not local media.
Hold on. They will interlace that with footage of like black teenagers stealing Gucci purses or whatever the fuck to drive home a narrative, right? But when you look at the actual data in and of itself, you realize that the reality is not that like retail theft has gotten completely out of control. As a matter of fact, it's only increased by around 1%. Overall shrink has increased by around 1%. And that is completely an understandable increase that is adjusted with overall retail increasing, not just crime, but retail increasing. So when you see that, There's two ways to look at that. There's two ways to analyze that data. $112 billion, that's crazy. I already have seen the anecdotal, the emotional anecdotes that the media is showing me, and I see the $112 billion number, and I go, wow, that's fucking nuts. Okay, I start developing this idea that it is like rampant and out of control. So what do I do in that situation? I show you the actual information in the way that it's supposed to be presented in an objective manner. Okay, that is not me saying that you're doing this deliberately or by design. I'm saying that it would require a little bit additional. I think it would behoove you to look into it a little bit further when you see something about crime running rampant, instead of immediately going along and saying, no, I already feel this way. This information is presented to me and such, so I'm just going to go along with it and say it is run rampant. That's it. That's all I'm stating.
I'm going to take your advice from earlier and say, hey, we disagree a little bit. God bless.
A little bit. Okay, but bro, you're just using anecdotes. That's not like you disagree and have anything to back it up. You're just saying shit.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about? I'm sorry. We spoke for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Sometimes
about
it's circles.
Just about crime, let alone the earlier part.
Yeah.
So, brother, you're going to ask me if I'm running for president.
Oh yeah, you're running for president. So what's going on? What's your goal here? Why are you running for president?
Okay. First of all, it's not official. I've got to get a staff together, a bunch of challenges, a number of challenges. And so when it's 100% for sure, obviously I'll let you guys know it's 100%. But the reason why I'm very seriously considering it, leaning in that direction, is because I think there's about a 90% chance that Joe Biden's going to lose. Point one is, unlike Democrats in D.C., I actually think democracy's on the line. I actually think Trump is a fascist. And I think that the country's going to have a very tough time recovering if Trump wins election again. But the Democrats say, yes, well, on the other hand, we have to bow down to authority. And Joe Biden is the authority figure, so we must all obey him. And if it means we lose our democracy, well, at least we weren't impolite to Joe Biden and Democratic leaders.
So I agree with you. I think that Democrats have portrayed every single election as the most important election of our lifetimes. And in some respects, it is true. However...
Yeah, Biden is going to lose. That's true. But Cenk is also going to lose. I don't know, like, what his point there was. Like, I don't, like... Biden's going to lose. So, you know. It's me that can beat him in a primary. That's like... There haven't even been debates yet? Like...
Sorry. However, I do think that... if that was the case, then the Democratic Party, or if they actually believe it, they wouldn't put up Joe Biden. They would not have put up Joe Biden last time around, especially when the deck of talent was significantly wider. Of course, you had Bernie Sanders, but even on the neoliberal side, even on the corporate Democrat side, you had way more talent, at least younger talent, that could have absolutely defeated Donald Trump. So now Joe's chances of losing are even larger, despite the fact that if it was, and I do firmly believe this, if it was anyone else, if it was like the same policies that Joe Biden has implemented, some of which I do agree with, I think like the federal agencies have done a pretty good job, NLRB specifically. But if he was a younger guy, if he was a more, if he was the old retail politician Joe, he would be winning by Reagan margins.
Yeah,
I think. So, but he's not.
Yeah. So first off, on the most important election stuff, I'm on the record. I mean, and I've been doing this a long time. 1996, Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. Every election they say it's the most important election. And I said, no, this is the least important election of our lifetimes. Clinton and Dole's policies are nearly indistinguishable. And in 2012, and this will make some heads explode, Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama, a very unimportant election. So Barack Obama winning the first time around, very important. Second time around, sure, I voted for Obama. Of course, Obama's better than Romney. But, I mean, Obamacare was previously called Romneycare. Literally the same policy, right? They're both, one's a corporate Democrat, the other one's a corporate Republican. Yeah, there's issues around the margins, but overall, not earth-shattering. Mitt Romney would have done things that were very similar to Barack Obama, right? So now, no, this is earth-shattering. Donald Trump tried a coup.
And you would do things that are very similar to Joe Biden. Wow.
He has a fake elector scheme, and he wanted to, we start the riot, we delay the vote, and then we kick it back to the states. The state Republican legislators install the fake electors. The House votes for Trump. Complete the coup. I'm not letting that freaking fascist back into office. He's never going to let go. He doesn't believe in democracy. He doesn't believe in America. Democrats think, generally speaking, Democratic Party leadership thinks, yeah, but Bernie Sanders is worse because we're all corrupt and we all want to make tons and tons of money. At least Donald Trump still is corrupt, just like us, and he'll lower corporate taxes. All of us, our lobbyists will, party in the streets, etc. So they're not taking it seriously when they need to take it fucking seriously. Things are going to change drastically in this country if Trump wins. Is Biden going to lose? Well, when Biden won in 2020, won by only 44,000 votes in the Electoral College in 3 swing states. So razor-thin margin. At that time, he was polling at 52%. Right now, he's polling at 39%. That is 13 points lower. Why in the world would we go into an election with a guy polling 13 points lower than when he barely beat Trump in the first place? And now the Democrats have to win by 5, the popular vote, to win the Electoral College. Joe Biden won by 4.5, and barely squeaked by. You got to get to 5 to be even close to comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden now losing by 1.2 points in the average of the polls, okay? So that means he's down by at least 6 to Donald Trump. No one should be down to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular. 55% of the country despises Donald Trump. And if you're losing to Donald Trump, you suck at politics. I don't mean the Republicans. I get it. In a Republican primary, he's very popular. But in a general election, a Democrat should be mauling Donald Trump. But they do suck.
I agree.
So now,
True.
I think...
So what is your impact going to be?
So my impact is, for God's sake,
Democrats are kind of shit. Yeah, DNC is garbage. Yeah.
Biden out of the goddamn race. So there's a couple of different scenarios here. Number one, if somehow I get to 20, and remember RFK Jr. got to near 20, okay? So it's not at all
16,
impossible.
which is crazy.
Right.
RFK Jr. is currently in the teens. Well, the speculation at the moment is that he will take more away from Donald Trump than he will
he's going
from
independent, so he's
Joe
not in the
Biden.
Democratic Party anymore, so he's gone.
But
So
no,
if I
but
get to
as an
20
independent, he will play the role of a spoiler, not for the Democratic Party, but instead for the Republican Party is the speculation at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you, but that's not relevant to the Democratic primaries.
Okay.
My point.
So how are you going to get into the primaries?
So if I get into the primaries and I get to about 20 points, everyone will panic. You recognize that? Like, so if I get to 25, it'll be a 5-alarm fire in DC.
Okay, but how do you get into the primaries again?
That's never gonna happen, Cenk. Holy shit.
Run. So I'm background work. You get on the ballots. So is it easy to get on the ballots? Well, actually, for 48 out of the 50 states, it's not overwhelming. You collect signatures. We have a lot of passion. Collecting signatures shouldn't be that big a deal. Money, we're going to be able to raise a decent amount of money is my guess. So there are several different obstacles in my path for sure. It is nowhere near easy. It'll be incredibly difficult. But if the polling shows we want someone else, then Whitmer, Newsom, Pritzker, Shapiro, all those governors will come rushing it, okay? Now, if I beat those governors, fantastic. But the point is, it can't be Biden because Biden is almost certainly going to lose. And we can't lose this election. And
I feel like the vast majority of the country has no idea who Cenk is.
And Haas, they're not going to run because they bowed their heads to Joe Biden and the Democratic Party leadership. They think it's heresy to run against them. I'm saying it's heresy not to run. So why am I running instead of someone else? Because I literally tried to get every other person in the race. I asked all the progressives to run. They wouldn't run. I asked all the Democratic governors to run.
You asked all the progressives in the world to run? Wow.
They wouldn't run. So somebody's got to do something because we're going to hit that iceberg. So if we're going to hit the iceberg, okay, I will get so much abuse for running, it will be legendary, right? And all the media will hate me or ignore me, right? And there'll be nothing but abuse. But I'm not just going to go quietly into that good night. So if no one else is running and nobody wants Joe Biden, I'm going to run and I'm going to force the issue.
So, best case scenario is you run and then the media hates you, which they will do that. You did it in fucking the California jungle primary, or not jungle primary, the jungle special election. And that's when New York Times said you agree with David Duke and are a supporter of bestiality. So that's the best case scenario, is that the New York Times calls you a supporter of bestiality. The worst case scenario is they just don't talk about you, and then you have the same approval rating or the same polling results as Marianne Williamson.
So, Haas, what you're pointing out is the number one problem that progressives have, which mainstream media hates us, and they have a massive corporate bias, status quo bias, and then they call, oh, that's objective position. The objective position is to be in favor of corporate rule, and so all the progressives are radicals and in favor of bestiality and whatever else that they're making up. And then what the New York Times did in that congressional race, let alone CNN, LA Times, etc., was basically mask off moment for them, where they're like, we're just going to make things up. We're just going to lie about this guy, right? Period. No subtlety, no nuance. We're going to lie after lie. So I'm perfectly aware of those things. But Haas, dynamic has changed.
Well, now they're on your side because you're transphobic. So maybe, maybe it'll be fine.
To some degree. So, for my book, before the presidential thing came out, I've already been on 20 shows or so, right? Those 20 shows didn't even exist 4 years ago, definitely 8 years ago, right? So now there's a whole different ecosystem where you can get your message out. Can you get your message out enough to get name recognition in 4 months to be able to beat Joe Biden? Not necessarily. But it's a fighter's chance. And the only thing we have left is a fighter's chance. So I will go on every show, no matter if the right wing, left wing, they disagree with me, they agree with me. I don't care. I'll go and I'll make the case. Look, the Democrats never deliver for you. And this, for sure, if I win, I'm going to do everything in the world to make sure we pass those progressive laws, and nothing's going to stand in my way, and I will break anything in my path to make sure that I do that. And everybody who knows me, whether they like me or they dislike me, they know I'm not full of shit, right? They know that I'm a fighter, and I'm going to go fight for those things. Like here, I'll give you the example I always give. Paid family leave polls at 84%. Why isn't Joe Biden fighting for it? Why isn't any Democrat fighting for it? It polls at 74% among Republicans. The whole country wants paid family leave, and not a single goddamn politician will do it. So there is some chance that when I scream from the rooftops, and I'm good at that for God's sake, give moms 12 weeks off, but after they have a baby, that the whole country's going to say,
What, just moms? You just said family leave. Just parental leave, dude.
oh, finally, there's another option. It's an incredible long shot, Haas. Everybody knows that, right? But I'm going to give him an option because no one else will. And by the way, every politician on the Democratic side who didn't run should be deeply embarrassed that they bowed their heads to a wounded antelope because they now think the Democratic Party is about authoritarian rule. I don't agree. I don't obey. And I'm going to go in. If I go in, and I'm going to fight like hell.
I just realized that the worst double whammy is the worst case scenario is that you get like 10% and no one joins the race. And then Biden inevitably loses, not because of you, but because he's
I don't obey. I will not comply.
Biden and old. And then the media will Jill Stein you permanently, despite the fact that your impact was not even marginal in that situation.
Of course, yeah. That's the minute. Look, why is everybody scared to run? Because the goons in mainstream media will blame you for the loss when it was their candidate who lost. I've already lived this. They did it with Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton was an awful candidate. People don't want the establishment. They try to force the establishment down people's throats. And then when Bernie ran to give them an alternative, and he would have won, and the polling indicates that very clearly, they said, "Oh, it was Bernie's fault. It wasn't our beloved Hillary Clinton. She was spotless. It was the Russians. It was Bernie." So is the mainstream media going to do that? Of course they are. They can come kiss my ass. So, and I'm going to fight them now. I'm going to fight them again, and we're going to win because they're going to capsize, and we
You
get more.
are not Bernie. Honey, you are so not Bernie. But, dream big.
Every single day. So if I'm worried about what the mainstream media is going to say, of course I'd never run. Nobody would ever run. And that's why nobody else is running. Well, you know what? Rest of the Democrats, either gather up some fucking balls and get in the race, or get out of my way.
All right. Well, good luck to you on that endeavor. Godspeed, brother.
Some balls.
Goddamn right. So if I finish up and I get the staff and I go in, come back, I'll tell you the website, and then let's see what we can do. And by the way, people might say, hey, you know what, Cenk? We don't believe you. We think Biden's going to win. We think Biden's lovely. So when you run, we're not going to give you any money. We're not going to support you. We're not going to volunteer for you. No, Biden. Okay, that's what they wanted. There's nothing I could do about that. Okay, but my guess is a lot of people will go, well, at least the brother's trying, right? And so
no, they won't. They won't.
I don't think that's true.
People are cynical. They're not. No, people are cynical. They're motivated by propaganda. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But like I said last time, you did this in California.
I know what the difference is.
What?
So in California, I got annihilated, right? So
yeah, you got 5-6%.
Yeah, I got no plea. By the time they got to 76% of the vote counted, they still haven't finished counting. I got all the way up to 6.6%.
Yeah, you got 6.6%.
So I got annihilated, right? So why?
Hi, welcome in. Good evening to you. That's very nice.
Oh, you ran for a lower seat and did worse. Why in the world would you do better in the presidential race? There's a very clear reason why. Because almost all of it, and this is what I learned from that race, that actually even having more money doesn't make a difference. More ads doesn't make a difference. There's a lot of things that don't make a difference. Only one thing that drives elections, and that's media. If you're running a local congressional race, corporate media will bury you. They'll write smear articles about you and never give the mic back to you. Then you have no chance of ever reaching the voters.
So how are
you're
you
done.
How are you going to stop that?
But in national politics, in a presidential run, there's tons of media. Yeah, the media might be negative. Yes, the mainstream media might ignore you in the beginning, but there's tons of inevitable media that is going to want to know about that race.
If that was the case, then Marianne Williamson would be trailing right now.
So I love.
Yeah, Marianne has not got any traction at all. I don't really know why. I don't know. It could be the anti-vax stuff, maybe.
Marianne Williamson, I give her all the credit in the world. Her policies are infinitely better than Biden's, and I think she has a better chance of winning than Biden. Go ahead and have your head explode if you think that's the wrong statement. God bless, okay? And it's not Marianne's fault. We just have different personalities. I'm a steamroller. I'm an endless fighter, right? So Marianne makes her points in
Why do you think steamrolling is good in politics? That's not really how that works.
perfectly cogent, wonderful, pleasant ways. And it sucks that it doesn't break through, but unfortunately it doesn't break through. And I can't express how much respect I have for Marianne Williamson, who had the courage to do it from day one. So at the end of the day, people go, hey, you know what, Cenk, you screamed from the rooftops, but then I found out Marianne is better than you. Okay, great, wonderful. Anybody but Biden so we could win the freaking election.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
How are you going to get over the natural born citizen issue?
Okay, by the way, that's the second reason why.
Yeah, that's a big issue.
Money. The Biden issue and the winning this election, by far the most important. But guys, this bullshit that you guys have heard your whole lives, and I've heard it 2,000 times because I'm a naturalized citizen, that you have to be a natural born citizen to run is just not true.
George Romney did it.
Yeah.
He ran for president. For those of you who don't know, he was born in Mexico.
Yep.
Because his family wanted to do polygamy.
Yeah.
So they moved to Mexico. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a bunch of things. John McCain was born in Panama. Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Those are different because those are
different.
Yeah,
those are different.
Those are service members born on bases, stuff like that.
Yeah, Ted Cruz actually is not different, but that's a whole different story. Okay. But the bottom line is, Constitution, the part that we all learned in 8th grade civics class, oh, here's the requirements for being president. You got to be above a certain age.
You forgot.
to be born in America.
You forgot one person. Barack Obama. He was born in Kenya.
Okay. So, in case you don't know, kidding. Okay. So, but what they don't tell you is that the Fifth Amendment amended that part. Now, is that my opinion? No. Definitive Law Review articles, University of Illinois, Chicago, explains there is no question that Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment jurisprudence shows that it amended the earlier part of the Constitution, and naturalized citizens have 100% same rights as natural-born citizens. And there's a very specific case, Schneider versus Rusk. It is definitive. It says the Fifth Amendment amended the earlier part of the Constitution, and naturalized citizens cannot be discriminated against in any way, shape, or form and have the same exact rights. So,
wait, I don't know if not being able to be president is discrimination. I don't think that's what that means.
You know how many naturalized citizens there are in this country? 25 million of them. It's a civil rights issue. So you're saying to 25 million Americans, you're not really American enough. You're not allowed to run for president. That's just not true. So if all I do is I run, and we definitively settle this, and 25 million Americans are liberated in a sense and become 100% American, which they clearly are, then that's a giant win.
I'm not kidding when I say I feel like you get more media clout if you said Obama was a naturalized citizen born in Kenya. The media would definitely pay attention to you then.
I know, but I'm not going to say things that aren't true.
What's his middle name? Hussein. I rest my case.
Said Hasan.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. Who's that guy?
Look, first of all, you know the natural born citizen stuff is garbage on an issue in terms of morality, in terms of...
No, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, if we're being serious, yes, I agree. I think that naturalized citizens should be able to run for president. I do. It's just that America is a reactionary white supremacist nation built on those fundamentals.
Elected Barack Hussein Obama and had him at an 83% approval.
Yeah, that was Barack Hussein Obama, who was incredibly charismatic and ran against a historically, notoriously bad candidate who was so bad that America, or at least the Democratic Party, almost elected a socialist in 2016. But, you know, there's differences there, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, Barack Obama was incredibly charismatic. God bless. But what that showed was, 83% of the country, it's cool with a guy named Barack Hussein Obama, biracial, and you know, an African American. So people ignore that, but that's reality. So all this,
you know what people do ignore? The Duluth Dyson, Larry Sinclair, just sucking Barack Obama's dick.
What are you gonna do with this guy?
I'm just saying, dude.
Come on,
dude, that's what the people are actually ignoring. The truth about the matter.
All right,
in Gurney, Illinois. On that one fateful afternoon,
She's like, my Uber's here.
Harold Sinclair, a man of many names. Okay, I'm done. Sorry, go on.
No, I always make up crazy shit all the time. In my case, good news for them. They don't have to make it up here. I was not born in the country. Look up Schneider v. Rusk. Look up the law review articles. There's no question. We can definitely run for president. So if all I do is break that mythology, and 25 million people don't hear 2,000 times over in their lives, hey, you can't run for president, right? Then I'll have done some service to the country.
I'm so cooked. Anyway, whatever. We'll see. There's gonna be fucking Oppo research if you do actually.
You know what? God bless. God bless, Cenk. Good luck.
You reach like critical mass and legitimately constitute a threat to Brandon. Oh my God, it's gonna be fucking unbearable. But you know, it'll be fine. I think.
No, it'll be unbearable, and everybody knows that. You know, look, normal corporate politicians run. I'm serving the country. No, you're not. You're serving yourself. Get rich and famous, and you want to have power and status, right? In my case, everybody knows I'm gonna get nuked. Media and the Democratic Party, let alone the Republican Party.
Not just you, your family as well.
Yeah, and that's why good people don't run, because the bad guys say, we're going to nuke you, we're going to be super unfair. I mean, last time you mentioned a bunch of examples in the New York Times, and they had to admit that they lied about David Duke, and that I actually kicked his ass in that interview and called him an anti-Semite bigot, and they were goddamn liars, pretending that I agreed with him when it was the exact opposite. But another part of that story was they called me anti-Muslim, and never clarified that I'm born Muslim. My background's Muslim. I'm an atheist now, but you don't think that's a relevant fact? Oh yeah, will the New York Times lie about me? Of course they're going to lie about me. Will CNN lie? Of course. MSNBC will be by far my biggest opponent, right? And I welcome that fight.
Well,
I welcome their hate.
It is relevant, but like you can still be anti-Muslim as a person who was raised Muslim. I don't know.
And I'm going to fight for people, and that's who I am. And so, you know, it is what it is, and I'm not going to stop. So, look, man, you're a cynic, and so I know you don't love this kind of talk.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't like that, I started Operation Hope at TYT. I believe in hope, and I believe in being relentless. You're going to get knocked down 2,000 times. The trick is get the fuck back up. When you get back up enough times, eventually you win.
All right. Good luck. Godspeed.
Right. Godspeed, everybody. Let's do this. Cenk 2024.
All right. Where can people find more information on your candidacy?
Well, right now we don't even have a website because it hasn't started yet. So not yet.
Someone made the website, and it's just a Rickroll.
So believe me, I hope you'll see in whenever we're done, a couple of days, a week, whatever it is, Cenk 2024 somewhere, right? And Cenk Uygur, get it. I wish I had a site for you, but I don't have it yet.
Okay.
By the way, but the staff is half put together already. It's afoot.
All right, cool.
All right, brother. Thank you, man. Thanks for
it's not afoot. It's a campaign.
having me on. Good
Hopefully this was a productive conversation.
I think so. I think
in some ways.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you. I'll see you guys.
All right, I'm keeping this.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, you signed it? Go. Okay. I'm not sure it's going to be radical
That was a terrible wink.
enough for you, but hope you enjoyed it anyway. Thanks for your hard work, creativity, and passion at TYT. Damn, what about after TYT? You don't care about that?
Awesome after TYT, but it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah. Oh, got it.
No, that's me thanking you for great work that you did.
Thanks, man. All right.
We did it. W. I'll be right back.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we want to eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
White House physicians monitor everything about a president. His cognitive ability. Most presidents don't talk about that, of course. But this president was happy to, in great detail, when asked by our Dr. Siegel. Watch.
I asked the doctor, I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, TV. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions. Other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say,
there's a new one.
The first question. Not the first,
I'm sorry.
The 10th question.
I need to hear the new one. It's happening.
Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing,
Yes!
bing, 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 bing.
This is it's so good.
Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? Most indictments in the shortest period of time. Who is it? Trump. Trump! But when they indicted me, and then again, and again, and again, I was never indicted. Now I'm setting records. Al Capone was not indicted so much. If you looked at Al Capone in the wrong way, he'd kill you. He was not indicted like me. They had a weightlifting deal. There's one young woman, she was so proud of it. They put a 1/4 ounce on each side of the thing. Then this guy who recently transitioned. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. I'm crying. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? We will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot, 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 shot. Get up! You deserve a little entertainment. I have a problem. Everybody wants it. They're screaming, dance, dance. Bing.
The rise and more.
My wife, the first lady, hates when I do this. She said, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you? You don't hear about the American dream anymore, do you? You used to hear the American dream. The American dream, there's no American dream with Biden. I mean, the guy can't find his way off of the stage. Look, here's the stage. And this guy gets up. Where am I? What a loser. They said, sir, please don't say that. It sounds too obnoxious. I said, I don't mind being obnoxious. Bing, bong, bong, bing, 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 bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing,
That's so
bong,
good.
bong. 6 o'clock, I think I'm being indicted again. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. Let's indict the motherfucker. Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing. You don't mind if I go off script, do you?
Oh my god, this is so fucking hype. You absolutely should go follow the Remix Bros. They're so fucking good. This goes so fucking hard. Oh my god. I was waiting for an indictment song, and this is way more than I could have ever asked for. That's gonna be stuck in my head forever. Bing bong, bing bing bong. Oh, that's good. That's good. I will be returning to that. That's good stuff.
I'm gonna keep going.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, Dark History. I might save Dark History actually. Oh, we should watch the Aamon animations though, because this is so very good.
And when are you going to put your first man on the planet?
Wait. This will go way too crazy at 1.5. Wait, was the song at 1.5 too? Wait a minute. No, it was normal. Okay.
Best case, 10 years. Worst case, 15. I mean, my guess for when we will have full autonomy is about 3 years. And it's like I said, the Earth-Mars orbital rendezvous is only every 26 months. We should be able to launch people probably in 2024
Classic.
with arrival in 2025. I feel very confident predicting autonomous robotaxis for Tesla next year with no one in them next year. Mark my words. So buying a Model 3 is a good deal. It's financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla. They will be.
He really captured how strange his facial expressions are. Like it never quite matches like what he's saying or like trying to emote.
They'll be like owning a horse in 3 years. Mark my words. So all these things, I said we'd do them. We did it. Said we'd do it. We did it. So we'd build just sort of like you know there were amphibians, you know, but then pretty much that things just become like land creatures.
These are like actual Elon clips. He actually said that. Wait.
Become like land creatures.
I want to read these. I'm sorry. Considering taking Tesla private at 420, funding secured. Who let the Doge out? Their pronouns are prosecute Fauci, a classic. There are enough 420 operational Starlink satellites. There are 420. You're not cool, dude. God, I hate him so
creatures.
much. Due to inflation, 420 has gone up by 69. Huh? Huh? I hate it. Marx was a capitalist. He even wrote a book about it. Oh my god. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Hello, funny number. Not the sink.
I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
Seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
This was a real Twitter Spaces too.
Yeah. Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down
The
with
way everyone looks so scared.
a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter?"
I mean, I just mean like literally, like there's like you could either try to amend
Wait, like turned into XQC.
the crazy stack that
Who are
exists, or rewrite it.
When you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I? You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet?
Oh my god, Aamon is so good. God, oh. No notes. No notes.
Buddy, come on.
Oh, dare you.
Oh god.
How dare you? How fucking dare you speak to me, Lord Elon Musk, like this? You envious world.
Oh god. It's so real too, though.
You
That shit away from me.
all brain simpleton. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Failure to try to innovate at all comes with a big penalty. You'll be fired.
Have you seen my lord's latest meme? Of course I have. It was simply epic. Have you heard that Your Grace wishes to rename Twitter to X? Yes.
What is growing on them? It's so troubling. It moves by itself.
Genius idea. Twitter was
The blue checks,
just
yeah.
too well known. My lord truly is the greatest CEO in our history. I saw a wraith once. It threw a curse on me I'll never forget. Farewell. Goodbye.
What the hell? I banned all of the Tesla critics like I was Aston. I just got fired for insufficient engineering.
I was also just fired.
Good riddance, you lazy.
I bet these are all real Twitter interactions too. God, Aamon is the GOAT. The epic chunky.
Lazy. Elon's the one who just tweets all day long.
You'll pay for that, scum. My lord works tirelessly, day and night, all for his love of humanity.
A friend of mine is like suggesting that I troll hard drive by posting more memes from them. I'm just going to keep stealing their memes and posting them without giving them any credit.
Oh, it's too real.
Wow. You create your own memes, though, don't you?
I saw create some memes.
Your meme king is strong.
Thank you.
Another real Twitter space. Oh god. Oh no.
That's, for example, why I'm concerned about decreasing birth rates.
Why is that? I mean, the urge to have sex and to procreate is, after breathing and eating, the most basic urge.
Yeah.
How has it been subverted?
Well, it's just in the past, we could rely upon limbic system rewards in order to procreate. But once you have birth control and abortions and whatnot. Now you can still satisfy the limbic instinct, but not procreate.
Yes.
Which is depressing as hell.
The most depressing.
I mean, seriously, yeah.
War is less depressing.
Yeah, it's really go with a bang.
Yeah, amen. Lick your shoe.
War is less depressing than not making babies. Wow. Wow.
Tucson.
Yeah.
Not with your
more
dick.
exciting.
Yeah.
Look in the sky. I
Oh God.
can see.
This is truly horrifying. Apt. I mean, this is accurate. Like, it's true though.
It from here, Phobos. He was right after all of these years. Thank you, Elon.
What the fuck is this? I leave for 1 minute. Technically, you left for about 7 minutes. This is Aamon Animations. I highly recommend. It's so very good. It's about Elon's takeover of Twitter. So.
Boss, I looked into why your metrics are down. Looks like people are just losing interest in your account. Advertisers are fleeing due to the infestation issue. It's not looking good, sir. Please, can I see my family again?
Oh God, it's brainworms. It was brainworms all along. No, run away! I want to laugh and cry at the same time. AI has really empowered Aamon to a level that may need to be regulated by the FCC. Holy shit, dude. He's like Frankenstein. So good.
My lord, you are the meme master.
He's so Elon shaped. I know, right? He really nailed like every part of this.
Foundationally, I love humanity.
Aware. So real. Why is it so real? Like, this is actually Elon's dream end goal here. I mean, granted with, like, a colony of wives or whatever, but, yeah. Crazy. Crazy good. Why is it so good? What's this? Why are they so cute? I love them.
Hello there. As you can see, the hamsters have consumed way too many almonds. As a result, my production has slowed down a bit. But don't worry, I'll get them into good shape soon. Anyway, I would like to thank the streamer PudgyCat, who provided the voice for this character. Please go and follow her on Twitch and check out her streams. She's a talented artist with a great voice. And I'd like to thank my patrons. If you're interested, I upload behind-the-scenes videos and tutorials on my Patreon. I also have a side YouTube channel just called Aamon Hawk, where I upload goofier content. That's all for now. Thank you all, and
I didn't know about the second channel. Wait a minute. Hang on. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, that was the wrong one. Okay. Good. Good. All right. Okay.
Farewell.
Okay. Should we do leftovers? I don't know if we're gonna be able to finish that. I am pretty tired. Should we just save leftovers for tomorrow? Then we can just do Fear and then maybe that's it.
He's woke.
Yeah.
Wait,
I didn't pre-watch. I swear I didn't pre-watch. It was on autoplay, okay? Wait. Did we watch this? No, I don't think so.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Fear and Podcast with your favorite hosts, Austin Show, Hasan Piker, Will Neff, and Cutie Cinderella, and we've got a wonderful guest.
We got wonderful guests, actually. We got another guest coming later because, Nick on his own is like, whatever.
Well, that's
right?
how everyone feels about me, but
iffy.
Yeah, it's kind of sus. But we have Nick and Malena on the pod. Malena hopefully will be on the paywall proportion, so if you want to get the full Nmplol experience, you're going to have to, unfortunately, or fortunately, go to patreon.com/fearand. That's right. I started off with the fucking plug so goddamn
Paywalling Malena.
early. Even though we have 1.5 million different things to discuss, this is the merger of everyone's favorite topics today. This is where we're going to talk about football, American football, and we're going to talk about Taylor Swift, which is, again, two of the
Talk about Nick.
We just lost 80% of our audience.
That's what
90,
you think.
put me in there.
Yeah, we obviously have Nick here. Nick, thank you so much for coming on. You said you've never been on a podcast.
No, yeah, this is my first podcast. Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I don't do these. I'm supposed to go on one
What?
on Monday, but I can't. But yeah,
Welcome.
Wow.
We take a lot of people's podcast virginity, I feel like.
Yeah.
Are you bringing her in already?
What?
Did she poop?
Talking about Malena.
Did she poop?
If Malena pooped, you'd know.
Oof. Did she poop? Don't know. Okay.
Now this is that content.
All right. Kaya, come here. Come here. No, it's fine.
Did she
Crazy.
poop?
Cool. Kaya had a big morning this morning. We just worked out.
Okay.
I took Nick, Malena, Sear, Peach.
For a second, I thought he meant me and Kaya worked out. I'm like, oh, what is Kaya's workout?
How
Did you guys stream it?
Yeah.
Britt.
I didn't see it. Where?
Damn.
It was on your channel?
Yeah.
Bro, she said
there.
your view count is so low
No.
that she didn't even see it on the directory.
Maybe
God,
It's because
damn.
Asmon was live.
Maybe
you
the
know?
VOD didn't go up. Did the
uh,
VOD go up?
I have no idea. It should be there.
how are your knees feeling, Hasan?
They're all right. Last night they were not all right. Why?
Yeah, because I was at a party talking to some random stranger, and they're like, "Yeah, Hasan was here," and then he left, and he was complaining about his knees hurting.
That is funny that a random stranger is updating you on Hasan.
Yeah,
that
like,
is weird.
I was like, "Was Hasan here?" And they're like, "Yeah, his knees were really killing him, so he left."
Yeah. So last night I went to Caroline's birthday, and I did my classic, like, I'm gonna be here at 10 p.m.
Let's go.
and I'm going to leave at in an hour. I'm going to leave at 11, which I did.
Mm-hmm.
In a timely manner because I had to wake up early and work out, and I'm 32 years old and I fucking have bad knees. So when I squat, my knees get like really inflamed. That's Murat's bike that you're hearing.
Oh,
in the
that's
background.
cool.
Yeah, he loves being.
I thought a toilet was like getting backed up or something, but it's a bike.
Yeah, after what you did upstairs, is that what you're saying?
Do not go in there, please.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Did you use a bidet?
I did not. But
You don't have a bidet up there. I've tried.
No, I have a bidet in every bathroom now, including that one.
Wait, hold on. Well, I mean, I haven't
tried.
tried. I mean, like I've tried looking for one, but there was none to be found.
No, there's a bidet in every bathroom in this house now.
I don't know.
tried to fashion a makeshift bidet out of toilet paper tube.
Well, now I can stay here because he has a bidet in the bathroom.
Oh, now you can stay here.
Yeah,
Bitch, you're
Having bad knees not a good time, for real. Your knees are so important. You gotta do your squats. You gotta, you know, strengthen those muscles around the knee so it's not so much stress on the old knees. But yeah, like I think I like permanently ruined my knees just by hiking the Grand Canyon. Like all the pressure from my backpack and just like going down for so long, like not good.
Invited.
I'm gonna cancel my hotel. I have a code to your door.
Now that
Oh, and also trail running. That was definitely not good either.
we are taking out one of the rooms and turning it into a podcasting studio, the number of space is.
One is so fucked up for no reason. Oh no, I'm sorry. It really is the worst. And it's like so hard to heal and like stretch and like, yeah, I hope it goes well.
Pretty limited. I'm sorry, but we have a no gays allowed policy that I will be holding
strictly enforced.
Strictly enforcing. Well, not even no gays allowed, specifically just one.
Just me?
Gay man is not allowed.
You can't single-handedly be an ally and then also trash a beacon of the gay community.
I'm a foe.
Beacon.
I've never been an ally.
Yes.
You're a beacon?
Yes. I've become a gay icon.
Austin Show, civil rights hero.
You know, he's not even wrong. He kind of is, you know, like within the community. Yeah.
Civil rights hero, defending the rights of twinks as Hasan constantly tries to deprive.
I am literally an advocate for bottoms. I'm a bottom unionizer. I'm salting.
You are a selfish top in straight form. Okay.
That's not true.
No, that's literally true. That's literally true. Wasn't that his type? He was like vanilla dom.
I'll go to well, you went. It's your girlfriend. You went to the party. Did you go to the party?
No, we had a rough night yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
We got. I'm actually banned from Enterprise rental cars.
No way.
So,
do you have a Karen-related issue?
No, it wasn't my fault. Well, it was my fault. But I got banned like 3 years ago, and I forgot about it. I never fixed the ban.
Why did he get banned?
Because I didn't. You know when you have to turn your car back in and you have to pay for gas?
Yeah.
I didn't pay one time, and what they usually do is just charge your credit card.
Yeah.
But my credit card expired.
Oh.
So they took it to collections, and I just never paid it.
Oh my
It's
God.
$30 I owe them, and they banned me from Enterprise.
That's insane.
Why fuck it up?
Oh, my
That's
God.
America, baby.
That's so fucked, dude. Like, did they even call you? Like, they just sent it straight to collections? Fuck.
Maybe
it's good.
That's America, goddammit.
That's insane.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
so you landed and then you went to the rental car place.
First off, we went to the wrong Enterprise, and then we had to get another Uber. It was a massive.
This is so bad.
Wait, that's
Fuck.
America. That's ubiquitous. That's global. You have to pay for gas in your rental cars wherever you go.
It's so dumb.
It's $10 a gallon. That's what they charge.
No, I meant.
That's not like American fascism.
Oh no, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about getting banned for $30.
Oh, true.
That's what I was talking about.
Which is that is also ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Were you banned from the Italian hotel that you refused to pay for?
100%. If I went to that hotel, there's no way I'm checking in without having to pay.
I can't
that
go back to
hotel bill.
Seattle.
So what?
Yeah, I have unpaid tickets there, and they arrest me if I go back.
There's no way they're arresting you in Seattle.
What?
How many tickets?
Just a couple.
Like for what?
Just arrest you. Is that a thing? They arrest you for parking tickets? Cutie's face. She's thinking the same thing I am. Like, wait, fuck.
There's no
Driving
tolls
violations.
in Seattle.
Oh, wait. You don't have just parking tickets. You have like moving violations. My man is like a serial drunk driver. He's like, I got a couple
I was
tickets,
going 90
you know.
to 35 in a Lambo.
I killed
In
a man
Seattle?
in Portland.
Yeah, Scott has Minecraft's Lamborghini. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh my God.
Look, Seattle's lawless.
Typical Austin show of right-wing propaganda. He's just
It's a lawless wasteland.
Yeah, there's no laws.
Boarded up
One of
windows.
the most quaint cities I've ever been to in my life.
It's lawless. It's on fire, right, Austin?
It's completely
You
on
saw it
fire.
on TV, I think.
And it's
Yeah, it's all on fire. Every business has been broken down and into, and everything has been stolen. Yeah, it's true.
And it's solely due to the Democrats.
Yeah.
I agree.
They bust down. If you have a brick and mortar retail, if you're like a small business owner, okay, black small business owners selling exclusively to orphan children. They come and they blow your shop up.
No, in fact, yeah,
That happened to me, actually.
In fact, they have orphanage where they try to gay our children.
Yeah, that too.
Exclusively gay only orphanages.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yep.
And they're only adopting the gay families.
That's right.
The gay conversion camp.
Right.
If you're
and
straight,
if you're not gay, they're going to turn you gay.
Yeah, we don't talk about politics on the podcast though, so let's
we
move on.
won't talk about how Seattle is queerifying children.
Okay, but I want to hear the story. So what happened? This is bad for me because I beg these people to come to California all the time, and then every time there's
it's been a horrible experience.
Yeah, okay.
It really has been.
Someone order this man a sandwich, huh?
I made it fucking
so
worse.
Get this. Upstairs, it's a two story building. Once we finally get there, it's Enterprise up top and Alamo down at the bottom. And the people at the top were like, sorry, we can't rent to you. You're on the list, And you're like, you know what? They were just go downstairs.
You made the list.
They should be able to help you too.
I can't believe they blacklist you for $30. That's crazy.
So we go downstairs, wait in line. Turns out they're both owned by the same company.
Yep.
So I was banned from both.
Yeah, they own every like. There's one car company that owns all of them.
Yeah.
And Sear can't rent because he's a psychopath.
No, they were like, we won't, and we won't rent to anyone in your party.
Whoa.
Really?
What the fuck?
That is America, right?
What the fuck? Wait, why? What the hell?
Yeah.
There.
So keep in mind, this was over $30, and the rental car that I was gonna buy was about $600 for the whole trip.
Wait, why would they not rent to anybody in your party? That's insane.
That's what they said.
That is insane. Now, if I was there, it would have been different.
Why didn't Sear just say I'm not with him?
Honestly, everyone was drunk but me. So.
Oh, that's why they wouldn't rent to anybody in your party.
Well, yeah.
Because they were all trashed.
Just blackout. I'm not with that guy. Oh, we're not together.
But the funny thing is, so once we go downstairs, the guy at top is like, "Why would they tell you to come downstairs? That
You could see you're doing that too.
makes no sense. We're the same company. Who said it?" Like the guy was actually mad.
Oh.
And then as we were sitting there like trying to figure out what to do next, the guy from downstairs at Alamo walks over and he goes, "You know what, guys? I got a car for you." And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Yeah, I know a guy who rents
Oh no.
cars."
Ain't no way.
That's always a bad
And
sign.
I was like, "Do you want it?" And Malena's like, "Yeah, of course." He's like, "All right, they'll be here in 15 minutes to pick you
What
up."
the fuck?
Oh no.
Don't look in the trunk.
Oh my god.
So
well,
once,
they help you out.
No,
big time.
no, don't do that. What are you doing?
so some lady comes up in plain clothes. She's like, "Hey, you guys looking for a car?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "All right." She's like, "All right, follow me."
Y'all want a car?
And she leads us down this like back alley to this like 16-seater minivan. Craziest thing ever. And we just drive to like some, normal, I guess like, I don't know, how you would explain it. It's
Like a normal parking lot?
No, it's like, it's not like a professional enterprise. It's some random
Off-brand.
off-brand place.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah. And the funny thing is I get in there and I'm signing the papers. They don't have a computer. It's all analog.
Like
They're just
Fox Rent-A-Car or something like that?
something like that. Yeah. And they're all just like stamping the papers. And so
They're stamping shit?
The
Wow.
copy machine is like the one where you copy with presses. Like you press really hard.
So you traveled back to 1995. Okay.
Yes.
They got like a hand crank.
Yes.
Oh man.
That's sick.
And of course we had to pay more. So
course.
it was like even more money to rent the car. But we got it.
Yeah, because you're a criminal.
You have to pay cash?
Wow.
No, I pay with my credit card in this old machine that looks like they probably ripped my numbers.
Needless to say, everybody's just dreading.
And so that's why we couldn't. That's why
They're
we
just
couldn't.
dreading it, cutie.
This
Yeah.
gala has probably cost upwards of $6,000 for me to
Well,
attend.
6,000?
I've got
Yes.
something to say.
Hey, it's for good
Jesus.
cause.
I
It's for
said
good.
this. You're just doing too many events. We got too many events.
So-
we got to stop helping the rainforest.
So-
It's had enough.
I don't even like the rainforest. Let it burn. Is it on fire?
I chose
Whoa.
an outfit for the gala.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I chose an outfit for the gala, and I just found out yesterday, after my outfit had been ordered, I wanted to dress as an animal.
Yeah.
Rainforest inspired.
Not surprising. It's the theme.
Yeah, it's rainforest inspired. Great. So I decided I would order a costume. Well, turns out giraffes aren't in the rainforest.
Well, that's not.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Wait.
Listen to this.
Wait,
Obviously
I thought that
not.
was...
Obviously not. That's why they have a long neck, so that they can get to the tops of the trees on the savannah. Dude, come on.
Like, I thought you did it on purpose.
No,
you
I
literally
swear to
did
God,
not know.
I thought
I
giraffes.
had to tell him.
I thought giraffes were from the rainforest.
What part of the rainforest could a giraffe cohabitate
It just seemed like I've seen it at Rainforest Cafe.
You probably have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rainforest Cafe.
Do you think Rainforest Cafe is like an accurate depiction of rainforest?
I just thought that maybe
Do you think
if
there's a
they called
talking
themselves
gorilla?
Rainforest- Wait, there's not.
I'm dying. Oh my god.
Wait, okay, now Rainforest
No.
Cafe. I have a whole problem with
No,
this.
you walk into the Rainforest Cafe, there's like a talking gorilla. You think that that's like how it works
Well,
in
I
the
don't
real
think that
rainforest?
they talk, but maybe they're there. Gorillas are in the rainforest.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, giraffes, not in the rainforest.
Like size-wise, think about
Haven't
how
you ever
that
seen
would
like
work.
Lion King?
There's no elephants there.
I've seen Lion King, yeah, but I mean,
No, they're actually,
No, there are elephants in the
elephants
rainforest,
in the
but
rainforest.
in,
You know what?
in-
There could be a giraffe. I'm with you.
that's what I'm
No.
saying. See, thank you.
If there's an elephant, there could be a giraffe. They're
I
both
feel
bad.
like
dude.
giraffes are rainforest.
no, giraffes are
adjacent.
specifically like Serengeti, Africa. You know what I mean? Like we're not talking.
Yeah.
They're not. How would they?
Well,
how would they fit?
Well,
It's
think
too.
of it this way:
It's
they
too
share
late.
a common ancestry with horses, and there are no horses in the rainforest.
That's true. But I didn't think that deep on it.
He also got like a full ass costume.
Dude, you know what's crazy?
I also got a costume, and my costume got delayed and is not getting here. And Caroline bought a full costume, and it got delayed, and it's not getting
I've
here.
ruined the.
So
I've
we're
ruined.
over $1,000 in the hole in costumes that will not be here.
I, on the other hand,
Okay.
did not buy a costume at all because
You
I
got a
knew that it
suit.
would have an issue. I knew
Right.
that there'd be issues.
Looks like it has to be an annual gala.
I overnighted my giraffe costume and it got here on time.
Isn't your giraffe costume just like a Snuggie?
Yeah, it's a full male adult.
You're just wearing a Snuggie?
Wait, is that a little out of line? I mean, it's a gala, but
What are you wearing, Nick?
I have a pink suit.
Oh,
I mean, Ludwig showed up in like a banana costume that you see every frat boy in.
oh, like a flamingo.
Yeah, in the rainforest with the giraffes.
well, look, this is gonna be very embarrassing. Is there a red carpet?
Yes.
No, don't tell him that. He's just gonna freak the fuck out now. And
Should I
now he's gonna be like, I
Here's
need.
what I'm
No.
saying.
Oh,
This is
God.
your outfit. You can break the internet. Thong with just a long tube
George
on your
of the
cock,
Jungle.
go as an anaconda.
Oh.
Anaconda
Or a toucan.
Yeah.
Anaconda.
But
Easy.
it has to go all the way to the ground.
That would have been so iconic.
Like you have to be slinging
I'm gonna stick
dong.
with the giraffe and I'm gonna stuff my pants. I can be both. I'm gonna be a giraffe with a
oh
huge
my
cock.
god.
Giraffes have huge cocks. Hey,
Yeah,
Billy Ray
yes,
Brains,
they
can you
do.
pull
Yes,
that up?
100%. I don't even know, but I
Well,
know.
once I found out gorillas don't have huge cocks, it kind of blew my mind.
You know what? I'm gonna go as a giraffe that married an anaconda and moved to the rainforest.
I think the reason, dude, the total length of the penis is 71 centimeters.
How
that
many inches
is.
is that? How many inches is that, guys?
That's like
Wait, look at somebody has it on their wall like a stuffed.
27 inches? That's a huge cock!
28
That
inches to
is
be
really
exact.
big.
God damn.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
God,
that's a big boy. Well,
Good for us.
the thing is, gorillas don't have to have big penises because they like dominate by fighting. So then it's
Yeah, but
like
do you ever think that maybe like that they're overcompensating by fighting so much?
I think that the evolutionary
What's
reason.
considered big for a gorilla?
No,
Gorillas
it's like
have,
they're
like,
tiny.
micro
They have
cocks.
they have micro dicks. Yeah,
it blew my mind
because
too.
they kill because
Wait, really? I didn't know this.
they kill like
That doesn't
all of
make
the
sense.
other betas to become the alpha anyway. So then they're like they don't need like there's there's no sexual competition in the gorilla field.
Also, I think there's a lot of dick
Interesting.
ripping in the like the simian.
What is a dick ripping?
Like ripping each other's dicks off,
Wait.
balls off, and
That
fights.
is not real.
Hold on. So you're telling me the bigger cock that a human has, that means that their
What the fuck?
genetics are more superior.
So like a small, a guy with a small cock can be like, I'm hung like a gorilla.
That is cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Why are you dabbing him up? Is that what you're gonna say to people going forward?
Look,
Why'd you get excited?
First of all, I know you want to see my penis,
Uh huh.
but it's I'm
I didn't even tell you.
Dying.
What?
I'm above average.
I didn't even tell you.
What did you?
Dude, I have not stopped laughing. I don't know if I'm just like extra high or I'm just enjoying myself.
No.
Austin fucked up. Showing me his camera roll last night. I saw some dick.
Oh my god.
Hey, and you said,
Hey,
and you
yo.
pulled me to say, you said that's a nice cock.
I did. Because that's what
Is it his? Wait,
friends do.
Wait, he saw
I've
your
been telling you
cock?
this forever.
that's what friends do.
Wait, I need to see your cock right now.
Yeah.
No,
No,
I'm
behind
not
the
gonna
paywall.
show-
Behind the paywall.
Behind the paywall, I will show you
No, I need to see the reaction.
my cock.
Yeah, I need to see it.
I mean,
That's
it's
crazy.
not like fully on display, but you can see it.
That's
Cutie,
crazy.
I'm so
That
sorry.
I
like
won't see it.
I'm so sorry.
Why
no,
did you-
Cutie
why'd you
has
take a
to see
picture
it
of it?
too.
I didn't take a picture.
Why
it
did you
was
take
a
a
mirror
picture?
photo.
He's a gay man.
But like,
Trades and
It's
and
in their
photos of
it's
his
in their
cock.
nature.
I'm so confused.
It's
Have
in
you
their
ever?
nature.
You've been dating Malena for so long. Have you ever sent
Yeah.
nudes?
No.
Cutie.
What?
No.
You never sent a single nude?
Never.
I don't send nudes either.
Wow.
You know what?
No.
Go craft.
That's crazy to me. That in the year of our Lord 2023, someone has never sent a nude. Leave Cutie alone. I know. She would rather be talking about anything else.
A tasteful photo of your balls.
and send it to us.
Send it to me.
Because feet were enough for me. Cutie, you know this.
Oh.
Wait,
what? Wait.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Hold on. What?
Yeah, but my feet are fucked up. My feet aren't good enough.
No,
for
but
me.
they're
do you
yours
like that?
and they're special.
Wait, do you like that? Like fucked up feet?
Yeah.
'Cause you're a feet guy.
No,
No.
I like my friend's feet.
He doesn't like my feet though.
Oh, you know what?
No, when Chance
Let's
got the
get
rub
into
lotion
this.
on him, I was
Wait, would you?
Okay,
You
we're
could
all
craft a pair of feet in a lab.
Malena's.
Okay.
Okay.
What
That was
what
so quick.
features?
They're like kind of manly.
Oh.
Wait, would you like?
She
Oh my God, we're doing this. We're doing this behind the paywall.
Wow. What? I feel like there's some psychoanalysis there.
Nick is going to rate our feet.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
That's awesome.
Oh my God.
Yes.
God, they keep getting better and better with the fucking paywall content. God
Pretty
damn
sure
it.
Austin's gonna have the best feet in
I don't know
Spider-Man
actually.
clothes.
I haven't had a pedicure.
So
in a
do
while.
you like when people like walk on you?
No.
like to sniff?
Would you like it? You said that weirdly.
No.
Like, have you ever thought about it? Like, what would it be like?
I don't know. I used to walk on my dad when I was younger, but that's about it.
That's
What?
not.
Oh,
Do you
God.
like feet in your mouth?
No.
What?
I just like feet pictures.
I don't
especially the
I
ones
don't
that Cutie sends me.
I think he's lying.
I do send him feet pictures.
I think he's lying. I
I'm
think
not lying.
I've sent him Alinity's feet. I've sent him Maya's feet.
Why are
Your
you?
feet.
What the
I've s-
fuck?
I've sent-
What? Wait, why? What? Why?
my
Why are
you
you
doing?
facilitating feet pics for this
That's
man?
what a good friend does.
You like a foot dealer? What are you doing?
Yeah, she's
Cutie?
out here cobbling feet.
It's
What
the
about
way
Maya's?
to
Have you
get-
sold Maya's feet pics to
I've
Nick?
sent him Maya's feet.
Have you that
Cenk.
chart?
This after the AI nudes scandal. Wow, Cutie.
For it?
No. But he spent like $6,000
Wait,
to come
dude,
to LA.
Oh my God, that's how he
I
gets
love
everyone
how
here.
feet are so
Wait, so you're paying him in feet pics?
asexual that we don't mind just peddling our friends' feet.
Wait, does Maya know that you sent her his feet?
I think she was there.
Oh,
When I-
Yeah. Do you, Nick?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think foot guys fucked up by giving the game away and like letting everybody in on it, and then now
I've
like
been doing this
women
for
paywall
years.
it?
I've been doing this for years.
Sure.
Like back when Chance was
Doing this for my whole adult life, baby.
Chance used to go around school and take pictures of feet and send them to me.
That's crazy.
That's a good friend.
It's
What the
so
fuck?
weird because
Teachers
it's like
too.
borderline.
That's so weird. I hate that.
Like I feel like it's
Yeah, I think
a
it's
violation,
perv
but
shots.
it's a foot.
But
so
no
it's
one
like,
cares though.
yeah,
yeah.
no one
It's like a
cares.
hand.
It's like
Yeah.
literally, yeah. Oh, he's taking photos of people's hands and like sending it to me. Like no one's gonna be like, "Wow, that's really fucked up." It's like something that you can see. It's
Did
not
I ever
like
tell
normally
you
hidden.
when I had?
I mean, taking a picture of anybody without them knowing and sending it to someone is weird. I don't care what part of their body it is. You know?
my foot epiphany?
No, what does that mean?
Okay, this is a.
Oh, I know.
this is an
I know where
interesting
he's
story. It's an
going.
interesting story.
I was there.
I've never found feet attractive in my life.
Really? Until.
I've never. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never.
Until there's always a moment.
Okay.
No, there
went
is,
to
there is.
Politicon. And what was the name? I forget her.
Tommy Lauren.
Tommy Lauren.
Oh.
Who's like
What?
kind of the devil incarnate. But I was like
What?
sitting front row to like support my friend, like debate.
Sitting next to
Athon.
Katie Hopkins, who's
Debate.
like basically like a white supremacist terrorist.
I was
Oh.
like, debate. Come
That's
on,
fun.
Athon, do it. Debate.
Yeah.
Oh my
And I
god.
noticed something.
Oh.
Stop.
Noticed she was wearing these like white, beautiful shoes. And inside me, there was a confusion. I was like, her feet are very.
There it is.
And it's the only time it's
Can
ever
you
happened to me.
Google 'em?
And I felt like a deep, palpable shame.
Tommy Lauren foot pics. I don't want that on my Google
Just
search, man.
Look up
I
Tommy
need to
Tommy
see it.
Lauren Politicon. There's definitely photos of her at Politicon.
Dude. Of all the people.
Was it?
Is it gonna
were
get
you
you
excited at the
hard
idea
right
of her
now? Are you
taking
gonna get
her
fucking
feet off?
I
horny?
don't know, maybe.
Oh no, he's gonna get horned up, dude.
Wait, debating Hasan.
No, I didn't debate her.
Who did she debate? She debated Anna Kasparian. Oh,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, there it is.
Those are the ones.
The red one's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, in the red
Yeah.
suit.
That was started.
Wait, let me zoom in on that.
Those up. Yeah, pull those up, Billy Ray Brains. Wait, Yeah.
Enhance.
Really?
Her feet look
Enhance.
Wait, which one?
You can't even tell her feet in this.
Was she?
Wait, you can't see her feet. Wait, what?
I feel like it. Did
I
you
don't
ever
think
debate her again?
No, I don't
Yeah, I
think.
can't
I don't
see
think
her
it was
feet,
the.
though.
I don't think it
I
was
can
the
see
Anna
the boots.
Kasparian one. I think it was. A
I think you
different
liked
one.
your shoes, Will. I don't know. Where's her feet?
I think you're sexually attracted to snakes.
Mm-hmm.
No, I swear to you, it was another event where she was there. Then.
Yeah,
Look,
she did a bunch.
I'm
of
not
stuff
really
there.
into feet, but sometimes when you're in your face, you gotta touch it. Suck on them.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it was a moment for me.
Yep.
It was like a whole thing.
You can I tell you the sexiest foot position?
We're so
Wait, there's a
demonetized.
foot position?
What?
So, and this is mostly for girls.
Mostly
So
for girls.
I didn't realize this was a
Men
thing.
have feet too.
Right, but men's feet aren't the same.
Okay.
Wait,
You did say that,
You
that
like
your favorite
masculine
feet
feet.
were a masculine foot.
I guarantee
Yep.
Austin has nicer feet
So
than me.
I don't think
So
so.
My
sometimes,
feet are fucked.
Can we tell you when it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say like a girl's going to a bathroom, and Malena does this sometimes.
Oh,
She'll
this.
sit down. Yep, there it is. When the feet are arched like this, and you can see the arch in the foot, it is by
Wow,
far
you're
the
like
best.
a real. I feel like that's a real
Well,
foot
no,
guy.
because
thing
I
to
don't
say.
like go around looking for like. I just like looking. I don't like touching too much. I don't like.
Oh.
That's me in armpits.
Yeah.
I like armpits too.
What do you mean by that?
Oh.
What do you mean by
How
that?
about now?
This is back.
Okay.
Weird.
That's like me in armpits.
Yeah.
I like armpits, like on men specifically, but I don't like to do anything with them. I like the aesthetic.
Exactly.
I like the look. It's accessory.
You don't want to nuzzle up in one, like.
I mean, sometimes I do.
ooh,
Sometimes I
sleep.
God.
Oh, you lick them? Ew.
I tell you what, my life would be
excuse-
so much easier if I was a foot or armpit guy, because they're just on display.
What are you though?
Titty guy,
Really?
and they're all.
He's a big titty guy.
He's
Really?
about it. He's about as not basic, but like you're primal.
I'm primal.
He's primal. No kissing, just fucking and titties.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes both at the same time.
I'm a faceman.
Baseman.
Yeah. He's all about fate. What about you, Kay?
I'm a personality man.
Shut the fuck.
Okay.
You like
I
jocks.
am.
You like jocks.
Okay.
No, if I showed you guys all my exes, you'd be like, "What the?" None of them look alike at all.
Yeah, but they all suck. You talk shit about them all the time.
Do any of them
no,
look
one
like
of them
Travis
was nice.
Kelce?
No, God.
So their
One of them was nice.
personalities are dog shit.
No,
for the most part.
They're usually nice. At the
Why
beginning.
have you talked so much shit about them then?
Yeah.
What else am I supposed to do with my time?
Cutie, if I was a straight man, would you date me?
Yeah.
What? What?
Yeah,
Really?
good personality. We'd hang out.
Cutie, if
That's
we
so
were straight
sweet.
men, would you date us?
Yeah.
You guys haven't like wooed me. You haven't like tried to. You
I
haven't,
literally
woos you every day.
This is literally this
guys,
is why
I just need to build Austin up.
gay men are superior.
Let him have it.
See,
That's crazy.
I'm just saying.
You know what?
Ludwig is pretty gay though,
just
so.
gonna-
Will you
that
guys?
doesn't- that
Oh,
doesn't-
I have beef with Ludwig.
Will literally got into Taylor Swift for Cutie. Unbelievable.
Wow. Me
I have
too.
beef with Ludwig.
Me too.
Me too.
Okay.
Me
Oh.
too, actually.
I don't know if
Okay,
you even
counsel.
know this.
Yeah.
I sent Ludwig a text. And I was like,
A
Ludwig.
dick pic. A very
I was
tasteful.
like, 1 to 10. No, I sent him a text and I was like, Ludwig, would you do me a huge favor? I'm really, really busy. And I need you to please invite all the members of the yard to my birthday.
Oh yeah, he messed up.
Didn't invite a
Oh
single
no.
one. He didn't even tell them I was having
He
a
didn't even
birthday.
show up himself.
So Aiden came up to me at my birthday and was like, I'm so sorry. We all really wanted to go and we thought you didn't invite us.
Yeah, because you invited everyone through
Ludwig, what the fuck?
Ludwig, and then you sent Nick an invite, but Nick couldn't actually go, and Nick didn't realize that anyone else was included in that invite. So the one person that's good at comms is Nick. He is really good at comms, but he didn't know that it was communal. And then Ludwig, bad at comms, didn't tell Aiden, who loves parties.
Ludwig didn't even come either, right?
No, Ludwig didn't come. I don't know why.
Well, not to jump on the gang
Because
up on.
he's a bad guy. Okay, can we just say that?
Yeah,
So
well,
let's capitalize on his suffering. Chess boxing canceled.
Right winger mogul male canceled.
Any comments?
That's why I'm mad. That's my favorite event.
That's your favorite event?
It's a good
Yep,
event.
my friend Extra Emily was going to literally get CTE, and I was hoping for it.
Yeah, Sandwich was going to kill Extra Emily,
Yep.
and
And
viewership
it's
was gonna
gone
go
now.
crazy.
Oh
Well,
my god.
it's not his fault.
We can still make that happen. I could like bludgeon her or
We
something
could
if
just
you
do
want.
it not
OTK needed that.
sanctioned.
Can I have,
We needed
I have a question. Would it be easier to sanction if we just get rid of the stupid fucking chess?
Yeah.
Let's just get rid of the stupid fucking chess.
Well, that's on him. You got to tell him that.
He's such a fucking
He loves
nerd. He
the
can't just like do
chess.
a
Yeah, that's half the thing.
You can't let go of the chest. Let's just let
You
these
can't do
spiders
like a
beat the
pure
shit out of each
physical
other.
thing.
Yeah, I think it would be easier to
Instead
get
of chess boxing, why doesn't he do fucking
I think
smash
that-
boxing like
if
he
he
did?
removes the
Well, that's
chest,
harder to get sanctioned than chess
Hasan
boxing.
and I
Yeah.
will promise to do a round of Turkish oil wrestling at the event.
No.
Yes,
Not-
it's for charity.
Dude,
butthole hooks,
Chess boxing is not for charity.
cock headlocks.
Butthole hooks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love
You've never
that.
seen Turkish oil wrestling? Oh, you weren't here when we were looking at. Dude, we always look at gay shit when you're not around.
Wait! You looked at buttholes when I wasn't here.
Dude, when you're not around,
Okay.
we look at the gayest
Can we
stuff.
talk about buttholes for a minute?
No.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes. No.
Nick is just like, what the fuck? Cutie!
I'm down.
Okay.
I don't care.
Look, for some reason, I've been getting DMs lately, and it'll start with hello, and then 2 days later, if I don't respond, butthole.
So, but then you do respond.
No, I don't respond, but it's
Okay.
like there's something about.
But you look at it.
Some people think.
my butthole. Please respond.
No, like I say hello, and they think, well, that's not enough, so they just throw a Hail Mary and just show full hole. It's happened on numerous occasions.
So, can I ask you something? You
Yeah.
see a butthole and you're like, that's a perfect butthole. Like, that gets you going, or no?
I usually will if I don't respond, if I see you, like, and it's not doing it for me, and you show me your butthole, usually it's not going to get.
Talk to me about what a perfect butthole pic looks like.
Oh, you know what we should do in the paywall portion?
Look at buttholes.
No, farm one of your twinks for feet pics and see if Nick likes it.
Like what? Hey, twinks.
Yes, send me some feet.
I can't. That's optically isn't a great look.
Yeah,
I
obviously
agree.
That is not a good
You think I should go on my story? Hey, twinks.
Twinks on your roll.
You're a coward. You're a coward, and that's why you won't do it. But that's fine.
Wait, you.
There's no cute feet out there. I would hate if Twinks posted feet pics underneath this. I would hate that so much.
My question.
I tried to Howard Stern this up a bit.
My question for you is like when you see like a butthole, when someone sends you a butthole pic,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
is it straight hole or like do you like to see the ass
can't
and
be
like
too
the
close to
lower
No,
back?
it can't be too
It
close to
just
the
looks
hole.
like a sandworm.
Yeah.
If it's
Yeah.
too close.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it'd be too close. I think the perfect. Excuse me, cutie. I think the perfect butthole photo would be like one that would be. I'd say it needs to have butt in it.
Yeah, like the rest of the butt.
Yeah, the rest of the butt, and then
Wait, but
also
well,
like the lower back.
But what
too.
about the personality? Like you don't like, and I don't mean like in a gay way. I mean like personality isn't like the angle, like the legs. Like, do you care about that? Because like I'm thinking about it from my own perspective. If someone was just like, here's my
The art of the nude.
vagina, click, and then like they just sent me their pussy.
I have a good butt
As much
pic.
as I
Can
love
show you?
pussies, I
Yeah,
feel like
sure.
that'd be weird. What?
Now find it.
like a butt hole, like of you?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
What the? Whoa!
She can only show it to me because I'm
Why?
the only
Why?
one that won't do anything.
I'll see if it's actually a good butt pic.
What the fuck? You took a
So,
butthole pic?
I think
No, it's not my butthole.
Hassan, I got a really good picture of my cock. You want to see it?
Yes.
so.
trying to
No, but
find it.
it's hard to really say. But tasteful, it'd be nice. And then
Yes.
also, like, I have to find you attractive before I see your butthole.
Okay. That's somewhat
sure.
informative.
Right?
Sorry.
Sorry to derail the conversation.
Wait, can you pierce your butthole?
Oh my god,
Like,
Yes, I think
like
so.
with piercings?
that would make it not functional.
Bro, people pierce their dicks and shit. Why?
I've heard of a taint piercing. I don't know.
Wouldn't you be able to pierce like your
how can you
sphincter
get
or whatever?
You would have to have a bidet. I don't know. It might be possible.
Why are you
can't believe
asking
I'm making
Nick?
you uncomfortable.
No, you're not.
Okay,
You're not.
okay.
Listen, I am more like you probably than the rest of them.
Dude, stop
Okay.
Googling
Oh,
shit. That
yeah,
shows
yeah,
up on
yeah.
my fucking Google search results.
Oh,
man.
What is he searching?
Your Google search is chalked. The CIA is already watching you.
No, but like, if I'm on stream and I click on Google, I don't want
Anal
anal piercing to come
piercings?
up first.
Dude, yeah, I'm sorry.
Too late.
Dancing on a rooftop.
Oh,
Wait, those are belly buttons.
No, I
No.
think those
No,
might.
that's I told
It's
you.
safe search.
Yeah, no, the people are piercing their gooches.
ooh, that's not sexy. I'm sorry. That would hurt.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
How do you take it out though?
That's a lot.
Ooh, that just sucks.
I don't fucking know. I don't understand why people would do that. That's disgusting. Okay,
God.
all right. Well,
Oof.
let's move away from this subject.
Yeah, sorry,
You had a
guys.
fun little story from last night, Will.
Huh?
In the bathroom. A fun little bathroom
This is
story.
funny.
Yeah.
So I went to the bathroom, and the bathroom was communal, both male and female.
Because
bathroom.
California's woke.
Yeah.
Wait, was there like a private area that you could urinate?
No, there's just a piss trench that we were all.
Wait, were people
Yeah,
squatting?
women were like popping a squat on it.
That happens at the old hockey arena in Detroit, but yeah.
That's insane. No, there were like
No, it's true.
There were like 5 stalls within a bathroom that had like sinks. So there's one communal line, and the line was very long.
Yes,
I was in this line, and there's 3 girls in front of me, and one of them was like, "Yeah, did you see that Hasan was there?" And the other girls were like, "Who's Hasan?" And she's like, "That famous guy is so hot." And she's like trying to describe what he does to these other 2 girls. And I am like shoulder to shoulder with them. And I'm kind of like, this is funny. And she's going through and
so
to
funny.
further explain the whatever made up job he has to them, she goes on his Instagram and she starts scrolling. And I'm almost positive she hit a photo of the 2 of us together. And I'm standing there, and the conversation immediately goes quiet.
Oh.
And she puts her phone away. And there was like this deafening silence between us as I'm trying not to like make eye contact or look at them.
Oh.
And I think she was hiding like deep and palpable shame. Because she realized that his
best friend was right there.
Directly next.
You should have jumped in and been like, "Yeah, he's hot."
I've been trying to fuck him for a year.
So was her birthday? Were people there that you
Still
didn't
got
know?
it. I just wanted to say, fucking
at a
still
club?
got it, baby.
Oh, it was like a club. Oh, I didn't know.
I got hit on by a couple women last night.
Did you?
Yeah, it was uncomfortable.
Of course you did. Of course you did. What do you mean it was uncomfortable? You're always straight baiting.
I mean,
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It was uncomfortable. You love it, you slut. Get the fuck out of here.
You can't even hide
This is him. This is like him when he tries to talk about fucking eating poorly.
Yeah.
I mean, look, no, they came up to me.
Oh, I had an acai bowl.
Oh, so dirty.
Look, they came up to me and somebody knew I was gay, but kept introduced me to this wonderful young lady, and and it was just uncomfortable. At a certain point, the conversation.
I have
was
never
just like,
heard wonderful young lady sound so fucking dirty.
No, he's such a Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons guy that like he talks like that. A wonderful young lady.
Okay.
Wonderful young lady, derogatory.
Are you
can't
mining
find it.
crypto or are you looking for a butt photo?
Oh.
Just type butt in your search bar.
I tried.
Just go take another one.
I have. It's actually not a very good
Just
photo.
go take another one.
I remembered it differently.
Oh, you're
It's not very
ashamed of
good.
your butt
Yeah, you
photo?
can see it.
It's subpar.
No, cutie, that is sexy.
Wait, can we
He
see?
loves it.
No, cutie, that is sexy.
Why
Why
Wait,
can't the
what?
rest? This is
Cutie,
unfair.
that's a sexy.
that
butt.
Wait,
good?
you took
Yes.
like a wait, is it
Cutie,
I
that-
thought it wasn't
that
like
is-
a sexy
Can
photo. I thought
I'm
it
not
was
gonna-
like
My feet are in it too.
I'm
I'll
not
show you
gonna-
my feet.
I'm not gonna tell.
What?
Yeah.
Oh
Wait,
my goodness.
Wait, how is your butt in that
Oh,
photo?
it's artistic.
The
believe
feet
me.
are towards
You should
us.
post that.
It's artistic, believe me.
Wait, what the fuck?
It's
That's
over
like
shoulder butt. 'Cause I got a big butt. I don't think people realize.
Did you
I don't
just
show it off.
take like an artistic nude?
Yeah, it was
Of course. What?
it was very
Yeah.
artistic. It was very artistic.
I sent it to a boy.
What?
Oh boy!
Like not the boy?
I think it was before Ludwig's time.
What the fuck? Has he seen it? You should show it to him.
So
You
someone
should
Yeah,
send it
he's
to him
seen
right
it.
now.
He's seen all
Actually,
my, yeah.
that's fair as fuck because I took a video of my dick once and it's so hyped that I kept it.
Well, I just don't delete anything.
It's not one I sent to
Wait,
Caroline. It's like
is it the one with the light with the strobe lights? So your dick looks like
Wait, you guys show each other dick pics?
no.
come on.
Maybe. Why do
No,
you
it's just
care?
one where I'm pulling down a waistband and I'm like 60%. So when the waistband eclipses the head, there's like a little jump a little bit.
Wait, it was a
But it's
it was a
like-
GIF.
It's
Dude,
like
look at him.
fur.
He's so horny.
Yeah, he licked his lips.
Fuck,
Lick his lips.
Dude, stop it. He's spraying you with water. What the fuck?
No, I'm just.
You can't get that into it, dude.
This episode is so horny.
Grace.
He has to
Nick said he doesn't care, but I feel like he's uncomfortable.
take his jacket off.
It's fine. No. I just didn't know.
He liked my butt.
I didn't know there was a group.
Fucked up your mic.
Is it
God
better
damn
now?
it, Austin.
How about?
Every episode.
No. I was gonna say, is there like a group chat?
What is wrong with you?
Here, let me.
How
unplug
is it possible?
I think Austin's magnetized.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that better?
Real.
Is there like a group chat going around?
He got bitten by the radioactive spider.
Dicks being sent in it or something that I'm not.
Yeah, and you're
Nick
just
has
not
never
allowed.
taken a dick pic.
That
Nick, take a dick pic and show us.
I've been in a relationship
How
for so
big's your
long.
dick?
It's not good. it's super small, a wee bit hairy, and it's just going.
A wee bit hairy.
It's going to the left.
You can do that. Mine curves a little bit too.
Can I ask you something?
I hang left too.
Do you beat right?
I beat with the right hand.
You gotta switch it up. That balances it out.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
This
No
whole
shot.
time.
You guys don't know that?
No.
So that's real, I think.
Fuck.
You gotta switch hit or else you develop a
Wait,
curve.
so you mean people that have perfectly straight penises are ambidextrous?
Well, I'm just saying it helps with the curve.
Have you?
I don't think you really have to be ambidextrous. I mean, you can like develop like a skill with your left hand. You know?
Did you have a curve at one point and you
Well, if
corrected
you
it?
bait furiously, you can throw a bend in that bad boy.
Oh, that's probably what
But I
happened.
feel like the way I'm pulling it would
Dude,
but mine
this,
goes the
this,
opposite
this is
way.
okay. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Let's get into it. Oh my God, I'm cutting the fucking dick
I don't
conversations.
know. I'm just here. It's
No.
what you guys talk about.
You did this somehow. It's
I
you.
didn't do
You
this.
are the problem.
I didn't.
Leave Cutie out of this.
Okay, it's such a fat one. It's such a fat story because like there's
is
a
a
lot of
lot
different
to
walking
unpack.
parts. There's a lot of different components to the saga. I learned so much about Taylor Swift this week that I did not want to know at all.
She's just so famous.
She ate chicken with ranch and ketchup,
Yeah.
I
Seemingly
believe.
ranch.
Seemingly ranch.
Yeah.
And then the Empire
That's the
State
meme.
Building lit up in red and white in honor of that.
And Heinz.
Heinz has made
Yeah.
a new fucking flavor, ranch and ketchup.
Called Seemingly Ranch.
Why is she so popular?
Wait, because of Taylor?
Seriously? I didn't hear about any of this at all. And that sounds terrible. What?
White women.
Yeah, so what
White
happened
women.
was.
Cutie, I do want to talk about one thing though.
Oh.
Do you now think that maybe Taylor Swift is emulating your life in that she's now decided
She
to
wants to
date
be
a
me so
jock?
bad. Do you want to hear something? You want to hear something so sad? Wait, this is actually sad. Taylor Swift is doing a premiere of her concert October 11th.
Yes.
And
I saved the date, I know.
Top Spotify listeners got an invite
I
and
know.
they get a +1.
You're not a top Spotify listener?
No, because
You fucking lame ass.
Listen, the problem is my Spotify is all buried down because I use the same Spotify for stream with DMCA free shit. So it's like
You deserve it.
So I wait,
deserve it.
and so then I'm like so devastated. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then so then I go to my agency and I said, hey agency, I'm not famous enough to get an
Hey,
invite, but I will
agency.
use any of my friends. I will use them as a Trojan horse. You want
Who'd you
want,
put up there?
I said
As
you
in-
want Hasan there, you want Ludwig there, you want Valkyrie there, you want Bella Porch there. I'll get her there. Like I just
What about your co-host
You guys were not you
on your podcast? You didn't.
What?
You didn't mention
I
your
said
shit.
Will Neff and
Why wouldn't you say me? I'm the only one with a connection with the NFL.
because they don't the NFL doesn't matter. This is her concert.
I bet you the NFL cares now.
Well,
I bet the NFL has
maybe.
some tickets now.
I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
you messed up. Maybe.
No,
I don't know. Travis Kelce jersey are up
literally-
400%.
I gave a whole list of people, and I was like, I will use them. I was gonna use you guys up. Like
Use us.
I wanted to, but then they said, none of your friends are famous enough.
Fair.
Wow.
And
Batch.
then Taylor Nation, which is a fan club, also sent out tickets, and I was maybe me. I didn't get one, so I'm still not going to the premiere. Taylor
sorry,
Swift
can
is
I-
going to be there, and she encouraged everyone to wear Reputation-esque outfits, and
Oh,
that's my
I had
favorite
that.
album.
Outfits.
And-
Wait, that's the one where it's like kind of like wearing black and grunge, right?
Can I say something?
That's the part of the concert.
Wait, I actually
Maybe
knew
you should
that.
try harder in being a Taylor Swift fan.
Damn.
This is crazy. Well, why do you
Because
like her so
I got
much?
an invite.
You didn't.
I am in the top fans.
No, you didn't.
On Spotify.
You
Cutie,
did not get an
why,
invite.
why do you like her so much?
I need to like something.
So is she like the like
White
the-
woman.
I need to like something. Well, I had to like something, so I chose Taylor Swift, okay? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Andrew Tate for white women?
Wow. Wow.
That's such a lock, dude.
Yeah, but
what
she's
the
like,
fuck?
she's like cool. She's not like sexist.
But don't
Yeah.
don't they think that he's cool and not sexist too?
Yeah, but she's like actually not.
No,
but like
she's-
he like
I would say Taylor Swift's footprint on the planet in it, like or negative footprint is not as bad.
her carbon footprint,
Her
her
carbon
jet
footprint
is
is
pretty
pretty
bad.
bad.
But she's.
She technically is worse than Andrew Tate in that regard.
But I'm
on
saving.
devastating.
I'm saving the rainforest on behalf of her carbon footprint. You're
Wait,
welcome.
You got all of your fucking streamer friends on
Wait,
your
no way.
scheme?
Private jet?
Yeah.
I spent $6,000 because of Taylor Swift's private jet.
You love this.
Oh man.
You are doing this for Taylor Swift, actually? She's doing like a carbon credit swap.
I'll be honest,
but
I don't
for
think-
free.
I'm not, but I
and
thought it'd
for-
be funny to say out loud.
Oh.
So maybe I'll run with
I
it.
don't-
Yes, I am.
I don't think that her carbon footprint really that bad.
It's really
yes,
bad.
it's really
one of
bad.
the
She like basically
the
operates a
worst jet
fleet
She flies around town.
of private jets.
It's pretty cool.
No, it's not.
If
It's
a
not
man was
cool.
doing it, you wouldn't get
Wait,
mad.
hold on.
Yes, I would.
They just be flying.
Maybe
Is
not.
it
She's not even on
bad?
them.
Is it bad if you, as a person, fly like on Delta? Are you?
You also
contributing?
have a carbon footprint.
Yes, your carbon is pretty bad too.
Wait, like
Your
you're-
carbon footprint's actually
But I'm
terrible.
flying.
No, yeah, Austin flies like every other week, not more.
I'm like
Don't
flying.
feel
You
bad.
fly weekly.
No, I know, but
the
I'm.
plane's gonna go without you anyways.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah.
say. I'm
Oh.
flying. I'm flying public transportation.
Your contribution is normally marginal because did you just say planes are public transportation?
Yes, it's the public transportation equivalent of the sky. What else is there?
Okay.
It's a pub. I'm sitting
Trains,
there.
but doesn't
Of
matter.
the sky. Excuse you.
Yeah, trains would be better.
The trains of the sky. Oh my god.
Trains aren't in the sky.
Okay.
Wow,
yeah,
that'd be
that's
cool
why
if
it's
they had a
cooler.
floating train.
Listen to me.
That'd be
Technically,
Wow.
while your contribution is a fraction of Taylor Swift, because the reason why private jets are bad is because it's literally flying one person as opposed to like
I'm sure she
100
has
or
friends on
200.
board.
Yeah,
So
that's what
yeah,
I'm
so
saying.
okay, 8 people instead of fucking 200
And
every
a dog
time.
sometimes.
Yes.
They
And
fly and she's not even on them. I heard.
8 people
Yeah.
plus dogs in comparison to 200.
Yeah.
Plus also all the commerce that happens with commercial aviation in the like that's how you
But
do
think
deliveries
about-
as well. Now, you travel so much
Yeah,
that you
everywhere.
are like you're not like a Taylor Swift, but you travel so much that it almost like evens out to basically flying private a lot.
Are you you thinking I'm
Yeah,
like
it's
Taylor
so
Swift?
much.
No.
I have to target to buy a Keurig. BRB, let's go. Keurig kind of sucks, but to each his own.
Awesome.
You're like Taylor Swift.
You know what? I think like Taylor.
I did not say that
Like
at all.
Taylor, myself and Taylor, we both bring so much joy to the world. It offsets our carbon footprint.
Yep.
That's insane.
Can all of you text your agents and see if we can get tickets?
Do you want me to text Billy Jones?
Yeah.
How dare you? Look, I have taste. It's just too weak for me.
Yes.
Yeah, text Billy Jones on our behalf, please.
If you do that, I will come and
Maybe-
live at
maybe
your
you-
house for a week and be on your stream every day.
You should ask
No.
E-Rob if he has
No,
if
that's
he has
not
tickets.
what I want, Cutie.
What?
I love that that's the
not what I want.
I thought
that's
it'd be
the,
fun.
that's the sales
He
point.
wants me to get on an airplane.
I'll text Billy Jones at Brill that just merged with Wasserman.
Yes, that's it's
And
huge
now
connection.
has the biggest
Yes,
arm
huge
in
connection.
probably the town.
Yep.
Wait, stop with your. I'm not negotiating with a terrorist. You have the same agent. Text him.
Wait, but no, hold on. We're gonna.
He's gonna try to get me on an airplane.
God damn it! You did.
And then
just,
you have to fly to LA.
You gassed me up.
Or then you have to live in LA. I showed you
Wait,
my
The
wait.
butt.
fancy ones that has a frother? Wow, I didn't know there were fancier ones. Those espresso shots, like 250. Goddamn. Okay, well that might be better. That might be better. I didn't realize there were good Keurigs.
She did show me her butt.
You have
and
the
all-
same agent.
I know.
Just
Will has
I'll
more
text
pull.
him. What is it?
Will has more pull. It's an NFL deal.
I do have more pull.
You need a Spotify deal.
Levels to this.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm saying with his manager,
We
he
have
has more pull.
podcast arm. Probably.
That's
could
not. Who's
hey,
that?
probably could
Oh,
get
that's
that
just-
done for you.
Billy.
Cutie, what you're doing right now is crazy.
Yeah, you are.
Just shake my
Hey
hand.
Billy, it's me, Austin.
Well,
You're not actually doing
Do
this.
we?
well, I don't. What am I
have
supposed to do?
Any
I can't.
connections.
I can't-
This is insane.
That could.
What you're
get
doing is fraud.
Will, I don't know
two
what should I do?
Tickets to.
Will, what should I do? She has
Take
my
the
phone.
phone away from
Identity theft.
her.
No, I can't. She's a lady. I
She's
can't
not
touch
doing
a lady.
anything wrong.
She's
Phone
deterrent.
away from her. It's your phone.
I can't touch a lady.
Cutie, get what you want. Get what you want,
Nick,
girl.
how do you like the podcast, by the way, so far? Because this is literally what we do. When we have guests over, we just like kind of
It
don't
It just
talk to
seems
them.
like a
and-
whole bunch of friends.
I can't
having
touch
fun.
a lady.
Yeah. Take the phone away.
I will never put my hands on a
Rip
woman.
it away from
I
her.
sent
Oh,
it.
fuck.
I feel like I'm
Give
in
me
high
that.
school again.
You
Why?
are bad.
Why do you
Cutie,
feel like you're in
you
high
just
school again?
use
What?
us up like a fucking.
For Taylor Swift, I will do that. Yes. It's the only
I'm
time.
so sorry.
Should I
Yes,
stop
right.
throwing events?
Dude, text
No.
Billy right now
I think you're in a cult, sweaty.
and
So
be like,
bad.
no, only through me, not through Austin.
We need more.
Is this addiction?
Or
I can
events,
do
to be
that
honest.
after the fact.
Block it.
Also, those tickets are going to Austin.
No.
Yeah, they are.
He will take me.
Austin and I
I
might
took him
have
to the
to go.
box.
Give them
Shut
to
up.
E-Rob. He loves Taylor
Oh, you-
Swift.
I also took E-Rob to the box.
This is the ultimate like poll.
Wait,
of
E-Rob
my-
has been in your box and not us? That's fucked up.
That's
Ayo.
despicable.
You had a great.
We're
box.
gonna be the last people in Cutie's
Well,
box.
guys, do you want to go to? What if we all go to Canada for her last
Fly?
concert?
Vancouver? To
I will
Canada?
fly
Canada.
to
Yeah.
Canada for her last concert. I'm trying to get a box.
Canada?
It's
Wait,
the last
no,
one.
We're
that's
going
fine.
to Canada?
No, it's
Of
fine.
all the
I'm down.
places.
I've
I'm
never
down.
been.
She said she'll
She's
go
getting on a
winter.
plane.
She said
Well,
she'll
she's
fly.
getting on a plane. Wait, hold on.
She's fucking determined. Wow. Group trip to Japan? No, not going. Ludwig going to Japan? No, not going. Taylor in Canada? Going.
Where from? What part of Canada?
Toronto.
Oh, yes.
Wait, why?
I've never been to Toronto.
He's like
Oh.
the Twinks. Yeah, he's like,
You
oh.
wanna come?
Look,
No.
Oh.
the Twinks in Toronto. Is there something special about them?
I'll support you from
made
afar,
it
though.
seem like you're
Okay.
excited.
There's special. There's Twinks are special all around the globe.
Back to the matter at hand. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift,
Every twink is special.
her best boyfriend yet, right? You can all agree?
Rank them.
Taylor Lautner's the best one. He was honestly, he's like a homie, and he's like
Any
been really
songs?
good to
Any
her.
songs about Taylor?
Oh yeah. He Back to December is about Taylor Lautner, and it's like the only song where she's ever apologized for being like a really shitty girlfriend.
Damn.
Is she
Yeah.
a shitty girlfriend?
She was
Yes.
the Taylor Lautner.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the best guy she's dated, she was horrible to.
Yeah, but she was also a teenager. So.
Didn't he kind of like go down like a dark spiral and he's kind of like weird now?
Taylor Lautner, no, he's like chill. Podcast is a wife,
Oh, are you sure?
or the wife has a podcast.
Anyway, Travis Kelce, very hot.
Travis
I
Kelce's
think he
hot.
looks like he's from Idaho.
He looks. Wait, first of all,
Wait, hold on.
what's wrong with that?
Men from Idaho are hot.
I will defend Burley Boys. Excuse me.
Travis Kelce is.
I don't
gorgeous.
like
That's so random.
him.
He's awesome.
I will say this
I think he's
lovingly.
not cute.
He is, without her career, out of her league in terms of like.
Oh, like if she wasn't Taylor Swift, he's
Yeah,
saying if
yeah,
she was
yeah.
like a normal
Yeah,
person.
Yeah. He's like
He's a
one
stud.
of the hottest men
He's
alive.
a stud.
What?
He's
You
such a
guys
stud.
think he's
I think his
that
brother's
hot?
better looking.
Yes.
Pull up his stats. Pull up his stats right now.
Pull up his stats.
Guys, I don't think he is.
I don't think he's that hot either.
Say
attractive.
Travis Kelce's stats, and it'll show up.
I thought you liked jocks.
Look at that.
I
Travis
don't.
Kelce
I
in
like
the slot. Look at that
wait.
images.
Oh,
Pull that up.
fuck
Show that to the stream.
Slot stats are so good.
Okay. I also want to
Pull
know
him
how,
up shirtless. Pull
how
him up
big is he?
shirtless.
How big is he? What's his
I
size?
think he's like 6'6".
Whoa.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Dude, no way.
I mean, he's good looking.
Really?
I just,
Oh,
I don't know. I feel like so many men look like that.
that's
Wait,
That's
who
not.
is
That's
that?
just.
Those
That's.
guys are cute.
Those are random people.
That's sexy. What it is. That's just.
No.
What are you doing?
You guys, you have straight vision, Marsh.
Straight
He's right
vision.
there.
I can't tell what he looks like.
Okay. Anyway, I want to see how burly he is. I want to see like I will look up Travis Kelce height and weight.
Do you watch football, Nick?
Hmm?
Oh,
I got a buddy of mine that played with this guy.
I mean,
can you get me tickets to the premiere on October
go
11th?
to all.
He probably could.
Yeah.
I don't think
He's
he could.
6'5", 250 pounds, which is, by the way, around my size almost exactly to a T. I'm
That's a sexy
6'4", 245 pounds. I'm just saying, like,
What's Taylor Swift's height and weight?
I got love for big
Taylor
boys.
Swift's Taylor's beautiful. Taylor's beautiful. I just want to say that I know a lot of
She's
women.
5'9".
I know a
she's
lot of
5'9",
women who
or
consider
5'10".
Travis Kelce like one of the best looking men on the
Really?
planet.
I don't think he's that cute.
I feel like
She's not 5'11".
Yeah, no, she's tall.
I know. I have a picture next to her. She's not 5'11".
Wait, you've met her?
Yeah.
Didn't you literally
that.
tell her that you named your dog after her or something?
No, I forgot.
But they're a very cute couple.
They're a cute couple, and it's
So-
nice. He's been really respectful, and something he's been doing, which is like feeding
That is cute.
the fandom, which is very cute of him, is that's crazy to me.
Yeah, she's
maybe
tall.
she was slouching when I took a picture with her.
So it's 5'10" to
Um,
5'11". Okay, go on.
He's been really sweet because he won't like say too much about stuff, which is nice. And in interviews, he's been like dropping her lyrics, which is it's just sweet. It's just sweet.
Oh my God.
Compared
He's the
to
man.
like, he's the first one that's been like actively talking about her in a positive light. Compared to like before that, Joe Alwyn was kind of just like, I don't want to like.
So the
He is like
people
a-
who this
yeah.
is biggest for are Hasan and I. Because
Why?
Hasan, Burly Boys are
Burly Boys on top.
back, baby.
Burly Boys
we
on
are
top.
changing the meta. Timothy Charlemagne is out. And
Fuck you,
big old
Timothy.
Rip,
Bitch ass.
beard having,
Yeah.
low voice,
Man's man.
long
Oh my god, these
dick
guys.
slinging men are back.
Let's
baby.
go.
Whoa, men.
Men.
Yeah.
No.
Single-handedly saving men.
Not good for me.
No, look, I think
You are not a part of this
dying.
conversation.
Why am I not a part of this
We
conversation?
still
You
like Timothy
are.
Chalamet.
You have tailored your entire life around one, destroying twinks, and also trying to look like a twink.
Yeah.
I look. First
You're
of all,
a traitor to the cause.
I am not.
You could be burly if you
I
wanted
don't
to.
look like a twink.
No, I know. I said trying to look like
I'm
a
not
twink.
even trying anymore.
To an old man, they would think you're a twink.
To an old man. Well, thank you.
Okay,
Katie, so much.
All I'm trying to say is you are a
They would.
betrayer of the cause. You've never grown your beard. You're a fucking coward.
I don't want to grow my beard because I
You
feel
would
like
look
I'll
good.
lose.
You would look good.
If I grow my beard, I'll lose like the people I'm attracted to.
That's
Well,
not true.
Burly Boys stonks.
The people you're
going
attracted to,
crazy.
who are they attracted to?
Interesting.
Yes, you. But you're 6'4", 240.
It doesn't matter.
okay?
If you grew a beard, you would look
could-
grizzly.
You could grow anything,
Yeah, I mean, I think he would look good with a little stubble.
and they'd be like,
You need to grow a beard. You need to grow a beard 100%.
What
You
if-
need to grow a
what
beard.
if the four of you all grow a beard for November? No shave November.
I can't
Is
grow
this
a
going to
beard.
be like a gala
I-
situation again? What's going
and
on?
then we're gonna
I'll
have
be
a
honest,
competition.
Every time she
December
says
1st.
this, I just assume there's a presentation
I'm
happening.
No.
I'm not growing a beard, but I could outgrow both of you.
What?
And a beard
Turkish.
growing. And a beard growing. I'm Lebanese.
Yeah, no, that 5 o'clock shadow is from this morning.
Dude, I'm Lebanese. I could outgrow.
Yeah,
my
no,
beard.
I know. I can tell
But I don't wanna
from
do
I
it.
can tell from your 5 o'clock shadow that you do have a powerful facial hair opportunity, and it's very odd. One day you're
Powerful facial hair opportunity. Men love beards. I will maintain this. Men love beards way more than women love beards.
gonna fucking bite the bullet, and you're gonna do it, and then you're gonna be like, I don't know why I didn't do this my whole life. The amount of twink bussy that I passed up on is unimaginable.
But there's lots of options for me right now. You think
Doesn't
there's-
matter. There's
you think-
even higher
you think
shelves
there's
that you haven't
think
hit.
that there's like a fringe group of twinks that are like, we're not talking to
Holding
him.
out.
No,
They're holding
I
out
think
until
that
I
I
grow
think
my
that there's
facial
always
hair.
a higher shelf that you can reach, and
And on the highest shelf is Travis Kelce.
yeah.
Yeah, he's not my type, but you know, maybe
Wait, I thought you liked
he has a-
jocks.
I don't
Play-
I don't
play
have
jock
I don't have a type.
enthusiast.
I've explained this 1,000 times.
She said this so many times.
I just like personalities.
Listen.
Which is
Oh,
why
are
she
you
would
saying
date
his
me.
personality is not
But
nice?
he
then?
seems
I
to
don't, I
be
haven't met
very
him. He
sweet
seems
and
to be
cute.
nice.
Yeah.
I would have to like talk to him. I'd have to be. You have to be. Okay, this how. No, to be attracted to him. You guys don't understand. I'm actually personality based, and you guys have great personalities. But I've never been in the mindset, and even you. I just said it. I've never been in the mindset where I'm like,
You
okay,
are my
I'm
lover
actively
host.
like dating this person. Like if you and I were to go on a date, maybe you could woo me. If you and I could go on a date, maybe we would woo me.
I
But
probably could.
But yeah, because he's funny. Honestly, if you're funny, that's all it takes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty easy.
So wait, Ludwig, not really funny.
He was
How,
funny.
how does that work?
Well, actually, the first time like we hung out, I did not like him.
Really?
Yeah.
What about him?
He like
Oh, no.
he like farted as a joke.
That's pretty
and
funny.
It wasn't funny.
Never mind. Think about it.
For the
I don't-
first time you hang out.
Yeah.
And
Of course he did. Of course.
we were just hanging out
farting-
as friends, for the record. But
I won't fart in front
like
of
I
anybody.
just met him, but
It's a bold move.
it was. I left that trip and I was like, that guy sucks.
So did he like force it out?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He like
That's
farted
funny
and
as
he
fuck.
goes, "What
Did
was
he do
that
pull
noise?"
my
or
finger?
something.
Did he? Oh, he didn't do a pull my finger. That would have been even funnier if like you participated in the fart.
The fact, I'll be honest, that the fact that he came back from that is pretty impressive.
I mean, that's boss
well,
mode.
he's like, you guys don't. I don't think you guys could ever give Ludwig enough credit. You've seen me. I'm neurotic. He is so patient with me. He's so good to me. It's insane. I don't deserve how
no,
good he is to me.
I see
He's
that.
insane.
I definitely see that.
My last boyfriend broke up with me, my last boyfriend, yeah, he broke up with me because he hated my anxiety and depression.
Cutie, you
That's so fucked up.
picked up poop.
He was
with
so
your hand.
great.
You
I
picked
did
up.
do that. I
You picked up your own fecal matter with your hand.
Wait, what?
What'd you do?
I thought I was dying.
And so you picked up your
because
poop?
my poop was black.
And
that
so
was
you
so
picked it up.
valid of your ex-boyfriend to break up with you.
The
over.
other thing that Ludwig does, and
so-
I don't know if you want to talk about this.
It was Pepto Bismol.
We might want to
Turns
cut
your poop
this.
black.
We
What?
could cut this.
What?
But you admitted something to me that I think is maybe either the cutest thing or the most insane thing I've ever heard.
What?
Uh-oh.
You've never seen Ludwig's flaccid penis.
I never seen it.
Wait, he walks around naked all the time.
I know, but I don't look.
You don't look?
You've never seen his flaccid penis.
No, I don't. Making eye contact with a penis is scary as a Mormon girl. I don't think
That
I've ever
doesn't
seen
make any
anyone's
sense.
flaccid
Doesn't he
penis.
like piss and
Scary eye contact. Wow. That's incredible to me. They've been together for so long.
shit in the nude fully? Like he just
Yeah, but I
walks
don't
around in the
stare at
nude?
it.
You've never showered with him?
You've never even seen it in your peripheral vision.
If
After sex?
we are showering,
I think I've
he is-
seen it.
is what?
We've seen his balls.
Have you seen his
Everyone's
butt
seen
cheeks?
his balls. I've seen his butt cheeks.
Okay, do you make eye contact with his butt cheeks?
Yeah, but butts aren't scary. When you're
Joseph
raised
Smith would
Mormon,
not like that
penises are
either.
scary.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a penis flaccid.
Wait, what?
Of any boyfriend. I don't like make eye contact. with
I love. I mean,
That
I
doesn't
don't
make
love
s-
flaccid penises, but I play.
I
with
feel
them.
like respectful.
But you've touched it before, right?
Like a slinky?
Austin is speed bagging fucking soft dicks.
No,
What the
like
heck?
no, like in it. I've been in a. I've like showered with guys.
I
before,
Why are
feel
we
and
like-
talking about
start to play-
penises again?
Sorry, you brought
Playing
it up.
around like that, I feel like that's
Wait, that's just this podcast now.
disrespectful.
I go.
to
I,
Keenan.
no, like sometimes I'll
Gaslighter,
Use, I'll
you
use
brought it
mine,
up.
yeah.
He
Wait,
brought it up.
no. Did you hear what he said?
Sometimes I'll use mine to. Like,
They sword fight. That's so sick, dude. Gay people are on
No,
top.
and sometimes like one time
That's fire.
One time I started sword fighting with this guy, and we ended up just getting horny and then just fucking.
Of course you did. Oh, that's a good meme. Everyone's face right now. Oh god. Will's especially. I like that. That's quality.
I'm gay now.
So we started sword fighting. It was like
That's
playful,
so
and then
sick.
and then both of us started getting hard, and then we just.
You know what I've realized?
That's so awesome.
The gayest thing you can do is date a woman.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this awesome
Yeah,
stuff.
that sounds way cooler than what you have to do with
Dude,
women.
no, we sword fight a lot.
Real.
Sorry.
That's
I don't
so
know how we spot.
They're both sold on being gay now.
Back to
Because
We're
you're
talking about Ludwig's soft penis. Yeah.
no, stop talking about Ludwig's penis.
Yeah, Cutie was screaming about Ludwig's soft.
Go ahead.
Okay.
How does it make you feel?
So, as a personality,
I have literally not stopped laughing. My face hurts. This episode is so funny. Oh my god.
based girl, it doesn't matter what you look like. And so Travis Kelce, I don't think he's initially attractive, but maybe if we went on a date
you
and
saw
I was
his
in the
soft
mode.
penis,
He's
No.
buck steak. I think
Yeah,
he
he's
like
buck.
he's very like wholesome American.
Yeah.
Like he gives off the vibes
I
of
know,
a
but
guy
I
who's like
haven't
kind of
talked
nice
to
and a
him, so
big.
I'm not attracted to him.
He would definitely open a door for you and like be very protecting. Like, are you okay, babe?
There's only
alright?
a few people that like I have like seen and been like, you are attractive regardless of their personality.
Who?
Who?
Like Orlando Bloom, Harry
Michael
Styles.
Harry
What?
Styles, Shawn Mendes,
Yeah.
right?
No.
So you like super skinny dudes then?
Yeah.
Timothy
Which is
Chalamet.
why I'm saying Travis Kelce, big day for Burly Boys.
Actually, one of the things
On
that I
top.
almost got like
Burly
the
Boys on
most
top.
people. This is early. You guys might know him. There's a show called The Rodular. This was early Raj days, and
Really?
yeah,
And
and
dead naming Austin.
there's. And it was Soda Poppins. It was Soda Poppins like Rodular or something.
Yeah.
And I had this clip, and it was one of like
His
my
Lover
very
House?
yeah. It was
He
one
had
of
Lover
my
House, actually.
very first clips on like LSF where I was talking. I was like, I didn't know who Soda was before. I wasn't a Twitch frog. I was a normie, genuinely. And I was like on my stream, I was like, yeah, Soda's like actually my type, like skinny, scrawny, nerdy boy. Cause that's what I had dated. And people were like, she's just a gold digger. She's like all these things. And I was like, oh, but like Orlando Bloom, skinny, scrawny, like friggin' Maya says I like
Ludwig.
skinny, weird alien boys.
Also,
naturally, but I have
Isn't
to get
Ludwig
to know
kinda
you
thick,
to actually
though?
be attracted to
Fair.
you.
Thick.
No,
Ludwig's
that's what I'm
getting
saying.
kinda-
is
He's getting kind of
Ludwig-
yoked. He's hot.
He's really hot. He's
when
like
I
getting
see him
really
shirtless,
buff.
I'm like, that's a man right
Yeah.
He
there.
works out now?
Yeah,
Hell
he
yeah.
does.
Man.
We balled up. We balled.
HasanAbi. I always knew
Pulled
it.
up on Sunday morning. It was fucking awesome.
He's looking good.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
He's always looked good, but he's like looking.
No, like I'm starting to.
I'm like,
feel
uh-oh, like I need to start. Like I've got to.
I used to kind
I'm
of
falling
joke about
behind.
being attracted to him, but now it's getting serious.
Stop.
Getting
I
serious
can't
now.
compete with you.
You can compete with. You really think Ludwig?
I don't know. She's right. The
You could
sword,
sword
fighting.
fight.
That sounds like some.
You present that to
Will and Hasan are sword fighting later.
most straight men. They're gonna be like,
My God, if I just found the key.
Sword
Yeah.
fighting sounds.
You mean
Having
like
fun.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Wait, so you guys would like if you're totally heterosexual, but I offer a sword fight?
I mean, it's pretty fire. Like, is it like? I wish I was sexually attracted to dudes so I could sword fight and then fuck. Like, that's awesome.
yeah, we sword fight and then like the winner.
That
has
sounds sick.
Gets the top.
That's like very. I don't know.
But no, but seriously, it was like one of my first sword fights.
Cutie, what else do you want?
And I didn't realize this was a thing. Like a real thing.
Anyway, I can be attracted to anybody. I would like to make that very clear.
Is Taylor Swift too popular? Let's discuss.
Well, this is the problem. This is what happens, and I think we should all brace ourselves for this. Usually in society, when someone gets really, really popular, like freaking like Jennifer Lawrence, everyone loved Jennifer Lawrence, and then they randomly just started hating her. Ed Sheeran, everyone loved him, and then they were like, I hate that guy. Like, they randomly just start hating.
Asmongold.
What?
Gotta like leave the internet.
Yeah. What?
Wrong person.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, so like randomly. Well, he was a pedophile.
Nothing.
But anyway, Taylor has already had. She had her peak. So 1989 was like her most awarded album, and right after that is like when shit hit the fan. Like, you know, and she was one of the most hated people.
Yes, there's a wave of like fuck Taylor Swift coming right now.
Right now, she's,
and the Swifties need
she's
to
at
get
the tippity
ready.
top.
Wait. When did anyone ever hate Taylor Swift? What are you talking about? Has Kanye made an album about her? I don't think anyone really hated her.
Problem is the Swifties. Swifties, chill, you psychopaths.
I think also it has to deal with this. If I'm just a normal dude,
And you keep hearing about Taylor Swift.
and I'm just scrolling my social medias,
Yeah.
watching my TVs, and all I keep hearing is Taylor Swift. At a certain point, I'm gonna be like, "Come on, already with this? What the?" You know?
Yeah.
That's, you just become a guy who's cast for Big Mouth. For some reason, you're
What's
You're
the
John
deal
Mulaney.
with this Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So I'm
you
nervous
get
because I
fatigued.
think people are going to get fatigued of her, and there's
Yeah.
going to be. But I won't.
I don't.
I've been fatigued. I've been fatigued for like 12 years.
I won't.
So the Swifties are unhinged for sure,
The
and
Swifties, some of them need to chill.
and they're like kind of leaning into it as well. Like the seemingly like Ketchup and Seemingly Ranch thing was like a real pivotal
Well, it
moment
came
for
from
me.
a fan. It came from a fan account, so
Yeah.
she's actually dope. I've followed her forever.
That was a pivotal moment for me where I was like, oh my God,
butt.
there's just like what the fuck? If Taylor Swift like came out and was like, I think Karl Marx said a lot of great things, like I feel like we could have a communist revolution. in
If
this
Taylor
country.
Swift ran for president, I think there's
Real.
actually a chance she would win.
I wish Taylor Swift would actually go to the UAW picket lines. Can we make this happen?
I can't even get tickets to her premiere.
Please. Make Taylor Swift write one single song for UAW or just about unions in general. That would be, I think, the tipping point.
Taylor, if you're out there listening, because I know you love following up with Cutie Cinderella and what she's doing, please go to the UAW picket lines. The big three have been stealing from these wonderful American workers for far too long. It's time to do what's right.
Nick, do you hate this podcast? You guys haven't talked to
No.
Nick enough.
No, I'm just enjoying being around such great
You
people.
guys, you're a host too.
And
you're on your phone.
I know. I was trying to
get
find-
fucking tickets.
You literally spent the first 35 minutes looking up your butthole on your fucking phone, and then the rest of the 35 minutes texting Austin and Will's
He texted
manager.
me back, by the way.
What do you say?
Said for you and who else?
Will
Oh, get the phone! Get the fucking phone!
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stop.
Shut this bitch down. Shut this bitch down.
It's in my boobs. You can't touch it.
God damn it. Boom defense.
Boob defense. I hate that.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up that you did that. It's
Wait,
fucked
I
up.
can.
You know who to reply. I have Billy's number. Billy, the tickets are for me.
Wait, can
Oh,
I have
good.
my
If she
phone
does
back?
You can use the tit phone.
Can I?
Nick, what do you want to talk about?
The tit
Wait,
phone.
can I have
Anything.
Can I have
This
the
is
phone
great.
back?
No, don't look. She's
What? No, it's fine. She's
not
it's
getting her
good.
boobs
She already took it
out.
out.
I don't know how they work.
It's true.
What do you mean?
You know how titties work. You're the tit
straight.
man.
Yeah, but let's just. Oh,
I don't know how they work. What, she just put it in her bra?
whoops.
You think I would do that? On
And then everybody on the internet's like, "Did you see Will's eyes when Cutie's tit fell out?" And then I'm the bad guy.
That's true. We're looking at boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
This is the consequences of feminism, folks.
normal and
So
beautiful.
I'm just gonna be
natural.
respectful.
It's natural.
And look at Kaya when I
Yeah.
know there's a phone coming out of the titty region.
It's natural and beautiful to look at tits.
It's natural and beautiful.
Yeah.
Why? Well, I don't know your freaking password. Why is it so long?
Because I'm safe. Okay.
Nick, what do you want to talk about?
We talked about feet. We talked about, Ludwig's penis. It's been good so far.
What else is exciting for you, right?
Good
What
so
else is like?
far.
Oh, this is a thing that's happening.
I have been living the last 10 years of my life in the same doldrums single day.
Does that make you sad?
No.
No. So doldrums is typically a term you don't put on something good.
It's just consistently, the waves are going up.
I think you're
and
just
down,
content.
up and-
I think you're just content. You're not in the doldrums.
I made Nick work out this morning at 8 a.m. and then he immediately went and ordered chicken McNuggets with a side of fries.
That's psych.
Good for him. He earned it.
Behavior.
What's your cholesterol?
At
Nick?
10 a.m.
Bad.
Chicken
Yeah.
McNuggets, a plate of chicken McNuggets, a side of fries, and chicken cheese quesadilla, which normally is supposed to have avocado in it,
No
which he
avocado,
said
baby.
no avocados
Wait,
for me, please.
you got a chicken cheese quesadilla at McDonald's?
No.
No, we
You
went.
went to two separate restaurants.
No.
for
We
breakfast?
went to one restaurant,
Same
and he ordered all of that.
How did you get McNuggets at a?
No, they were chicken tenders.
No, not McNuggets.
starting
Yeah,
to
sorry, I
realize-
was being ESL.
I'm starting to realize that like people that order food like that, it's
Yeah.
like a whole nother level.
You want to see my stretch marks?
I mean, I have stretch marks too, but it's just
Very bad.
unimaginable to eat such a thing
That's
at 10 a.m.
crazy.
Have you ever heard of Ozempic?
I have. I know people who take it.
Yeah.
Who? Name names.
Don't name names.
I'm not going to do that to them.
Are you gonna
Violate
are you
HIPAA.
gonna Ozempic?
No, because
I've never thought of you as fat.
I don't think he's fat either. He
I
said
don't
he's
think
like, well, he's overweight, but he
So
says
here's
he's
the
like
deal.
obese.
Here's the deal.
I mean, what? He is.
I am obese.
He
What
says
are we
he's
doing?
obese. I don't think
You're
he's
not
obese.
obese.
Mathematically.
I look at you and I'm like American.
Oh,
Wait, that's not.
that's
No, that's a substitute for
I
obese.
should-
Yeah, that's not very nice. Come on. What are we doing here? The first time you talk to him and it's this?
I said obese
Do we
twice.
have
That
elves in
doesn't
this
count.
house? I should just,
No, like you're an average like weight.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
think you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Natural.
No,
Thank you.
you're.
Wow, he hit him with a beautiful
Thank you.
natural.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
how you know
You're
you
beautiful
fucked
and
up.
natural.
Thank you.
That's his way of saying.
catchphrase.
That's his bless your heart.
There it is. Thank you. Thank
That's
you.
his bless your heart. You fucked
Thank you.
up.
Honestly, you probably got some chicken grease on your face now after that.
It's good. I just that was about 20 calories.
No, I think I was shocked at Nick's like eating habits.
Stop.
Specifically because like it's not because like it's unhealthy or whatever, but like
So
it's more so like chicken nuggets at fucking.
Will,
10
you know I
a.m.
get out of the doldrums? Sure. Every time I get Whataburger, it lifts me up for about
You
45
eat it
seconds.
the most mid fucking burger on the
Yeah,
But this sounds just like depression.
that's not good.
No, not anymore. I've actually eaten healthy
Have you
recently.
ever? Do you like smash burgers?
Yeah, I like.
Can we go to Love Hour tomorrow or
Burger She Wrote?
I had
This
Burger
is your.
She
This
Wrote
is
the other
your
day.
city. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go get a fucking good.
When do
I
you
think tomorrow
leave?
we go to H. Lorenzo
I think
and we
Monday.
go to
Oh.
Burger She Wrote.
I love that.
Okay.
The other thing that I love is there was so much yelling and chaos. I saw something in Cutie I haven't seen for many moons.
But
I saw you do the Cutie Cinderella face.
Oh, this?
Yeah, were you like?
I saw
kind
it
of,
too.
Like the gears were working, dude. Like there was something cooking in there.
What were you cooking up in there?
oh
Cutie, what are we cooking? In
She's
there?
cooking up a
I
new
don't
event.
know.
Don't let her cook. She's
no,
gonna cook up a
I'm
new
not
event.
cooking up a new
Yeah,
event.
she just cooked up a
I'm
new
not
event.
doing. You guys
Oh,
are
fuck.
event fatigued. You are event fatigued and Taylor Swift fatigued.
Cutie's gonna be like, in the middle of winter, we're doing an ice skating event for Flint's water.
Yeah.
I would go to
Like
that.
we have to do
Yeah.
it. We have to do it outside. We have to
I
do
would-
ice skating.
I
Ice
would love ice
capades
skating.
where we all do performances on
performance?
ice skates. Very dangerous, very funny.
That would be awesome. That would be such content.
But very cool.
All money goes to Flint, Michigan.
Where is
people
your
might
woman?
Mine?
Where's
she
your
gave up
phone?
on us,
So
bro.
Malena comes and goes as she pleases.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't tell her what to do.
She's a free agent.
And I have no control over her anymore.
That's
She
cr-
runs the
I'm gonna
show.
text her right
Does
now.
she run the show?
She runs everything.
runs the show.
And that's probably why my testosterone's so low.
You have low testosterone?
Yeah,
Your testosterone's low because you eat chicken
Keep the
nuggets.
testosterone
It's
low and the
112.
cholesterol high. baby.
112?
I went to the doctor. I
Can
have
you get an
112.
erection?
Barely.
Really?
Yeah.
At 112. You should take some.
So the doctor offered me.
We should do a stream.
Yeah.
A month-long like subathon. It would go crazy.
Just testosterone.
TRT and Ozempic.
Oh my god.
And it's
You're just
called,
describing-
It's called the chattening.
You're just describing Camp Canute right now.
The chatting.
Dude, your hairline is flawless, which makes sense why your T is 112. I think that like that's crazy, but you're such a manly man. You know?
I'm telling you right now,
I have to pee.
the internet has no idea who I really am.
What do you mean?
That's true. That is true.
What does that mean?
Like in what way?
Because everyone thinks I'm like this soy sort of guy.
Oh yeah.
Nick, let's be honest.
I think you're a grumpy
created-
old
chocolate
man.
protein shake?
You've created a character.
I need another one. Go ahead.
Will's
please.
trying to talk.
Have a water?
That was supposed to be quick. Come on. Please.
Go get a fucking protein. It's 2 steps.
Why don't you guys wait? We're almost to premium.
Yeah.
He's
You've created a character.
Yeah.
You've created a human being online
Because
that is not you.
early Twitch, the tough guys and the all-stars were not the ones that they went for. You have to be able to make fun of yourself.
True. But I think there's also like it's amazing the public perception of you versus like absolute tech genius.
Yeah.
Like the brilliant coordinator, the kind of mastermind behind a lot of things that doesn't really ever admit that he's the mastermind behind a lot of things.
Well, Malena's
That-
most of it, but
Malena is it as well, but you would never give yourself credit for any of your planning that you do.
maybe.
See? He's committed to this bit.
This is the Will bring yourself up. 10
Dude, I got a
minutes.
shirt with my
Pep talk.
JV hockey
But this is
MVP
part
on
of the
it.
guys.
Have you
This is
sold
part
that
of-
shirt? You should sell that
I
shirt.
did. It's the,
You did?
this
Oh,
shirt.
it's your merch?
Well, no, it's like Teespring old stuff. That's how old this is.
Oh, wow.
2007.
This is the last year
How
I was
old are
happy.
you?
17.
You know, you could join Adult League.
I do. I play every Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I'm a leading scorer on my team.
Hey, I'm excited for you to bring back game day.
Yeah, I think we should do it twice a year.
Please do it.
Why don't
changing
you
it.
fly out to
He's,
LA
he's
and do one
allowing
here?
you guys to change the subject.
Well, I'm talking about one of his great accomplishments.
No,
which
he's
is
trying to run away from it.
OTK game.
Thank you, Will, for being so kind to me.
No, I just want. I don't know if you'll admit to it or not.
What?
Very carefully created a persona.
Yeah.
That is very much less inspiring than the real Nmplol.
Probably. I'm always on the fence with everything. I never give a real take. I'm always joking. You'll never catch me in any drama. Even the past dramas that, we've all been thrown into, I did not say anything about it.
Yep.
Yeah, you're pretty good
But
at
let
that.
me tell you, I do got my opinions.
Bill, so mysterious.
I feel bad.
Wait, they cut something there?
I feel bad.
You're fired. Get out.
Look, Nick.
Yeah.
You are tremendous.
You're tremendous, but can we do a game day out here?
Yeah.
Beach volleyball.
That actually was on one of the plans we had to do. It was a beach volleyball.
I do
need
think
to
we should
be-
do
I'll
weird
play.
sports.
I'm so good at. I'm
We
so
need to
good
read
at
football
it.
together. You and me.
We couldn't
on
couldn't
the same
guarantee
team.
keep people safe.
Oh.
I mean, we're doing beach volleyball with Hasan, and one of his crazy fans come up and just
Well,
You never
Austin,
know.
you will have officially consumed
Oh, I see. I
84
didn't think
grams
of it
of
that way.
protein and 460 calories. I hope you understand that. By the end of this protein shake.
I know a pretty private beach
There's a lot.
that only has like a one entryway in if you just station a security
That's a shit ton of protein to have at
guard
once.
there.
Yeah, it's in Hasan's backyard.
yeah.
Shit, that
We
is
could
a
probably
lot.
do it. We could do
What?
it.
If you open it
You
and
didn't
then
have to open
refuse
it.
to
You guys
drink
had
it, I
chocolate
will
milk?
fight you. Those are.
I'll drink half of it.
Oh my god.
Wait,
oh my
why?
god.
Why won't you drink it?
It's just a lot of calories.
Fire him.
Oh god, I hate those. They're so chalky.
Pop me up.
Fire
How
him.
many?
Oh my god. Oh
Get
my
him
God.
out of here.
It's 100. I could take 100.
It's 42 protein.
Do you have any 20 gram?
Marsh will finish it.
We're gonna go to the paywall portion now, guys. Ladies and
Where
gentlemen.
I do a hate crime.
Wait, what? I don't want a beer for that.
Don't worry, not an anti-black one.
Wait, what?
It's me.
It's okay then.
Gay, not black. Gay, not black.
Before we go to the paywall, Nick, do you have anything to shout out? Do you have anything you want to say?
Nick.
Just want to shout out. I don't know, everyone else here. You guys are great. Thanks for having me. I don't know.
You were amazing, Nick. Thank you so much.
He's so gracious.
Game day coming out.
Yeah. No.
Next year.
Yeah. So,
I would like to shout out Spotify or Taylor Nation or anybody who potentially has access. I will be your +1 if you would like to bring me to the premiere. This is a fuck a fan contest. I am excited to go with you. We will not be fucking.
Did you say you would fuck for a Taylor Swift ticket?
No, it's just a clingual term.
No, it's not.
No, it's
Fuck a fan
A lingual
contest means I will go with you to Taylor Swift.
That's not what.
That's not what that means.
I
though.
feel like there's some
I was trying to find a ticket.
That means
I'm gonna take them to Chili's, and then we're gonna go to the
and you're
concert,
gonna fuck them.
That's how it starts.
and then I will never talk to you again. But I will
2
go
for
with
22.
You like after you fuck them, you're not gonna talk
you.
to
I'm
them.
not gonna fuck them.
Austin open.
Hit it and quit it.
I have a handsome boyfriend.
Okay, cool. All right. On that note, if you want to see more juicy tidbits like Nick actually rating our feet, our naked feet,
My toe is a little hairy.
go to the Patreon at patreon.com/fearand, and you'll be able to access the
toe?
paywalled episode and
Slut.
more. Like for our tier 2 subscribers, we have a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, like White Hat
Austin.
Karen. It's coming out. for
Yeah,
the
White
first
Hat
time
Karen
after
will
2 weeks.
eventually come out in a couple years.
Every Friday. is
Submit
TikTok
yourself to
time.
White Hat Karen. We're collecting submissions for
We
an
have
epic
so many
episode.
submissions. You could just record an
Wait, have you
episode.
been looking
and
at the spreadsheet?
Cutie's TikTok time.
You wait.
And more.
Wait. We need to pause.
I've never
Wait,
missed a TikTok.
You've
time.
been lying.
No. The first week I only had 3 submissions, and then it stalled. And
So
then
you did have submissions.
Yes. No. I did them,
He has
and then I
submissions.
ran through them, and then I complained that I didn't have enough, and I haven't looked in about a week.
You have submissions. Also, if you don't have a submission, just react to angry Karens.
I'm sorry. So you have time to fucking
I-
sort through
Look, name your
10,000 horny twinks in your DMs after you openly
been
talk
staring at
about
buttholes.
how.
In their buttholes.
Let's streamline this.
What the
Austin's gonna
fuck?
do a rate my butthole for the Patreon.
That would be
Yeah.
great, actually. I would love.
Submit your buttholes.
Can I rate people's buttholes? That's a little weird.
It
but
feels weird.
I don't know
It
if you can
feels
do that.
weird, but hey.
maybe we're not going to do that.
All right,
You can't
patreon.com/fearand. Let's go.
Maybe not. But maybe I will. Fucking Austin, dude.
Petey, what are you giving away?
Hasan and I in a friend.
A Disney day with me.
Wait, this is stream work there?
Never mind. Fuck you,
Wait,
Hasan.
you
I'm-
slut!
You slut! How dare you?
Okay, we will
Put
go.
it up. Frolicking about, you harlot. I'm done. You took fucking Squeaks to Disney the other day for
Oogie Boogie Bash.
Goober, Gobber, Boogie, fucking whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, get red in the face.
Okay.
It's been a year and a half.
You treat us
Okay.
like
Oh my God.
garbage.
We're not even an afterthought
Wait.
in your universe.
Is she taking you guys to Disney this trip?
I've already been with her.
No, you didn't. We were supposed to go, and then I had a mental
No, we
breakdown.
did go.
I'm about to lose my mind.
It wasn't on stream, but remember we made the vlog?
Yeah.
Wait, I went.
They're so heartbroken. Oh no.
We had a great time.
This amazing guided tour. It was great.
Oh my God! Wait. I
Yep, and
forgot
we
about
all
it.
have.
You've done it so much you forget about it.
We held hands and there's fireworks. Yeah.
Margaritas.
Yep.
We went.
Remember one of the Pirates of the Caribbean rides?
I was too scared to go into the movie theater.
I can't
where
tell
you
if they're
didn't like-
gaslighting me.
There's a video of it on your YouTube.
There's a video
Really?
almost there.
Chance
and
wins.
Still made art of it.
Chance wins.
You know what?
Do not deserve Will and I in your life. You don't deserve us.
You know what?
That's true. That's true. All right, y'all. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank you for all of the subbies. I appreciate the support. I will be back tomorrow, probably for a longer stream. I'll try to be early again, around the same time, say 3 or 4. I'll see you then. Have a good night. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Bye bye.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. still lying to his audience. Hey, that might be COS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your voice?